If infinite potential could lead to infinite gains, is it possible to fill our minds and spirits endlessly? Could this path lead us to true equality and justice? What a shame! To the very end, my dreams never came to fruition. And then, I was reincarnated. It took me 500 years to reach the peak. The Grand Ascension stage. I have become a sovereign. The number one in the 9 provinces. Zhang Li. It's about to begin. Sovereign Zhang Li is going through the immortality tribulation. Will the immortal ladder appear this time? Alas, the ladder didn't appear once again. This is already the 15th sovereign Zhang Li has gone through the tribulation. 15th T. Is ascending to the immortal realm even possible? Of course. According to the tales of those who've seen the immortal ladder, it's absolutely true. The ascension of numerous cultivators was commonplace millennia ago. As long as you survive through the tribulation, a ladder from the immortal realm will descend to welcome you. We just don't understand why. The ladder doesn't show up anymore. Without it, the route to immortality is blocked. Sigh. Even in this world of cultivation, I can't ascend. Such a shame. I have no cheat skills here. All I can rely on is my own efforts, wisdom and luck to overcome this obstacle. I have just reached the Grand Ascension stage. If I had cheat skills, maybe it would have been easier. Whatever, the arduous path bore its own rewards. Host detected, counterattack system activates. Name Zhang Li. Age 518. Identity current sovereign. Cultivation Grand Ascension stage. You appeared too late, system. This system's name is the Counterattack system. It'll help the host defeat all who look down on him. Counterattack. Host, please accept your newbie gift package. J. I accept. Name top grade Qi gathering pill quantity 10 details highly effective for Qi cultivation stage. Name fragment of 4 ounces can move 1,000 caddies. Details A. Secret of the Tao sect untold to the outside world. After learning it, you will become invincible at the Qi cultivation stage. The book can be completed in exchange for 100,000 points. Top grade foundation pill. Quantity 1. Details aids in establishing a perfect foundation in the Qi cultivation stage. Current points OJ. Useful for the Qi cultivation stage. System, what is my current cultivation stage? The Grand Ascension stage. Was this newbie gift package given to me by mistake? It's for the Qi cultivation stage. I should receive one for the Grand Ascension stage. Inspection complete, no mistake. What is my cultivation stage? The Grand Ascension stage. What stage is this newbie gift package suitable for? Qi cultivation stage. Was it given to me by mistake? Inspection complete, no mistake. My cultivation stage. The Grand Ascension stage, no mistake. Okay, I see you can answer questions. Newbie mission given, the mission cannot be refused or evaded. J. Penalty for failure. Host will not be allowed to enable the remaining functions of the system. J. System functions include store, spiritual Qi infusion, inner demon evasion, teleportation. Newbie mission. Jiang Yixing, relying on his status as the clan elder's son, has bullied the host multiple times. Please defeat Jiang Yixing. I remember him from when I first arrived here. The original owner of this body, Zhang Li. He was born into the Jiang family of Great Zhou Dynasty's Qing city. He was born as the son of the patriarch, but unfortunately, his parents died young. Jiang Yixing relied on his father's influence to become the new patriarch. He was the most talented of the whole clan, so he bullied others. Especially, Jiang Li. The original owner of this body was a coward, he didn't dare resist him. He could only resent him in his heart. In the end, he perished under Jiang Yixing's savagery. I was reincarnated into his body. After understanding the situation I was in, I decided that his family would only bring me harm and no gain, so I left. Jiang Yixing's talent would only take him to the foundation stage. That is about 140 years. By now, he must be deceased. And the most important thing is, no matter how you think of this newbie mission is not something I can complete now. System, what era are we in? Year 4300 Flame Calendar. It's the 4800th year of the Flame Calendar right now. No wonder it's called the counterattack system. This broken system should have appeared 500 years before. System, what is the current era? Year 4300 of the Flame Calendar. It's actually the year 4800 of the Flame Calendar now. No wonder it's called the counterattack system. This lousy system was actually activated 500 years too late. Please adhere to the time determined by the system. I want to change the mission. Mission cannot be changed. Jiang Yixing is already dead. Please adhere to the time determined by the system. I am now in the Grand Ascension stage, fighting Jiang Yixinghos in the Qi cultivation or foundation stage. Is that even suitable? You call that counterattacking. Please complete the novice mission. Restart system. Please complete the novice mission. Uninstall system. I felt weird the moment I heard counterattacking. I am ranked number 1 in the 9 provinces, who am I going to counterattack? Forget it, let's try and see if the system has any other uses. Can the system send me to the immortal realm? With the teleportation function? The system will unlock the teleportation function to the immortal realm in the future. Can you send me over right now? As expected of a Goldfinger, it's still a little bit useful. The host has to first complete the novice mission. You can send me to the immortal realm first. From there I can go to the netherworld. Then I can find Jiang Yixing in the netherworld and win him in a fight. And the mission will be completed. The host must first complete the novice mission. Can't we work something out? I can't possibly fight someone who's already dead. What a lousy system. Let's go back to my old home and take a look. Perhaps Jiang Yixing is still alive. Despite his mediocre talent, he might have been consuming longevity pills non-stop. Or maybe he was enlightened by an expert and broke through the nascent soul stage, increasing his longevity. I also depended on my own efforts in cultivation. And also a bit of help from my heaven spiritual root and immeasurable Tao physique, and managed to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Great Zhou Dynasty Qing cities. Jiang family. He's dead. Body concealment. Now what should I do? Beat up someone who was also named Jiang Yixing? Or force someone to change their name to Jiang Yixing then beat him up? Or should he find the tomb of Jiang Yixing and this person, he seems to look vaguely similar to Jiang Yixing. He should be either his son or his grandson. I wonder if beating him would count as beating Jiang Yixing? Emperor Jiang in heaven. Please bless me and give me the strength to break through my cultivation bottleneck soon. Come on, child. Let's pray to Emperor Jiang. Get some of the spiritual aura from the Emperor. Daddy, who is Emperor Jiang? We will have to start from the history of the 9 provinces. The Emperor, revered across all 9 provinces, holds a unique and respected position. One of their duties is mediating between powers, to prevent the loss of innocent lives in cultivator conflicts. At the peak of cultivation, one can overturn mountains and seas with a single thought. If there are two such cultivators fighting with their lives on the line, it will unleash a catastrophe capable of annihilating heaven and earth across the 9 provinces. When the old emperor passed and his successor was undecided, the ancient cult and imperial family waged a fierce war. The war affected half of the 9 provinces, and anyone dared to intervene was eliminated by both parties. Until the new emperor Zhongli stepped forward. He carried the wishes of the people and killed the lords of both the ancient cult and the imperial family. Only then was the calamity suppressed. Emperor Jiang was kind, although he could wipe out all the countries with his own strength. He did not do that. Instead, he allowed the different countries to develop and expand, while he himself continues to just guard the continent of the 9 provinces silently. That's not exactly how it happened. It's just not worth it to be in charge all the time. All cultivators have a side that chases after immortality, but also another side that's filled with courage and fighting spirit. Suppressing either of them isn't going to work as a long-term plan. You need to give the cultivators a path of fighting. That's why the first-generation emperor set down a policy. There will be no suppression. He allowed the imperial family and sects to thrive independently within the 9 provinces, encouraging, supporting, and competing with each other, advancing together. That's why an increasing number of geniuses are emerging in the 9 provinces, which also forms the foundational structure of the continent of the 9 provinces that's made up of thousands of small kingdoms and the 9 great imperial families. Among them, there are great dynasties that have survived throughout history and never weakened, such as the Great Zhou dynasty, where the Jiang family resides. Great Zhou. Back to topic. Qing City is really flourishing. This statue is already emitting the power of faith. Although, after I reached the Grand Ascension stage, the power of faith is no longer useful to me. I even went so far as to specially forge a green bronze cauldron to store the power of hope from the people, leaving it to the next generation emperor. Uncle, give me another 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. Sure. It's been 10 days. Why is the city lord still not willing to send people out to look for our children? Our children must still be in Qing City. Let us meet the city lord. Please, we're begging the city lord to crack down on the human traffickers. It's been 10 days already. Why hasn't the city lord sent anyone to look for our children? Our kids are still in Qing City, we're sure of it. Let us meet the city lord. Please, we're begging the city lord to round up these human traffickers. How can you make such a fuss right before the Zheng family's ancestral worship day? Have you no shame? My hands are currently full. How could I have time to handle all of you? So, you're saying you won't send anyone to help? That's unacceptable. Let's not do anything rash. If we get in trouble, we won't be able to do anything to help. What's going on? These people are. They are all people from nearby cities. They have all lost their children, and have been searching all the way here to Qing City. Is the Zheng family's ancestral worship that important? The city lord doesn't even care about this matter? Is his duty just to serve the Zheng family? Where are you from, youngster? Don't talk so loudly. Here's a piece of advice: don't meddle in affairs beyond your reach. This is beyond your control. A storage ring? Such a portable storage space. That is not something a normal person has. This is Dao sect. My name is Zhongli. The Dao sect token. If you meet someone with this token, it is like meeting with the sect master himself. Are you really from the Dao sect? Zhongli? I have never heard that name before. Senior, if you wish to help in this matter. Then I'll explain everything quietly. Let's chat over here. My name is Yuan Wushing, I'm just a cultivator passing through. Seeing how desperate these people were, I felt like I had to do something. And what I found out shocked me. In my search for the missing children, I found out that all their trails lead to Qing City. This isn't a recent occurrence. Both in Qing City and the surrounding areas, such disappearances have been happening for 2 centuries, coinciding with every Zhang family ancestral worship. All the missing children are babies less than 1 year old. Do you mean that? They are taking these babies? No, there is no solid proof of that. I wouldn't dare say that. The city lord is turning a blind eye to this. So it means. Who knows? The Zhang family has the backing of the emperor. How could the lord of Qing City dare to take action? Let alone Qing City, even across the entire Great Zhou dynasty. I'm afraid not many would dare touch the Zhang family. However, this is the Great Zhou dynasty. Among the 9 dynasties, the Great Zhou dynasty has something special. Only the Great Zhou has successfully managed the nation's destiny and governance in tandem. If the monarch ignores lawbreakers without doling out punishment, the nation's fate suffers. In severe cases, it could lead to the monarch's downfall. A nation governed by laws. Your words might hold sway anywhere in Great Zhou, but not when it comes to the Zhang family. It is said that Emperor Jiang is selfless, but who can guarantee that he would feel like that when it comes to his own family? If the Zhang family dares to do such a thing, then does that mean the emperor's okay with it? As far as I know, Emperor Jiang left the family 500 years ago. He never returned to the Zhang family. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, he lost contact with them. Maybe it was to create his selfless image? Blood is thicker than water. Wouldn't he have secretly returned once? By the way, you said there's no proof, right? Well, to have any solid proof I would need to find them, dead or alive. But there have been no clues so far. And, if the children were dead, there would be a lot of resentment. But I felt none. There are so many children missing, it's hard to cover this up. So, I wonder if I have made a mistake. You're correct, there is no proof. It's bad to wrongly accuse innocent people. Alright. I will extend my perception across this region for hundreds of miles. Let's see what happened here. There is nothing unusual. Oh, a space distortion? I thought I would find nothing today. It's in the Zhang family's residence's backyard. There's actually a spatial node hidden there. Unless one is traversing through space, this node remains invisible from the outside. No wonder I did not discover anything unusual this afternoon. It's the old man who was at the ancestral hall this afternoon. Cultivating in demonic Tao, and sacrificing others for personal gain. That is an absolute taboo in the cultivation world. You actually decided on the bloody Tao of sacrificing babies. These babies, they're all dead. I thought I could save at least a few in time. For not returning even once in 500 years. That responsibility falls on me. What's wrong? Ancestor, didn't you say you were going into secluded cultivation to break through the peak of the nascent soul stage? Why are you already out? Have you already accomplished the change towards immortality? Achieving immortality is not as easy as pie. I still can't reach it, so you will have to bring me more babies. But, there's been a commotion in Qing City over the missing children. There are also some cultivators that help with the investigation. They are getting suspicious of us. Heh, then capture these fools and use them as sacrifices. Let them reunite with their children. How touching. Then why don't you also go and reunite with your parents? You shouldn't just stand there yapping, right? Who are you? He totally evaded my perception. Congratulations to the host for defeating Jiang Yixing. The novice mission is completed. Such terrifying strength. He didn't even use any skills. It was a simple punch. But it defeated a nascent soul stage ancestor. What happened at the Jiang family's residence? I thought it was merely an earthquake. Do you know? Who? I am the older cousin of Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang's cousin. Isn't he supposed to be deceased? Isn't this memorial tablet in your honor? Jiang Yixing. Then who is the one speaking to me right now? Oh, I get it now. You're the one who managed to survive up to this point. By sacrificing babies and practicing the demonic Tao, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. That's you, Jiang Yixing. Now that you know I am Emperor Jiang's cousin, would you still dare to touch me? There are hundreds of people around here. Right, the city lord of Qing City is protecting you, and the surrounding city lords are also turning a blind eye to this. Even the higher officials remain silent. You're taking advantage of your status as a member of the Jiang imperial family to act as you wish. You're taking advantage of your status as a member of the Jiang imperial family to act as you wish. Even if someone discovers you cultivated the demonic Tao, it doesn't matter. Naturally, as relatives, he wouldn't want to witness his cousin succumbing to old age. Thus, you remain untouchable. I just wonder if the Great Zhou Empire's monarch Ji would dare to touch Emperor Jiang's people? Come out. I called you over. Not for you to stand there and just watch from the side. Really, wasn't that move too much? Half of the city lord's residence next door collapsed. I just destroyed the place where he is hiding his dirty secrets. To reveal it to the public. This saves you the hassle of digging up evidence. Why are there so many skeletons hidden in the Jiang family's residence? They are all baby skeletons. Could these be the babies whose parents were protesting at the city lord's place? It's a disgrace for me, being the monarch of Zhou, to have such grave matters unfolding in our place of law. Yet I didn't even notice it, so I have to do something now. I haven't interfered in family matters for 500 years. But that didn't stop my family from harming the common people. And that is my fault as well. After all, my name is being used to commit these crimes. His Majesty Jia Li. It's actually the Emperor. And His Majesty. He's Emperor Jiang. So what about his Dao sect token? I didn't kill these babies. Your Majesty, you see, none of the babies' resentment is on me. That's a valid argument. This is why I specifically brought Brother Ji here. So, that was the plan. The Tao of Time cultivated by the Great Zhou imperial family. The imperial family of Great Zhou meticulously studies the Tao of Time. They can trace the river of time and reveal everything. Moreover, the monarch is renowned for his unwavering adherence to laws and regulations. Blindly loyal subordinates follow the dark path of their master. I will enter the river of time and look through your actions clearly. And then, according to the laws of Great Zhou, you'll be executed. Those who cultivate the demonic Tao will be punished. Take Jiang Yixing to the heavenly prison. And a day will be set for his physical and spiritual punishment. All other city lords and officials found guilty of neglecting their duties will be apprehended. And lastly, let me ask you one more thing. Where did you get the method of sacrificing babies? Also, how do you know that the power of faith dispels the baby's resentment? Emperor Jiang is indeed majestic and powerful, being at the great ascension stage must be splendid. Unlike me, with average talent, no heavenly spiritual root, and no immeasurable Dao physique. There was no need for all of this. I was meant to die at the foundation stage. Don't try to act dumb. When I first began my journey, my heavenly spiritual root was concealed, and the immeasurable Dao physique was inaccessible. To the outside world, it appeared I had the most unfortunate 5 elements punishing physique. How else could I have been subjected to your bullying? On my journey to reaching the great ascension stage, the number of life and death situations I encountered was beyond count. I don't even bully the weak. But you did the opposite and murdered babies. That's so inhumane. Everything started with a man in black 380 years ago. I was approaching the end of my life at that time. I was struggling at the mid-level of the foundation stage. I was just waiting for my death. Then, that man in black came to me and pointed a finger casually. And he advanced me from the foundation stage to the golden core stage. He also told me how to sacrifice babies. Having been snatched back from death's jaws, my craving for life intensified beyond measure. I was interested in the method of this sacrifice. But I was worried the baby's resentment would reveal my secret. The man in black saw my hesitation and told me the power of faith can get rid of the resentment. Then he disappeared. I never saw him again. If I hadn't reached the great ascension stage and needed the power of faith, once Jiang Yixing's heinous acts were exposed, they would have inevitably tarnished me. Was this merely a dissemination of the demonic Tao's teachings? Or was there a deliberate plot against me? But 380 years ago, I was merely a contender for the throne. Could it be that the man in black had orchestrated plans against all potential heirs to the emperorship? I was hoping for a simple system mission. But this is something else entirely. 380 years ago. A man in black. Alas, I cannot trace back that far. Elder Ji, everything about you is commendable. As an emperor, you're diligent and loving to your people, just and respectful of the law. As a friend, you value relationships and loyalty. Just say what you want to say. But as a cultivator, you refuse to practice. You are wasting your dual pupil's talent. Now just tracing back to 80 years could burn through all your lifespan, won't it? Guess it's your turn to try. I'd love to. Sadly, the path of time is purely about enlightenment. I've tried, but I can't learn it. The dual pupil is a symbol only possessed by the founding emperor. Emperor Shun. It's the key to mastering the path of time. Right. Legend has it that Emperor Shun was originally a fish in the river of time, who, by some fortuitous chance, leaped out of the river of time. He transformed into a human and laid the foundations of Great Zhou within the 9 provinces. Hence, descendants of the Great Zhou naturally resonate with the path of time. So, my old comrade, you really need to put effort into your cultivation. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Don't bother seeing me off. So beautiful. Right. It's hard to believe such beauty exists in this world. Ah. She's so beautiful. I wish she were mine. Congratulations, host, on your tough cultivation and fierce battles, culminating in Jiang Yixing's defeat. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim the reward. What tough cultivation and fierce battles are you talking about? This power isn't even as much as what I get from a single breath. Oh, right, this is meant for those in the Qi cultivation stage. So it's fine, I guess. But, if I had this power back when I was establishing my foundation, I would have reached the perfection realm. A privilege only core disciples of major sects have. It's nice, but I'll pass. You must be kidding me, who'd want to cultivate power with unknown origins? Let's see the other rewards. Dragon Tiger Arhat Force, a body cultivation technique. A mid-grade spirit sword. A useless beginner's gift pack number 1. A useless item from the system labeled Loneliness Counterattack number 2. New mission. After joining the Huayun sect, the grandson of the sect's Grand Elder, Yun Bo, thinks your 5-element spirit root lowers the sect's average level and makes things difficult for you. Please defeat him with overwhelming power. This mission can be declined. Mission rewards. A chance for enlightenment, a mysterious piece of a map, a high-grade spiritual weapon of any design, upgradable. A mysterious piece of a map? Interesting. Let's accept the mission then. New feature unlocked store. Oh. Finally, something interesting. Open the store. Flying fish pills. High-grade flexibility pills. High-grade free unfettered powder. Why are all these items from this world? I was hoping for something like a mobile phone, computer, nuclear bomb, or satellite from my previous life. Or perhaps something unique from the immortal realm. I don't really care about the phone. I just wanted to see what it feels like to resist a nuclear bomb with my body. Come on. System, any items from other worlds? Please visit the other worlds first. Another useless feature. If I could go to the other worlds. Why would I need this system? System, organize needed source points from highest to lowest. 1 Imperial Palace Technique Collection. 2. Taoist Yin Yang Heaven Seal. 3. Transcending Tribulation Stage Puppet. 4. Immortal's Notes. Yin Yang Heaven Seal? Isn't that the Taoist sect's treasure? How did Elder Bai's stuff end up here? Could it be? These items didn't appear out of nowhere. But were stolen from the sects? System, close the store. Let's set that aside. And focus on the mission. First, let's use a distant communication talisman to contact the Imperial Palace. I came straight here after my tribulation. I wonder if they're looking for me. Call Imperial Palace leader Zhang Konghu. Brother Jiang, I was just about to contact you. Big trouble. What happened to your face? Zhang Konghu, the one known for his strength to stand against tribulation passers with mere physique. There aren't many in the 9 provinces who could injure him. Did you and your wife have another argument? No, not at all. Is it a demon invasion? No. Did you invite the ancient Buddha Meru for pork stew noodles? That's not it. Brother Jiang, quit the guessing game. You always end up at the bottom of the barrel in lotteries. I don't need to spell out what kind of luck you have, right? Oh, go on then, spill the beans. There's a fight brewing. And it involves a beauty. Call Imperial Palace leader Zhang Konghu. Brother Jiang, I was just about to contact you. Big trouble. There's a fight brewing. And it involves a beauty. A fight brewing involving a beauty? How can that cause a huge problem? Here's the thing, the emperor of the Mengjiang dynasty took a concubine a few years back. She was kept hidden in a golden house, unseen by outsiders. He himself abandoned state affairs just to stay in the golden house. Some emperors neglect their duties for beauty. Others for cultivation, shutting themselves away for decades. All common occurrences. Not within the jurisdiction of the imperial palace. If an emperor neglects or slacks off in his responsibilities, the imperial palace might intervene. But that would be overreaching. Might as well just unify the 9 provinces directly. It's said the Mengjiang emperor doesn't even consort with the concubine. He merely watches her. The Wei emperor of the Great Wei dynasty is close to the Mengjiang emperor. After ending his seclusion, he went to the Golden House to see for himself. And that's when trouble started. I remember the Wei emperor also had a taste for beauties. So he wanted the Mengjiang emperor's concubine. But the Mengjiang emperor refused? Exactly. The Wei emperor offered spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and land at his discretion. But the Mengjiang emperor still refused, and they started arguing. Even resorting to physical conflict, destroying half of the imperial palace. This is what you meant by a fight brewing involving a beauty? You've really got a knack for condensing sentences. Should I pay for private tutoring for Zhang Konghu? But 2 dynasties going to war is indeed significant. An emperor leading the charge means millions of troops, perhaps even more. When it comes to the 9 provinces, we're talking about an army consisting of millions of qi condensing, foundation building, and golden core cultivators. Not to even mention those beyond the nascent soul stage. It's nothing like the ancient mortal armies of my previous life. I reckon the true qi of a 6th stage qi condensing cultivator could rival bullets. A golden core's burst could match a tomahawk missile. Like something out of World War II. The battlefield could affect other dynasties and sects, triggering a 9 provinces wide war. I'll head over. I'll try to mediate. And if that fails, I'll have to enforce peace. Oh. Facing a 1,000,000-strong army isn't much of an issue. But gauging my strength, that's the real deal. Right, how did you get these injuries? Who hit you? That's the real trouble. Brother Jiang. I rushed to mediate upon hearing of the emperor's duel. After all, maintaining the 9 provinces' stability is our duty at the imperial palace. But upon seeing that concubine, I was completely bewitched. So stunningly beautiful, like a celestial being. No, even fairies can't compare to her beauty. Too beautiful. Ah. I must have her. She's mine. Mine. Nobody can take her from me. I almost lost control and took her then and there. I was barely keeping myself in check. In desperation, I had no choice but to beat myself up. To snap back to reality through pain. This is no small matter. Those 2 emperors are nothing special. Compared to Emperor Zhou, they're lacking. Fighting over a concubine without concern for their dynasties isn't surprising. But Zhang Konghu is different. To be the leader of the imperial palace, one must possess not only cultivation skills, but impeccable character as well. For a concubine to captivate someone like Zhang Konghu to the point of losing self-control, there's definitely something off. How many days until the duel? They decided to meet and fight to the death in 2 days. I'll head there now, it's half a day's journey. Keep an eye on those 2 emperors. Got it. They're fighting again. Why are there 3 figures? Only the strong deserve beauties. Back off, you ruffian. This is the Mengjiang dynasty. You all must listen to me here. I told you eye on those 2 emperors. And you got bewitched by the concubine again? Everyone. Chill. Quiet. Thok. Whoa. I finally came to my senses. But, Brother Jiang, you hit pretty hard. You almost shattered my bones. Thankfully, you're still rational. Choosing to take the fight to the sky. To avoid harming others. If you had dared to fight on the capital's grounds, I'd have sent you straight to the underworld with a slap. Emperor Jiang. May I see that extraordinary lady? This way, Emperor Jiang. She often sleeps. I brought her to the Golden House 3 years ago, and she's been asleep since then. She rarely wakes up. Even loud noises outside don't disturb her. This. I've seen her before. Or rather, seen a portrait. It was drawn with ordinary paper and ink, yet classified as prohibited, because it depicted this woman. A woman who was supposed to be dead. This beauty looks just like the portrait I saw. Is she the real deal or just someone who looks like her? Enough. No more staring. This beauty is mine. Let's step outside and cool off. Cough. Let go of my collar. I can't breathe. Emperor Jiang. Didn't you feel anything when you saw the beauty? Feel? Well, she's very beautiful. Is that all? She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And that's all. You don't feel the urge to make her yours? To admire her beauty up close? No. Brother Jiang. Emperor Jiang. Your temperament is truly extraordinary. Where did you find this woman? During the Western hunt, I ventured alone into the depths of the forest, and stumbled upon this celestial beauty sleeping beneath an ancient tree. Feeling that such a mortal body like mine is unworthy of touching this beautiful lady, I used spatial manipulation to bring her back to the palace, and built a golden house for her. This woman is of great significance. I need to visit the mortal paradise to confirm some matters. I hope both of you monarchs stay true to your hearts and don't indulge in worldly desires. And Kamu, keep watch over the gate until I return. Let no one enter. Sure. Just in case. Let's set up a large formation to guard this place. Brother Jiang, when did you learn how to set up formations? Haven't you completely given up on cultivating the 100 immortal arts? Brother John's cultivation and combat prowess are formidable. But he's completely clueless when it comes to formations, pill refining, and artifact refining. No matter how much he tries to learn, it's hopeless. Emperor Jiang, about that. Your talent in formations is, kinda lacking. Forget it, I'm not learning anymore. From Elder by Stash. Stash? Ahem, it's all thanks to the jade piece bestowed upon me by the Dao Sect's master. In the 9 provinces there are 2 major sects. The Compassionate Buddhists and the all-female mortal paradise. The Buddhists are renowned for their world-benefiting merits, a widely acknowledged truth. The mortal paradise is almost reclusive, rarely venturing out. People only hear about them, never having seen them. Hence, there are many legends surrounding it. One of the legends speaks oft. The founder of the mortal paradise is the most beautiful woman in history. She could even captivate Buddha himself. I'm presumptuously visiting the mortal paradise. I hope you will forgive me. Daoist Nun Chang Yudao. Saintess Jing Xin. Emperor Jiang. You are still as magnificent and carefree as ever. Jing Xin aspires. Nice to meet you, Saintess Jing Xin. Since you also acknowledge that it's presumptuous to visit, then I won't entertain you. Master. John Li Emperor Jiang has come to visit. We can't be unreasonable. After years apart, Saintess Jing Xin is still so gentle. Much better than a certain trouble-making nun. Bear it in, you can't beat him. You can't. Your cultivation and reputation eclipse even your master's. Why haven't you become the sect leader? Because the title of Saintess Jing Xin isn't very appealing. This Taoist Nun Ching Yudao, the current leader of the mortal paradise. She once admired a monk from Mount Meru. But that monk's heart was impure, so I had to slay him. Since then, she has harbored resentment towards me. I mean, you picked the wrong guy. Why blame? Master, back in the day, when the immortal tree was on the brink of death, it was thanks to Emperor Jiang that it was saved. You bring that up, and I'll get even angrier. Back then, I offered a bounty to save the immortal tree. Bounty. Anyone capable of achieving this task could select an item of their choice from our sect's treasure trove. Since you fulfilled the task, I had to keep my promise. But you actually chose to take our treasure trove's key. As a result, disciples from the mortal paradise had to leave the mountain to earn money. Oh, I heard it led to many touching love stories. Shouldn't you be thanking me for that? You. And besides, didn't I already return the key to you? You returned it after 10 years. 10 years. Master, if it weren't for your taunts towards John Lee at the time, he wouldn't have intentionally taken the key to the treasure trove. Don't think that saving the immortal tree means I owe you anything. Speaking of your treasure trove, I once saw a portrait there. It was a portrait that only exists in the mortal paradise. The person in the portrait had a face that stunned me. It left a deep impression on me. The person in that portrait is our founder, the mortal fairy. Before the ladder to immortality was severed, an immortal descended to the mortal realm. The fairy was as beautiful as a holy saintess, every expression exuding charm. Regardless of gender, even those in the transcending tribulation stage couldn't resist her allure. It's said that many titans in the immortal realm were moved by her beauty and fought for her. Unable to bear it, she fled to the 9 provinces and never returned to the immortal realm. Wherever she went, disputes followed, and she had to use her immortal powers to quell them. The Tao sect's living fossil personally went to see her and praised her, saying that she was the epitome of beauty in the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, both immortals and mortals are mere straws. How can they resist the charm of the heavenly Tao? Afterward, the fairy established the mortal paradise in the west and proclaimed herself the mortal fairy. I think I've seen your founder. And she might have resurrected. So, I suspect that the person I saw in the Mengjiang dynasty is your esteemed sect's founder. But I also know that your sect's founder had passed away long ago. In the 9 provinces, the concept of reincarnation is known. But the idea of the dead returning to life is unheard of. Yet, our founder is no ordinary being. I'm just an outsider here. It's not my place to gaze upon your founder's remains. Please, could you two check her tomb to see if her immortal body remains? Emperor Jiang, from the moment you revived the immortal tree, you've become a benefactor of our mortal paradise. This way, please. A benefactor is hardly an outsider. All right then. To prevent her immortal body from being taken away, the founder left a seal on the outside of the crystal. Only she could break the seal. This must mean that the founder has resurrected and left on her own. Indeed, it was your founder inside the golden house. Can the dead really come back to life? I wonder about the founder's current state. Has she fully regained her memories, or is she acting on instinct? Jing Xin, you and Emperor Jiang should hurry up to Mengjiang Emperor's place to check on her. All right. It really is the mortal paradise founder. How come Saintess Jing Xin didn't get enchanted by the beauty just like Brother Jiang didn't? How can they stare directly at her without getting bewitched? I can feel a blood connection with the founder. That must be why you can resist the mortal fairy's allure. So, the Saintess is a descendant of the fairy? Mortal paradise is known for its timeless beauties, mainly due to 2 factors. One involves masters descending the mountain and choosing women they fancy as disciples. The other involves a peach tree in the mortal paradise, whose peaches allow women to conceive. The newborns naturally become disciples of mortal paradise. The mortal fairy herself consumes such a peach. And naturally, I am of the latter kind. The founder's beauty is truly incomparable to us mortals. Compared to the unique beauty of the mortal fairy, I'm merely a beauty that comes once every 5,000 years at best. The mortal fairy is of great importance, keeping her here could only bring chaos. And as the founder of mortal paradise, it's only right to return her to mortal paradise. What do you say, Manhwa's emperor? Of course not. The mortal fairy has been sleeping here for 3 years, she's accustomed to this place. You can't take her away. I know your rules. When in doubt, fists speak loudest, the strong prevail, the weak suffer. Come, I'll have a few rounds with you, Manhwa's emperor. Then, please forgive my offense. Count me in. So what if you're an emperor? We're all emperors here. Does your status make you superior? You think you can take her away? Just like that? Even if the imperial palace is revered throughout the 9 provinces, our 2 dynasties will not bow this time. Ah! Summoned the imperial physician. Quick, save me. Shaha town. What's been going on these past few years? My spiritual power hasn't increased at all. It's like my body is a leaking bucket. Whatever spiritual energy enters, leaks out just as fast. Sister Jing Xin, your duties in the sect must be keeping you busy, right? Do you still remember me, your Golden Core Stage junior sister? I really want to learn more about cultivation from you. Do Xin? You keep talking about Saintess Jing. We all dare not approach her. Although she's not a strict person. She seems so aloof. Not at all. Senior sister. 1-to-1 have a question about cultivation, that. What don't you understand? If you have questions in the future, feel free to ask me. MHM. Thank you, senior sister. Sister Jing Xin is actually incredibly kind. Master, I apologize. But we must ask you to leave. You too. Forget it, who am I to argue? I'm not a descendant of the mortal founder. I was merely brought to the mountain by the previous sect leader at 28. I have no resistance to the founder's allure. The founder is mine. Mine. Nobody can take her from me. Damn it. Why is John Lee unaffected? And here I am, the sect leader, feeling like an outsider. The mortal fairy is about to awaken. The mortal fairy is about to awaken. The 36th generation descendant, Jing Xin, pays her respects to the founder. The 72nd generation emperor greets the mortal fairy. You're my descendant? Who am I then? And what's an emperor? Do any old friends or tales come to mind? I only remember waking up from these crystals. It seemed like something outside was binding me. After breaking free, I walked down the mountain. Headed east, passed through 2 riverside towns, and came to a forest. The further I walked, the sleepier I got, until I found a big tree to sleep under. When I woke up, I found myself inside a golden house, with a man staring at me foolishly. He remained silent to my inquiries, offering only a foolish smile. Finding it dull, I went back to sleep. This cycle repeated several times. And then you appeared before me. Do you remember anything from the immortal realm? Or anything about your descent to the mortal world? It seems the mortal fairy has amnesia after resurrection. Or perhaps, she doesn't retain memories from her previous existence. This is where the fairy woke up. You then proceeded through these two riverside towns, correct? I'm so sleepy. Please, take your rest, founder. Did anything strike you as odd? Ever since I took the key your treasure trove. You all couldn't even afford to buy spiritual grains. You had to descend the Mount earn spiritual stones. Though I returned the key. For your sake. For my sake? But you have learned your lesson. You brought some people from the Mengjian dynasty. And made them settle here, right? Ah, yes. We brought some mortals over. In the 9 provinces, everyone possesses the capability to cultivate. Thus, referring to these mortals implies individuals who spend their lives unable to advance beyond the early stages of qi cultivation. These mortals form towns. Besides the Upper River Town and Lower River Town you pointed out to the founder, there are 6 other towns. They cultivate spiritual grains and provide them to us annually. Here lies the problem. The mortal fairy passed through 2 towns in broad daylight, on foot. With her beauty, how could the townspeople not notice her? Yet you received no such reports. Meaning the founder was lost for 3 years without anyone knowing. Right, the location of the founder's tomb chamber is secluded. So it makes sense that no one saw her as she descended the mountain. But it's impossible for her to pass through bustling towns, being unnoticed in broad daylight. That's odd. Each town is guarded by a golden core stage junior sister. And the spiritual grains from those 2 towns are of excellent quality. How could there be a problem? To overlook a problem rather than confront it. To my surprise, you guys opted instead to deny its existence. So much for the notion that men prefer slightly naive girls. Nonsense. This book is useless. What a shame, my master swore that this book would be especially useful. She even said it was a bestseller in the 9 provinces. What a scam. 100 Ways to Make a Man Take the Initiative by Master of Desires. I should have known since I wrote it myself. No wonder the mortal fairy, who's capable of stirring the hearts of gods, caused no ripple here. This place lacks any sign of life. Whether it's the innkeepers, merchants, or passers-by. They're all dead. The Upper River Town is a city of the dead. How could the dead feel anything for beauty? Well. You 2 look like newcomers. It's rare for us to have outsiders here. Are you my lady, a fairy from the mortal paradise? Waiter, I have a question for you. Here, a spirit stone. Oh no, that won't do at all. You 2 must be esteemed visitors from the mortal paradise. How could I possibly accept your money? The waiter moves with a natural grace, showing no hint of stiffness. To the naked eye, it's indistinguishable from the living. Let me check with my spiritual sense. In his dantian and mindspace, there's a goo worm each. One controlling actions, the other controlling thoughts. It's a highly skilled technique of corpse control. The Gu tribe's unique method of corpse control. Has a particularly beautiful fairy passed through here in the last few years? No need to say more, just before 2 years, no, 3 years ago. A beautiful fairy, as if she came right out of a painting, passed by here. Everyone even skipped their meals just to go out and see. But the fairy didn't spare us a glance. Some even tried to follow her, but were stopped by Fairy Yuan. Fairy Yuan. That would be Fairy Yuan Ling who guards this place. She's a member of the Gu tribe. What was Fairy Yuan Ling's reaction to seeing the beauty? Did she show any obsession, or try to abduct her? Sir, please don't speak recklessly. Fairy Yuan Ling would never behave so indecently. Her expression remained unchanged. She simply just commented on her beauty in passing. Being from the Gu tribe, Fairy Yuan Ling certainly isn't a descendant of the Mortal Paradise founder. So why wasn't she affected either? Oh right. Do you know you're dead? Sir, what are you talking about? Just joking. Carry on with your work. Sure thing. Why wasn't Yuan Ling affected by the founder's allure? Another question, she should only be at the golden core stage. But judging by the cultivation level of the goo worms, these people act just like the living, unaware that they're dead. That's not something someone at the golden core stage could achieve. This technique of keeping corpses as if they were alive is extremely advanced. Only someone at the divine transformation stage would notice anything amiss. However, the Gu tribe isn't the only one that might use goo worms. I've wandered the world for many years and seen many strange things. It's a pity the Gu tribe declined and chose seclusion. My understanding of them isn't extensive. How long has it been since you last visited here? If there were even a divine transformation stage cultivator here, the situation wouldn't have come to this. A divine transformation stage cultivator doesn't need to eat. In the eyes of sect elders, spiritual grains are a minor issue. They felt there was no reason to be troubled by any issues regarding them. Hence, the sect only dispatches those with no hope of advancing, allowing only golden core stage disciples to stay here. They thought a single nascent soul stage overseeing the 8 towns should suffice, and no problems should arise. But now there's a big problem. It's my dereliction of duty. But first, I need to see Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling isn't here, I just checked with my spiritual sense. Upper River Town lacks the aura of a golden core female cultivator. However, in Lower River Town, I sensed a golden core female cultivator. It must be one of your people. It's junior sister Du Xin. She's stationed in the Lower River Town. Lower River Town. Sigh, my spiritual power still hasn't increased. Maybe I'm just not cut out for cultivation. Someone like me, without talent, staying here in the sect is just a burden. It might be better to take on some work outside, so the talented senior sisters don't have to waste their time coming here. Who said you're a burden? Senior sister. What are you doing here? It's been years. This is great. I've encountered another problem with my cultivation. I've always wanted to ask for your guidance. It's your senior sister's fault. I've neglected my duties. Senior sister, you're being too serious. Just teaching me about cultivation. It's not that big of a deal. I'm sorry. Years have passed, now we're worlds apart. It's not just Upper River Town that's become a city of the dead, but Lower River Town as well. Senior sister, won't you stop crying? I apologize, I lost my composure. Senior sister, you haven't introduced us yet. Who's this sir? This sir is John Li, the current emperor. Ooh, so this is the emperor senior sister often mentions. Sir Emperor, I've heard tales of your unparalleled might, the strongest in the 9 provinces. And that you're omnipotent, capable of reaching the heavens and delving into hell, almost like a deity. Is it true? I once believed I was capable of anything. But now I realize I can neither ascend to immortality, nor reverse the cycle of life and death. I'm merely mortal after all. Let's not dwell on that. We didn't find Yuan Ling in the Upper River Town. Where did she go? I am not sure. Senior sister Yuan Ling often leaves Upper River Town lately. She then disappears for months at a stretch. But she'll return for the fall harvest, which is, well, these next few days. I want to check out Lower River Town. We'll stay in town for a while, and we'll be here to keep you company as well. Finally, I can learn about cultivation from senior sister again. And, Emperor. Would you mind tutoring me in my cultivation? Sure. My cultivation has been stuck at the golden core stage. Why is that? Despite my hard work. Is it because I lack talent? It's normal, cultivation can't be rushed. Progress will come with time. I've been there too. Really? Then I've regained a bit of confidence in myself. How could a dead body possibly advance in cultivation? Call the leader of the Imperial Palace, Zhang Konghu. Brother Jiang. Konghu, take a trip to the southern border and look for the Gu clan. PRIC, we are changing it to Gu clan. What do you need them for? Investigate what cultivation level is required to create a Gu worm. That allows the dead to move freely, making them unaware of their own demise. Hurry, off you go. Alright. Can you check the other 6 towns with your spiritual sense? My spiritual sense only covers upper and low river towns. Everything's normal, they're all alive. That's a relief. BTW, I've always been curious. How far can your spiritual sense extend to? To all 8 towns? Don't know, there are only 8 towns here. But what if there were countless towns? Could it also cover? Oh, Yuan Ling is finally back. Haven't had enough to drink. I can still drink more. Gonna get some more spirit stones. 2. Buy booze. Who the hell? How dare you do this to me in the mortal paradise? Speak, where have you been? Why haven't you returned for months? This Yuan Ling. I see now. No wonder she wasn't affected by the mortal fairy. Senior sister Jing Xin. How? How did you get here? Let me explain. There's nothing here. Just a bunch of mortals who know nothing but farming. So, I went to have fun in the Mengjiang dynasty for a while. But I always come back for the fall harvest. Look, I've always delivered the spiritual grains on time, every year. Never late. Yes, it's precisely because there were never issues with the spiritual grains. No one bothered to check. It would have been better if there was an issue with the spiritual grains. Then the problems with these 2 towns would have been discovered. Why is there not a single living person in both upper and low river towns? You found out. 1. I didn't want to. Going to the Mengjiang dynasty to have fun always requires spirit stones. I just took a little from the funds for buying spiritual grains, just a bit. But those troublemakers complained I gave too few spirit stones and refused to work. I lost my temper and killed a few farmers. Then someone threatened to report to the sect. I panicked and ended up killing them all. Afraid the sect would find out. I used the corpse goo worm to control their dantian, making them still able to cultivate spiritual grains. You did all this to the townspeople just for that reason. What about Lower River Town? Du Xiner is your junior sister. How could you bring yourself to do that? I had no choice. Low River Town is too close. I was afraid junior sister Du Xiner would notice. So I killed her too. And wiped out everyone in the Lower River Town while I was at it. Look, senior sister, now they can cultivate spiritual grains. And we won't need to give spirit stones anymore, isn't that great? But for the past 3 years, the sect has continuously sent spirit stones for her to buy spiritual grains. Of course, she wouldn't give spirit stones to a bunch of dead people. Instead, she spent it all on pleasures in the Mengjiang dynasty. Yuan Ling controls their actions with the corpse goo worm in their dantian. But the townspeople each have a goo worm in their dantian and mind space. The one in the mind space controls their thoughts. Senior sister, you're generous, please forgive me this once. I swear, I'll turn over a new leaf. There's no next time. Don't you realize? You're already dead too. Yes, Yuan Ling too is a corpse controlled by a goo worm. She's unaware of her own condition. It can't be helped. I have to act sooner. After cultivating the goo for 50 years, it's finally time to put it to use. To all my esteemed senior sisters in the mortal paradise. Don't blame me. If you want someone to blame it on Emperor Jiang. I'm dead? How's that possible? Sister Jing Xin, are you trying to scare me? Yuan Ling had no clue she was already dead. So, expecting her to tell us anything of use is useless. I've pieced together the pieces. First off, Yuan Ling wiped out the townsfolk. And then she used the goo worms to puppeteer everyone, keeping the production going. But with her skills, she could only manipulate the corpses with dantian goo worms, merely controlling their physical movements. Subsequently, someone eliminated Yuan Ling and used a goo worm to control her. Then affixed consciousness goo worms onto everyone, steering their thoughts. Just like that, the townsfolk are now indistinguishable from the living. Even a person at the nascent soul stage wouldn't spot anything off. What's the end game for this puppet master? Could you step out for a bit? I want to have a moment alone with Yuan Ling. That smirk is giving me the creeps. Alright, I'll wait a mile away for you. Now, let's tidy up a bit. Thanks for waiting. Seems like there's something going on with Du Xin. What? Xin. She seems clueless about us being here. The townsfolk shell the spiritual grains into rice and stash it all here. This is their hall of spiritual rice. This task has its dedicated handler. Xin doesn't need to lift a finger. She just needs to supervise it. Why'd she go through the hassle of mixing this barrel into the rice pile herself? This barrel is just full of ordinary spiritual rice. I'd advise against probing this barrel of rice with your spiritual sense. But it might be too much for you to handle. You saying that only makes me want to dive deeper, you know? It's resisting my spiritual sense? Let's put a bit more pressure. I refuse to believe. This isn't a barrel of rice. It's a barrel of goo worms disguised as rice. Sister Xin, what in the world are you doing? Isn't it the sex rule to mix this barrel with the rice pile? Who told you that? Since when did the mortal paradise have such a rule? Do you recognize what this is? Isn't it just spiritual rice? Is there anything else in there? I need to have a chat with your senior sister. You wait outside for now. Okay. Someone has distorted Du Xin's perception, making her think it's just a barrel of ordinary spiritual rice. This is the method of the corpse goo. These goo worms, they remained alive even after being cooked. They seem even more vigorous than before. Someone has been mixing goo worms into spiritual rice, feeding it to the people of the mortal paradise. I just don't know what the function of these goo worms is. Brother Jiang, I found the goo clan. Perfect timing. They say to make the dead walk like the living with corpse goo, you need at least to be at the nascent soul stage. But records suggest that the strongest in the goo clan were barely at the nascent soul stage. I also asked who could practice the art of goo.
They said you'd need to study ancient tomes kept in the ancestral shrine.
These tomes are guarded closely, hence it's impossible for outsiders to practice them.
But I gave it a shot.
I managed to sneak out the tomes without anyone noticing.
Of course, I've returned them. Oh right, they also mentioned that
the heart-controlling gu, which is explicitly forbidden to cultivate according to the Gu clan ancestral teachings,
has gone missing. They're hiding and can't leave their mountain.
Hoping we in the Imperial Palace can issue a warning to keep everyone vigilant.
The heart-controlling gu? Yeah, the Gu clan says this gu worm is terrifying. If someone swallows it, even if they reach the nascent soul or divine transformation stage, the gu worm's master will still be able to control their mind. All without them realizing.
Is this the heart-controlling gu you're talking about?
Yeah, right, that's the one. Cocooned like spiritual rice, fine as hair. Silent in water, lively in fire. Brother Jiang, where'd you find such a big bowl? How many years has it been since they started adding gu worms to the rice? How many junior sisters have eaten these? Did any of the fasting elders take a taste occasionally? How many people in the mortal paradise are carrying the heart-controlling gu inside them now? Why hasn't Jing Xin come back yet? Did she run into some trouble? With Emperor Jiang himself there, things shouldn't have gone wrong, right? They're not coming back. Long time no see. Xian AI. What are you doing here? You've been exiled from the mortal paradise. Why did you come back? You won't even give me a junior sister greeting? I'm heartbroken, you know. Senior sister Qingyu. What? You are still holding a grudge after being exiled from the sect? Or maybe. Are you planning a coup? Don't tell me you are still sore about the leadership? I refuse to accept it.
We're both at the integration stage, equal in strength.
But why didn't everyone choose me? Mortal paradise has no room for scheming and plotting. Someone obsessed with power, indulging only in their pleasures like you.
Who throws their weight around among the disciples, whose hearts are filled only with worldly desires and no purity.
Naturally won't win POPLE's hearts. Won't win people's hearts, you say? Well, now, I couldn't care less about that. Did you know, Sister Chungyu? After leaving the sect, I wandered everywhere.
And stumbled upon the Gu clan's seclusion land. To the Gu clan, whose members are capped at the nascent soul stage. Someone like me at the integration stage was like a wolf among sheep, roaming freely. I learned whichever Gu technique I wanted. And took whichever gu worm I fancied. You learned their gu techniques? And now you've come back for revenge? Now. You're wrong, I started acting 50 years ago. From the roots. From places you'd never notice. Did the Gu clan mention how to break the heart-controlling gu? Like other gu worms. Either the gu worm's master willingly lifts the curse, or the gu worm inside the body must be killed. Thus, the heart-controlling gu is ineffective against those in the transcending tribulation stage, as the lightning tribulation during the crossing will destroy the gu worm. I'll explain more later. Cut off. The townspeople still go about their business as usual. Which means the heart-controlling gu hasn't been activated. Until the very last step, nothing is final. Your fellow sect members are waiting for you to save them. With me here. There's always a chance to turn things around. Right, until the very last step, nothing is final. The puppet master has been lurking for quite some time. Yet hasn't activated the heart-controlling gu. Meaning they're waiting for the right moment. Mistakes can be fixed. There's always a chance. Thank you, John Lee. Heart-controlling gu worms. Inside the spiritual rice? Returning from the Gu clan, I was pondering how to utilize the knowledge I pilfered.
Thanks to that clever fool Yuan Ling for inspiring me.
Her death at my hands proved somewhat valuable.
50 years. And I never noticed. I failed to see that the townspeople were all dead.
I failed to spot the issue with the spy ritual rice.
Aren't you curious? Over these 50 years, just how many in the mortal paradise ate the cursed spiritual rice? Come. Witness the fruit of my labor. That many have eaten the goo worms?
There are even 2 individuals at the integration stage among them.
I regret my leniency. I should have finished you with 1 strike back then. But it's not too late to clean the house. Sister Qingyu and her grandeur. Sure, I'm no match in a fight with senior sister. But these disciples are under my thumb, they are all controlled by the heart-controlling goo. Their lives hang by my whim.
Lay a hand on me, and I'll compel one of them to take their own life.
Don't believe me? Here's an example. How about pulling out the heart? Xian AI. Please save us, leader. Is this Xian AI momentarily releasing control over them? Or is she manipulating the disciples to call out this way? Save us, leader. Save us, leader. What do you want? The leader's position? Take it, everything's yours. Just spare these disciples. The leader's position? I deeply desired it once. But now, I seek something else. What's happening? Why is the protective sect formation keeping us out? The mortal paradise protective formation. Legend has it's never been breached, right? Yes.
The mortal paradise has been established for tens of thousands of years.
It's known for its mystique and stunning beauty. Countless have tried to peek into its beauty, which has led to numerous crises.
However, all were halted by the protective great formation of the sect.
My master would never lock me out. Could it be? The core of the formation has been taken by someone else? Emperor Jiang, Junior Sister Jing. You're too late.
I never thought the mastermind behind all this
would be you. Aunt Xianal. Why would you do such a thing? Was it for the control of the sect leader position? Now, I no longer have any interest in that role. What is it that you want then?
Originally, I planned to continue with the goo worms for another 50 years.
Before making my move.
But then, I heard that our founder has been resurrected.
I'm not a direct descendant, so I couldn't meet her.
But out of curiosity, I manipulated the guards to create a portrait of her.
And bring it to me. Breathtaking. Our founder is so beautiful.
There are indeed people in this world whose charm transcends gender.
Now, all I want is the mortal paradise founder. The strong rule, and the beauty will belong to me. I want to stay by her side.
If it hadn't been for Emperor Jiang discovering the resurrection of our founder, the mortal paradise could have remained peaceful for another 50 years.
Qingyu, if you want to blame someone, blame him. Master.
Peerless Azure Lotus.
The formation is unscathed. If one Azure Lotus can't affect the formation, let's see what dozens can do together. Still no use. Let me try. This is the formation that the mortal founder brought from the immortal realm. Even the full force of ordinary immortals won't cause it to tremble. Aren't you known for your lack of skill in formations?
Emperor Jiang, I respect your contributions to the 9 provinces, and would not wish to disgrace you. Step aside, or your legend of being invincible will end today.
Sect Master Qingyu, today I'm saving your life. Let's not hold grudges anymore. And start with a clean slate, okay? IAGR. Everyone come out. Don't move. All these disciples have been implanted with heart-controlling goo worms. With just one thought from me, they'll all commit suicide. Think, can you act faster than a thought? I truly can't guarantee I'm faster than a thought. Whether it's the haughty Qingyu or the untouchable Emperor Jiang, they both would submit. Because they care about the lives of these disciples. I don't ask for much. Let me leave with the mortal founder. You all must swear an oath to heaven. But why should I be faster than a thought? This is bad. I need to immediately control some discus please to commit suicide. To intimidate Jiang Li. A sword? What am I doing? What? He hasn't even released his sword chi yet. He has already severed all the goo worms. My swordsmanship is dull, I only know this one move. This move is called Heart Sword. It arises in thoughts, and settles in the consciousness. Between this rise and fall, a sword chi forms within the body. It was originally meant for renewing sinews and removing flesh. But it turns out to be quite suitable for cutting goo worms and saving people as well. As for you. Wait, I still have use for you. To kill you, no swordsmanship is needed. You want the sauce? Finally, it's over. Sorry, I overstepped my bounds. I initially wanted Jing Xin to handle this herself. But the situation was beyond her capability to manage alone. So I had to step in. Nonsense. Many thanks to Emperor Jiang for helping the mortal paradise through this ordeal. This little lazy, Jing Xin, has nothing to offer in return. Only her body. She is still able to joke around, it seems her heart is unburdened. You were plotted against to the extent that your entire sect almost became a puppet sect. You all in mortal paradise need to be more vigilant. I'll keep this matter confidential, it won't spread. Past grudges has been settled. From today on, you're the savior of mortal paradise. Without Jiang Li, our mortal paradise would have become a laughingstock. And I, Xingyu, would have been nailed to the pillar of shame in mortal paradise. Emperor Jiang's actions tonight will be forever remembered by mortal paradise. So, everyone here was infected with goo worms. So I'd been dead all along. No wonder I couldn't advance in my cultivation. As Xian Ai was the master of the goo worms, upon her death, the goo worms also perished. Both Upper River Town and Lower River Town are now littered with corpses. Since Du Xiener is a golden core cultivator, she can hold on a little longer. But not for long. Senior sister Jing Xin hasn't come? I really want to see her again. Junior sister Xiener, your senior sister is here, I'm here. Xiener. Could you open your eyes and look at your senior sister, please? The last time you asked me about cultivation matters. Your senior sister. Your senior sister. Hasn't finished explaining it to you yet. Dao sect. Emperor Jiang, please wait. The sect master will be here soon. All right. What brings you here? I'd like to ask for a long-distance communication talisman on behalf of the mortal paradise. Sure. HM? Every time I asked you for a long-distance communication talisman before. You always had a pained expression. Why are you so willing this time? He's smiling so smugly.
I feel like this guy has ulterior motives.
The Tao sect has produced a promising young talent.
And as the sect master, I'm quite pleased to have you evaluate someone as a promising talent.
They must be quite exceptional. I wonder how talented they are. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to see them.
If I could witness the growth of a young talent, one, as a guardian of the 9 provinces, would also feel a sense of achievement in it.
No trouble at all. You are also familiar with this person. Oh, it's a junior I'm familiar with? Zhang Li. You hold the Tao sect's token and walk as a representative of the Tao sect.
Why didn't you bow upon seeing your sect master?
This is. My name is Zhang Li. A Tao sect token.
Seeing this token is like seeing the sect master himself.
This person is a Tao sect representative. Zhang Li? I've never heard of him. I'm at odds with Ji. Who? Who's shouting?
Keep this long-distance communication talisman with you in the mortal paradise.
If there's any movement from the mortal fairy, inform me immediately. Thank you.
Mortal fairy is a celestial being with profound cultivation from the upper realm. If she stirs up anything,
I'm afraid only Zhang Li can handle it.
It's imperative to keep the mortal fairy's matters confidential.
Do not spread the news outside.
Otherwise, with the mortal fairy's charm, who knows how much trouble it could cause.
Understood. Then I won't linger any longer.
I have to make a trip to Great Zhou.
Great Zhou? Are you going to see the Zhou dynasty's emperor Ji? I just heard that. Someone strange shouted I am at odds with Ji.
At the Tao sect gate.
Is it related to this? It's nothing, just tell everyone. Don't spread rumors, don't believe such rumors. Oh.
I'm going to Great Zhou for a small task.
I am Yunbo, and you are? Someone passing by looking to spar with you. It's. Congratulations to the host for using wisdom and sweat to defeat Yun Boj. Congratulations to the host for using wisdom and sweat to defeat Yun Bo. Would you like to claim your rewards?
Book. This mission's rewards a chance for profound enlightenment, a high-grade spiritual artifact of any design, upgradable, and a piece of a mysterious map.
Claim the rewards. It's.
As the host has defeated Yun Bo at the foundation building stage while only at the 9th stage of Qi cultivation realm, achieving the Qi defeats foundation feat.
Here we go again with these irrelevant clause-ing remarks. Why can't this system have a fast-forward button to skip this?
Please select your high-grade spiritual artifact.
Swiss Army knife. No match found for Swiss Army knife, please choose again. It's. No match found for AK-47, please choose again. Tiger tank.
No match found for tiger tank, please choose again.
Kitchen knife. No match. Match found for the high-grade spiritual artifact Bloodbath Cleaver.
Bloodbath Cleaver, a high-grade spiritual artifact, draws vitality from blood when bathed in copious blood. It can be upgraded to a medium-grade magical artifact.
It's. Method to bond with the spiritual artifact Blood Drop Bonding. Are you sure about the blood drop bonding? Please do not doubt the professionalism of this system.
Upgraded to high-grade spiritual artifact.
Upgraded to top-grade spiritual artifact.
Upgraded to a low-grade magical artifact. Upgraded to a mid-grade magical artifact.
Professionalism. I warned you against the blood drop bonding, yet you didn't believe me. Calling you a useless piece of junk ain't far off, right?
Please accept the map fragment, host.
Sizzle. Playing the selective hearing card now, huh? A piece of the Qin Yuan Secret Realm Map, 13, complete subsequent missions to obtain the remaining pieces. It's. I have the complete map, the secret realm is right here.
There's no need for me to look for the rest of the pieces. Congratulations to the host on stumbling upon the Qian Yuan secret realm. The subsequent tasks rewards have been altered.
It's HM? Is it my imagination? Or did I detect a strong sense of defeat in the system's alert? System noticed the Qian Yuan secret realm is too dangerous for the host at this stage. Please explore after reaching the nascent soul stage. Got it, system. Give me the next task. A secret realm for the nascent soul stage only to explore, you say? I'm really not interested. Please wait patiently, host. Huh? Can't we go straight to the next task? Hey! Is John Lee there?
I got too excited earlier and forgot to tell you something.
I didn't even connect yet and you're projecting forcefully.
This rascal again, relying on his status as the creator of the communication talisman.
He forcibly controlled my own talisman. What? You, a dignified representative of the Tao sect. How can you speak to the sect master like that? Ahem, the yin-yang heavenly seal is about to be refined again. From my observations, it's less than a year away. At that time, our Tao sect will hold an immortal artifact appraisal conference. Give your brother some face. Come and give your support as the reigning human emperor. The yin-yang heavenly seal? Sure. Let's agree on that then.
I'll send you an invitation when the time comes.
I'll let you sit in the VIP section. The yin-yang heavenly seal is about to be refined again. This is a big deal. The Tao sect will be busy preparing for this for a year. The founder of the Tao sect is known as the Tao Ancestor. Sharing a title with another in the immortal realm would supposedly invite the wrath of heaven. Yet that Tao Ancestor remained unscathed. People speculate that he is either the true reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor or a calamity-bearing body, among others. The yin-yang heavenly seal was forged by this Tao Ancestor. Once completed, it became an immortal artifact. Its power is boundless.
It is considered the foremost treasure of the 9 provinces.
After the Tao Ancestor ascended, he left the yin-yang heavenly seal in the 9 provinces as a treasure to stabilize the Tao sect's fortunes. The magic of the yin-yang heavenly seal lies in its ability to refine itself. Each refinement increases its power by 1 level. The last time it refined itself was 3,000 years ago. After all that time, how could I miss the chance to witness an immortal artifact refine itself? But it's still early for that. The system is also quiet, so I'll engage in secluded cultivation right here.
I'll be consolidating the gains from my recent crossing of the heavenly tribulation.
2 months later.
New mission released. The profound secret realm is about to open. Only those under 35 in Bone Age and at the foundation building stage can enter. Huayun sect has 1 spot, and after defeating Yun Bo, you have earned this spot.
But others from different sects see you're only at the middle stage of foundation building and scoff at you.
Please seize the crown of this secret realm challenge.
This mission may be declined. Just as I'm breaking from my meditative state. Mission rewards. Unlock spatial teleportation capabilities, unlock origin point reading capabilities. Unlocking spatial teleportation. I can't pass up this mission. Heaven's Secrets Mansion. When it comes to information, nobody can beat me. The mansion master's right, this once-in-a-decade assessment. Our great show's Heaven's Secrets Mansion has taken the top performance spot again. Watching the jealousy in the other branch master's eyes is really something. Master, bad news. Zhang Li, the human emperor, is here. Our Heaven's Secrets Mansion doesn't break the law.
We don't cultivate the demonic path, and price with a conscience.
Why is he here? Oh my! Hurry over. Did our Heaven's Secrets Mansion offend the human emperor? Why is the mansion master in a panic?
That goes back a long time. In the past, the maps circulating in the 9 provinces were very crude, with many errors. Users might get lost at best, at worst they could wander into deadly traps. 100 years after Zhang Li became the human emperor, he decided to redraw the 9 provinces map. At that time, our Heaven's Secrets mansion had detailed maps, which were sold to cultivators at a high price, piece by piece. With Zhang Li doing this, naturally, the Heaven's Secrets mansion tried to obstruct him. Zhang Li was already at the Grand Ascension stage. He was naturally unafraid of the Heaven's Secrets mansion. He gat-heard various lords, producing a 9 provinces map that was several times more detailed than Heaven's Secrets mansion's version.
The Heaven's Secrets mansion could only watch as the human emperor sold it at an easily accessible price.
From then on, no one had to worry about unreliable maps anymore.
But the Heaven's Secrets mansion lost a huge source of revenue. And the mansion master has always worried about being remembered unfavorably by Zhang Li. What Zhang Li did was a great virtue. He should have been showered with merits. But I don't remember him receiving any record of merits.
Not only him, even the past human emperors who guarded the 9 provinces should also have accumulated great merits. Yet there's not the slightest trace of it. I propose a theory, suggesting that after the heavenly ladder disappeared, the 9 provinces lost their connection with the immortal realm, leading to the absence of merit from the heavens.
When Zhang Li ascends to the immortal realm in the future, he might receive a vast amount of merit then. Welcome Emperor Jiang for the inspection visit. Welcome Emperor Jiang for the inspection visit. Wow! It really is the human emperor. This is the first time I see him in person. Why does it feel like I'm here on Inspectaian duty?
Our clients are celestial beings. That is the motto we live by here at the Heaven's Secrets mansion. We gather what our clients need from all over, aiming to provide everything imaginable. Of course, there are certain pieces of information, especially private ones,
that we firmly do not sell. Oh, selling. You firmly do not gather them, right? That's good then. Yes, we firmly do not gather. Emperor Jiang is enlightening me. Does the human emperor find our services satisfactory? No complaints so far.
I came here this time for information on the mysterious secret realm.
Quick! Bring over my crystal ball.
I will personally look up all the information Heaven's Secrets mansion has for the human emperor.
Yes, sir. The human emperor is posing a spontaneous query.
He must be testing our Heaven's Secrets mansion's capability in handling information.
Dude!
You even managed to find the birthday of the creator of the mysterious secret realm.
And you say you don't sell private information?
Well, I've given my advice. The human emperor doesn't wield that much power anyway.
Even I can't manage everything. Ah, human emperor.
Consider this a gift from the Heaven's Secrets mansion.
Sure. I'm off. I remember you're skilled in painting?
Yes,
mansion master.
A few days later, Emperor Jiang at the Heaven's Secrets mansion. 800 years ago, a cultivator in the integration stage was known as the Hermit of Life.
Died from exhaustion during her heavenly tribulation.
But before her tribulation, she intentionally left behind a mysterious secret realm on the southern frontier of the Great Zhou dynasty,
offering a chance to later generations of foundation building stage youths to earn some fortune and tie a thread of good karma. The mysterious secret realm opens every 10 years,
with each opening presenting different challenges,
testing insight, combat prowess, or resistance to wealth and beauty.
The mysterious secret realm has 2 stages,
and depending on the excellence of performance, different rewards are granted.
Sure, I could just directly enter and have the Hermit of Life hand me first place.
But competing with foundation building youths for opportunities, that's just pathetic. I still have some dignity.
Better to disguise myself as a late foundation stage cultivator.
And mingle with everyone else.
Hey brother,
Your sect didn't send anyone else? What a coincidence. Mine didn't either. Name's Qin Luan. Eldest and last disciple of the Steady Wind Temple. My master has been traveling for a decade. And I've been cultivating on my own. Hey, it's Qin Luan.
The disciple picked up by the master of the Steady Wind Temple.
Oh, I know him.
Tested at the age of 8, he was found to have a thunder-type spiritual root. Everyone thought although his talent was decent, without the support of a major sect, it would go to waste. Who knew he'd manage to surpass many major sect disciples?
Through his wit and fortune. A single spiritual root. Spiritual roots come in varying qualities, with heavenly and earthly roots being the best, followed by single roots.
Fibbleman's spiritual roots are the worst,
while mutated single roots aren't as potent as heavenly or earthly ones.
They are the pinnacle of single root potential.
Well, in my sect, I'm the oldest.
So, no one came with me.
My sect is the Imperial Palace Hall. And I'm the Emperor. So naturally, I'm the oldest.
Oh no, all the elders in his sect are gone.
He's the only one left. He's even more desolate than me.
Don't worry, brother.
We're in the same boat.
Once we're in the mysterious secret realm, your brother here will have your back.
By the way, I haven't asked for your esteemed name yet. Zheng. Ha ha. My Dao sect representative. My surname is Kong, just one more name, Li, Kong Li.
Oh, okay. I hope we don't encounter any unscrupulous individuals this time.
Brother Kong, did you know?
Last time there was someone who deliberately suppressed their own power, only to break through to Golden Core stage once inside the realm and take the top spot.
If I encounter someone like that,
I'll kick him while he's breaking through and show him what real fair play is.
He's from the Heartlessness sect. This sect doesn't have feelings, doesn't trust anyone.
All they trust is the sword they have with them. These two are disciple Qi Sha and his elder.
Qi Sha is a tough opponent.
I've sparred with him, and out of 10 matches, I only won 8. To name himself Qi Sha.
What does he have to do with the Immortal Realm's 7 kill steals? Such a person, I should have heard of before. How come I've never encountered this name before?
No, he's called Qi Sha. Just because he thought Qi Sha was a cool name.
A person from the rich Falling Cherry sect. That's Son Ying and her master. She's also not easy to deal with.
I've sparred with her, out of 10 matches, I only won 6.
Hee, Qin Luan. We meet again. This time I won't lose to you. Be careful of Song Ying.
She thinks she can't beat me, so she tries to distract me with her beauty.
She's a crafty one. Or maybe she actually likes you?
Even a blind man like me can see she has feelings for you.
Didn't you see her master itching to draw her sword to kill you, you idiot? Absolutely impossible. I asked her once if she liked me. And she said, "Who would like a fool like you?" Well, that confirms Song Ying indeed doesn't like Qin Luan. That person, a late-stage foundation building body,
but with a divine transformation stage inside.
It's a body snatcher. Why are you pretending not to see me? How could I introduce you to Brother Kong if I hadn't seen you? I just didn't want to deal with you. Brother Qin, do you know who that person over there is?
That's Li Lidong, the true disciple of the Stone Dragon Gate.
I heard he was quite mediocre before.
But after falling off a cliff, he suddenly got much smarter. In just half a year he advanced from early to late foundation building. I sparred with him, though I easily won. I feel he's hiding his true strength, not showing his real level.
thanks for letting me know. You two can go back to bickering now. The mysterious secret realm opens now. The number of people allowed into the mysterious secret realm is fixed, with only 800 spots available. Disciples from each sect, please enter in an orderly fashion. 798, 799, 800. 800 and... Hey! Wait a moment. We're over the limit. You'll be repelled by the realm. Repelled? You mean by this force? It feels like a toddler trying to push away an elephant. But didn't they say that exceeding the limit would result in being forcefully repelled from the realm? That person just went in, didn't he? Why isn't the realm reacting? Maybe we miscounted?
The spiritual chi condenses into spiritual water. And the streams here are formed from the gathering of spiritual water. Just one sip equals 3 months of cultivation for a cultivator at the foundation building stage. With cranes soaring and the zither's melody filling the air. Truly an enchanting scene fit for immortals.
Help! Hero! Save me! Hero! S.A. Is he cooking a crane and burning a zither? Run, little girl. Let's see how far you can run. Hero, save me. There are some strong guys trying to assault me. If you can save Chunner, Chunner will be willing to offer herself in return. And all my family riches will be bestowed upon you, hero. This Chunner girl is 16 years old. Probably only has a cultivation level of Chi cultivation stage 1 or 2 at best. Back in the 9 provinces, she'd be considered a cripple talent-wise. Heh, she came here looking for a sugar daddy. That's not true. Well, too bad. You're both going to die today. Let's get M. Can't you wait until I finish eating my meat? Benefactor, I thank you for saving my life. This little girl has no other way to repay but to offer herself. Maybe in the next life. Mr. sure knows how to joke. Please, Mr. Come to my village to visit. As a token of gratitude for saving my life. The density of spiritual chi here is several times higher than in the 9 provinces. Even the wild fruits here are valuable treasures, beneficial for even golden core and nascent soul cultivators. A foundation building stage cultivator might just decide. It's truly baffling that how Chunner has managed to stay at Chi gathering stage 1.5 with all these treasures around. It seems there are only women here? When I first came in, I thought I had entered the mortal paradise. Our nation is fragmented, ravaged by war. All men have been conscripted into the army, leaving behind many beautiful widows and an innocent girl like. Your cultivation is unimaginable. Even stronger than the legendary Grandmaster realm. If you were to join the war, you'd surely unify the land and become its leader. Grandmaster realm? How does it compare to your level? At least 8 or 9 stages higher than me. Ha!
The Grandmaster realm is equivalent to the 7th to 9th stage of the Chi gathering realm.
What a weak realm. But I think I'm starting to grasp what this place is testing.
For those in the lowest stages of the foundation building stage in the 9 provinces, this place is akin to a paradise. Chi gathering stage 8 or 9 is considered legendary here, and a foundation building cultivator is like a god among mortals. Countless beauties throwing themselves at you, abundant resources to help you reach the nascent soul stage. One could unify the land and enjoy the power of an emperor. It's almost too good to be true. Alright, as you wish. I shall conquer this world. Though I'm not very interested. I'll still act according to the realm's wishes. 7 days later. Envoys from all nations enter the palace and pay homage.
offering 1,000,000 spirit stones, fine wine, and treasures of heaven and earth.
Your Majesty, this is the registry of women who wish to serve the emperor in the imperial harem.
A total of 3,000. Harem register. Understood, I will present it to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live. This isn't a place I should linger. I'm leaving.
I know, mister, that you're not from this realm.
But is there really nowhere that Mr. feels sentimental about? No. There are 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem at your disposal. Do none of them stir your heart? I've seen more beautiful ones. I don't believe it. I've seen the mortal paradise's fairy. The treasures of heaven and earth and the national treasury don't attract you, mister?
Theirs is the glowing divine fruit. Consuming one of these is equivalent to 30 years of cultivation. Or the azure wave splitting sea technique, once mastered, one can cleave rivers with a single sword stroke.
And also, this is the 9 transformation creation divine pill. If not for the immortal ladder being broken,
this pill alone could grant instant ascension.
Divine pill, gimme.
And I'll go back to the 9 provinces with you.
How about it? Calm down, calm down.
Mister, you are on the verge of unifying this land, of becoming its true master. This is the great feat that emperors throughout history have gone mad for.
Doesn't Mr. feel any sentimentality? I am already this era's human emperor, the emperor of the 9 provinces, revered by all. Isn't that better than being a ruler of a mystical realm? To be honest, those were all just excuses. The real reason is, why should I stay in this illusionary realm? You tell me. Senior Meng Chun. Why would I continue to stay in this illusionary realm? Isn't that right? Senior Meng Chun. I thought my illusionary arts were brilliant, and will be able to conceal it from Dao friend. I never thought that I am the one overestimating myself. According to the information from Heaven's secret mansion, she's the hermit of life, Meng Chun. She's a female cultivator that overshadowed the world 800 years ago. The hermit of life is a female cultivator that's proficient in the use of the illusion Dao. It's said that when you cultivate the illusion Dao to its extremity, you can freely reign over reality and illusion. One thought to become reality, one thought to become an illusion, it's extremely horrifying.
But, the moment I stepped into the secret realm, I already knew it was an illusionary realm.
Everything is illusory. I did not know the human emperor of this generation came. I apologize for my lack of manners. The information from Heaven's secret mansion is right. Meng Chun has indeed died to a heaven's tribulation.
What's in front of me is just a backup she left behind before she went through the tribulation.
It can be considered as a regretful thought of hers.
You are too kind. I am the one who trespassed into the secret realm, causing trouble for Senior Meng. If there's something Senior Meng wants to talk about, there's no need to hold back. I have also met the human emperor during my time. He's also considered a hero of his generation. But he's unlike Dao friend, who's like an immortal in the mortal realm.
Could it be that the 9 regions have already found the immortal ladder? That's not the case.
I was just lucky and broke through to the Grand Ascension stage. I thought the Grand Ascension stage was just a legend.
So there really are people who can break through to the Grand Ascension stage. A fluke, a fluke.
Senior Meng, the illusionary realm this time.
It's to test the little fellows' resistance towards beauty, treasures and authority? As long as they can resist one of them, I consider it a pass and they can enter the second level. It's not difficult to guess. These 3 things are fairly easy to obtain. There might be some unreasonable parts.
But falling into the illusionary realm, your vision will not be clear, you will fall deeper and deeper, no longer able to escape. With his cultivation at the Grand Ascension stage, he can easily fiddle with my secret realm.
But he didn't.
Since he has shown such respect,
then I won't bother asking about his goal as well.
Ugh.
Looks like this person is about to see through the illusionary realm.
He has only been in the illusionary realm for slightly more than a month. His determination is not bad.
Dao friend, I will talk with you again once the secret realm ends.
The next test might be very suitable for Dao friend.
Benefactor is indeed kind-hearted, unwilling to see anyone suffers. Not only did you save me,
you also suppressed the chaos of war, establishing a new country.
With a king like you that cares about the common people,
it's really a fortune for the world.
Cough, it's what I should do.
What nonsense about common people.
I am just after your body.
Your Majesty, the other countries' envoys that came to worship have given a huge amount of natural materials and treasures.
Do you want to use them? I will get someone to bring it over. No need, I don't need them. Believing in my own cultivation is my philosophy. Awake? This is just now an illusionary realm. A test on our resistance towards beauty, treasures, and authority. The test of the secret realm is really strict.
If I didn't persist in my philosophy and not use any of the natural materials and treasures,
I might really have sunk into the illusionary realm.
But I spent 1 month in the illusionary realm to see through the secret realm. It's already considered to be fast. Someone of the same generation with the same cultivation will not surpass me.
But I didn't expect Brother Kong.
Brother Kong has concealed himself deeply. To think I praised myself for being strong. I even boasted shamelessly that I will look after him.
A fluke, just a fluke.
That's right, Senior Mang.
Can I have a look at the little fellow's performance in the illusionary realm? Let's find something to pass the time. Mirror of water. Is this a reward for the first person who wakes up?
Oh, it's Li Li Ton's illusionary realm.
As you wished, I have killed all the enemies. Becoming an emperor.
That's pretty fast. He achieved his goal in just 2 months.
This feeling of being revered by all, it's not bad. My cultivation is also reaching the limits of the foundation build ing stage. I am about to return back to the divine transformation realm before my possession.
Your Majesty, this is the name list for your chambers of concubines, please have a look.
Ugh. I don't need women. Why? Is it because I am too ugly? The chambers have. No. Then why?
Because I cultivate with virgin martial arts.
I can't give in to female charms.
In short, I will not copulate with the concubines.
My cultivation, it's still at the foundation building late stage.
So, everything was just an illusion. 1M till ranked still ranked 3rd. TCH, I was hoping to rank first for this secret realm. Obtaining the reward for first place.
It will help me return to the divine transformation realm just like before my possession. Since things turned out this way.
Anyway, everyone signed a death waiver before entering the secret realm.
Even if something happened to you in the secret realm, no one will investigate and look for the one responsible. Then I will.
It's just 2 people with a better mental state.
Their battle strength is still that of a foundation build ing cultivator. My battle strength is definitely higher than you too. Brother Kong, watch out. Brother Kong, watch out.
Such great pressure. This person is pressuring me more than Song Ying or the 7 kills Dao child.
You can reach divine transformation even with such a mental state? I really don't know how lucky you are. It's linear sound transmission. He's only speaking. He revealed my greatest secret on purpose. He's definitely in the almighty integration stage. Which sect is Brother Kong from? How did you cultivate to become so powerful? Thinking of joining my sect? It's not like you can't.
With Qin Luan's talent and mental state, he's perfectly capable of becoming a human emperor candidate.
Contesting to become the next human emperor. Oh, now it's Song Ying's illusionary realm. It's her? Everything I have was given by you. You rescued me from bandits.
You gave me all the natural materials and treasures. That's why I managed to reach the foundation building late stage from the Qi cultivation stage.
Even when you unified the world, you also shared the throne with me. What? The person Song Ying saved. It's actually me? I am unable to repay such favors. If you really want to repay me, then I don't want the throne anymore. Let's live together in seclusion in the forests. This. What's going on? Why? Wasn't the demonic girl trying to disrupt my Tao heart? Why did she save me?
Why did she give me all the natural materials and treasures? Why is she giving up the throne?
Why? Are you okay? I need to be alone. How long did it take you to break the illusionary realm? More than 4 years, you? 10 years. I died of old age in the illusionary realm. Am I going to fail? How about you? 1 year. So fast.
Currently, everyone has already left the illusionary realm. The top 100 people with the fastest speed can proceed to the next stage. Everyone else has failed the challenge.
Now be gone from the illusionary realm. Now I will announce the rankings for the first stage. Why do I get a feeling from Senior Mang's voice that she's rejoicing in someone else's misfortune? Scans. Net. A misperception? First place, Human Emperor John Li. Second place, Qin Luan. Third place, Li Lidong. Fourth place, Song Ying.
Fifth place, Li Fugui. Note, he's the 7 kills Dao child.
What? Who's first place? Human Emperor Jiang. Did I hear it right? Where is he? He's Human Emperor Jiang. Then what did he mean just now that I can join his sect? Should I ask? Why do I suddenly feel so sleepy? Although I don't feel sleepy. But this should be related to the second stage test. Then let's enter the dream realm. What's this situation? Did we enter the dream realm? But why can we see each other? Could it be that the dream realms are connected? It's the dream Tao. Everyone be quiet. Listen to Li Fugui. Which bastard shouted that? I am going to hack him to death. It's Qin Luan. Then it's fine. Le Fugi. Speak quickly.
I heard from my senior. There's a rare cultivation method known as the Dream Tao. You can cultivate in your dreams. You can forcefully put your opponents to sleep and pull them into your dreams. And have a fight within it. It's similar to our current situation. I will now announce the second stage test. There's 100 cultivators that entered the dream realm. In here, you can freely imagine what strength you possess. Now I can confirm she is indeed rejoicing in someone else's misfortune. Please proceed to fight. The last person standing will be the winner. Freely I imagine our own strength? What does that mean? Then let me imagine that I can move mountains with my bare hands. I really did it. I see. This is what it means. This is a dream realm. You can do whatever you want. How strong you are depends entirely on your imagination.
Golden Core. I broke through to the Golden Core stage. Golden Core is nothing much. I will break through to the nascent soul stage. All you know is breaking through realms. Let me show you my Kuanpung true body. I will transform into a true dragon. I will overturn seas and rivers as a Kuanpung. I will drown all of you. I control the four seas as a true dragon. The almighty tribulation stage. Who can be stronger than me? A true dragon is nothing but ashes in the hands of a tribulation controller like me. Oh, the fights between those little fellows are so garish. Compared to them, isn't my fighting style too ordinary? It's just throwing a punch. Should I come up with something fancy? Something like a Shan Yuan sword to pump up my prestige? I am now a divine transformatian cultivator. I am not afraid of you. Eat this. Die. Ha! A mere nascent soul dares to fight with me. Heaven created all things for man, but man has nothing to repay heaven. Kill, 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 kill. I love the sky-cleaving 7-kill steel the most. It's extremely powerful, as if it's a true immortal weapon. Looking at his current strength, his imagination is just in the early integration stage. He probably has only heard about the strength of a tribulation stage cultivator, but has no idea how to break through to the tribulation stage. A person's imagination stems from their own knowledge after all. The real power of the sky-cleaving 7-kill steel. He probably won't be able to display it. Li Fugue, why are you putting on such a display? Do you really think you are the 7-kill Tao child? Oh, Xin Luan is only in the Golden Core stage. At least he is steadfast, and did not let his imagination run wild. Rather, he is thinking of the kind of Golden Core that's most suitable for him. With this point alone, he will far surpass everyone else that's here. You are just a mere Golden Core now. I am in the integration stage, I am not afraid of you. Look how I cut off your meddlesome tongue. 7 kills Tao child, how dare you? Song Ying is using the Azure Lotus intent as a weapon. Is she learning from Saintess Jing Xin? This is her imagination of what's powerful. Why would I not dare to? Today, I must cut off the tongue of Qin Luan. Even if the human emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me, I mean what I said. Wah! I thank the human emperor for your life-saving grace. So he is human emperor Jiang. I didn't really save your life, no one can die in the dream realm anyways. However, the moment between life and death contains not only great fear, but also a great opportunity. Maybe it's good to let you guys experience it once? Really? I want to try it. No. Just kidding. It's better not to try such a thing rashly. Such a bad temper. Human Emperor Jiang. I just wanted to test my own potential. I shouldn't have told the truth to Senior Meng. People can indeed recognize me. Why? Do you want to fight me? Human Emperor, please advise me. I am now in the integration stage, and I have the sky-cleaving 7-kill steel. I defeated Song Ying and Qin Luan so easily. No one is my match. A youngster indeed. If I was in such a situation during my foundation building stage, I would also challenge the previous human emperor. Moreover, compared to everyone being so deferential and respectful, I like it more when I am challenged. Such a sharp sword blade. So this is the power of the 7-kill steel which managed to cut off a part of the immortal world. Although I wasn't hopeful of injuring the human emperor, I was thinking of at least pressuring him a little bit. But he actually pinched down my immortal sword so easily. Not bad. An average integration stage cultivator will not be able to block this sword.
But it's unlikely for it to injure a tribulation stage cultivator.
Wah-dash. Not to mention injuring me. Ah, Human Emperor Jiang is here.
The 7 kills Dao Child was
challenging the Human Emperor. Can I fight with the Human Emperor? I should be able to. I am extremely powerful in this dream. Right. I am now extremely powerful. Everyone, don't you want to receive pointers from the Human Emperor? This is an extremely rare opportunity. The 2 of you can join them as well. Have a fight with me. No. He is the Human Emperor Jiang, moreover. Is he angered by the disrespect shown to him and is being ironic?
Are you stupid? Human Emperor Jiang is kind enough to give us pointers.
Yet you rejected him. Is that so? Human Emperor Jiang, please advise me.
I should take this more seriously.
Let's recover my usual strength.
This. Li Litong's strength is in the top 10.
And he was still defeated by the Human Emperor in 1 hit. Looks like it's impossible to defeat the Human Emperor with just 1 or 2 of us.
There's no need to bother with morality when dealing with the Human Emperor.
Everyone, attack.
There's no honor when facing the Human Emperor.
Everyone, attack. 1. The 4-clawed true dragon, fear nothing.
Behold the power of my 7 celestial swords.
I will reshape this world. No one can withstand the might of the immortality tribulation cloud. Let's overwhelm him with our combined strength. Ah, what a bunch of lively youngsters. I envy you all who still have dreams. Unlike you, I can't even fathom a being stronger than myself.
I mean, sure, I've heard of those fancy dual vector foil, the weapon based on mathematical laws.
But knowing the concept isn't the same as knowing the principles. I'm not some genius physicist, after all. And becoming an immortal? I haven't exactly been to the immortal realm.
No clue how immortal energy works. So, I can't exactly convert my own energy into something I can't even comprehend. Besides, ever since I reached the Grand Ascension stage, humans have been the strongest species. Even if a true immortal showed up, I'm confident I could take them on. As for those legendary immortal artifacts, I think the best one is the great halberd I keep in my storage ring. Although it has gathered dust for a long time since there's been no enemies worth using it against. When it comes to mastering any laws, I go through thunder tribulations as if I'm taking a bath. Time? Space? Those concepts are way too hard for me to grasp. I can't even imagine them. Sigh, it's quite frustrating. It's so annoying. Behold my roar. My reverse scale. Ah. It hurts. Humans also have their own body refining techniques. Mount Meru is crawling with dragon tiger arhats who can subdue even a true dragon. The Human Emperor's palace itself houses Zheng Konghu, who withstood the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands. Why obsess over the physiology of other races? I see now. I was so focused on acquiring pure normal and water dragon's blood, trying to transform myself into some kind of dragon-human hybrid. The Human Emperor has opened my eyes. Humans and dragons. Our bodies are fundamentally different. How could they ever perfectly integrate? From now on, I'll change my approach. Rethink the path of body refinement. Human Emperor. Take this. The might of heavenly lightning. Hum.
Of all the heavenly lightning, the heart demon immortal lightning is the most insidious to deal with. Who in the world can battle their own inner demons while simultaneously enduring the full force of immortal lightning? Heart demon immortal lightning, you say? Clever guy. He recognized that kind of heavenly tribulation lighting immediately. Well, with 15 experiences of Ascension tribulations, it's understandable. But the power. It's still lacking. He's pulling me in. It's the ironclad law of cultivation. The lightning tribulation can only be faced alone. The more participants, the greater its power. And now, thanks to me, the heart demon lightning is growing out of control. What terrifying thunderclaps! What kind of thunder tribulation are those two facing at the heart of that storm? The human emperor is withstanding double the lightning tribulation alone. Only letting the one controlling the lightning tribulation face his inner demons. I don't feel a thing. This lightning tribulation is not strong enough. Is that the strongest lightning tribulation we two can access? You come here too. Let's try 4 times the power. Don't panic. Don't panic. The human emperor just wants me to face my inner demons. Not a barrage of deadly lightning. I just have to stay focused, conquer my doubts. That tickles. Is it our turn? Well, the others aren't experienced enough. It's too early for them to face their inner demons. I can't just let the future seeds of the 9 provinces be destroyed. Just because I'm in the mood for a magical lightning massage. I do have a sense of the bigger picture. Can't even overcome your own inner demons, huh? Little guy, you always have others face their inner demons. But when you face your own demons, you can't do much. When you get back, think thoroughly about how to deal with your inner demons. Human Emperor. How is it that you seem unaffected? There's no escaping your inner demons. Once there's a trigger, a cultivator has no choice but to confront them head-on. There's no other way. There's no exception. Not even Emperor Jiang. Me? I guess I scared my inner demons too much a long time ago. To the point they don't dare to show themselves anymore. Inner demons shaped in previous human emperors' forms. We're sorry. We didn't mean it. Why? Why can't we defeat him? Even when we attack together? Emperor Jiang. His power is beyond anything I could have imagined. Even his inner demons are terrified of him. Who's the real demon here? Thank you, Human Emperor, for your guidance. Qin Luan is still battling his inner demons. Truly awesome. If only I could have such a state of mind. Maybe then I would also gain the Human Emperor's attention. Qin Luan is still battling his inner demon. Truly awesome. If only I could have such a state of mind. Maybe then I would also gain the Human Emperor's attention. Not bad. To break free from your inner demons so easily. You indeed qualify as a candidate for the Human Emperor. Your talent and temperament are both exceptional. So awesome. He's only at the foundation building stage and already overcame his inner demon. There are barely a handful in all the 9 provinces who could manage that. What form did your inner demon take? When I was little, my master often left me alone at the temple. It was always so dark. I thought it was haunted. I was terrified. So, your inner demon was a ghost? No, it was my master, Yuan Wuxing. The inner demon took his shape. And I gave him a good beating. Dude. Your master ran into me at the Qing City entrance. And you ran into me at the entrance to the secret realm. You master and disciple really know how to find me, huh? This concludes the trial.
I shall now bestow rewards upon the top 30 participants,
based on their performance. Thank you for your guidance, Human Emperor. We shall never forget this day. Enjoying the show, Senior Meng? Not really.
I was hoping for a glimpse of your legendary Grand Ascension stage power. But you didn't show your true strength till the very end.
Ha, I had no choice.
Except for that little guy who transformed into a true dragon and has the body strength of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. The others are only at the integration stage at best.
I couldn't go all out against them. Besides, I'd scar them for life. Imagine me becoming their inner demon? Their cultivation would be doomed. I suppose that's true. How about me, then? Why don't you let me test the strength of the Great Ascension stage?
I'm almost at the Tribulation Transcendence stage myself.
And I've witnessed countless Tribulation Transcenders in action. I can imagine what a true Tribulation Transcendence stage is like. As you wish, Senior Meng.
Using the Tao of dreams and illusions within this dreamscape,
I can warp reality itself. I can reverse yin and yang, the tangible and intangible bend to my will. My arsenal of wondrous spells is boundless. And yet, I cannot escape the inevitable outcome of being easily countered by Jiang Li with a single hand. No wonder the Great Ascension stage is rarer than Ascension to immortality. As per the rules, Jiang Li, our champion, is granted a single request. Speak. What do you want me to do? My life work the Grand Dream Thousand Autumns technique? Stories from bygone eras? Or, perhaps, me?
Congratulations, host, on completing the mission.
You flatter me, Senior Meng. I've already overstepped my bounds by entering this secret realm.
An emperor has no business competing with foundation building juniors for opportunities.
Why not award first place to the runner-up? Second place to the next in line, and so on?
You have no sense of romance.
Since you're so forgiving about my little intrusion, Senior Meng, how about you name a price? A favor I can grant? Something an emperor can actually help with. Can you release me from this place? Return me to the 9 provinces? Not yet. I see. Yet?
You know your situation as well as I do, Senior Meng. You are but a wisp of your former self. A lingering fragment of consciousness bound to the mysterious secret realm. You need to reunite your 3 immortal souls in 7 mortal forms, your scattered essence. Only then you can break free. Emperor Jiang, you don't need to comfort. My true self perished attempting to overcome the tribulation. Where am I supposed to find my scattered essence? I've never encountered a consciousness so vibrant, so intact like Senior Meng's lingering fragment of consciousness. According to my estimation, if you can maintain this state for another 200 years, a soul will naturally be born from the void, becoming a new life independent of the great dream hermit. Most beings are bound to the cycle of reincarnation. But there are exceptions. When something absorbs enough spiritual energy, enough essence from the sun and moon, and other substances imbued with spirituality over a long enough period, it gains sentience. And from that sentience, a soul is born. 200 years from now, I will come to guide you on your path. Thank you, Human Emperor. Shaoluan. Master. Shaoluan. It's been 10 years, Master.
You're even stronger than before. I rushed here the moment I heard you were in the mysterious secret realm. Couldn't let my disciple get bullied by those other sects, now could I? Master, you worry too much. I wouldn't let anyone bully me.
Oh, Shaoluan, you wouldn't believe this.
Oh, Master, you wouldn't believe this. I met Emperor Jiang.
Seems fate has brought us together once more.
I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to tell you that both Qin Luan and Yuan Wuxing have the potential to become the human emperor.
Eh?
Me? Seriously. Yuan Wuxing has a good nature and decent talent.
But his temperament is lacking and he has fears in his heart.
You've done well, Yuan Wuxing.
The experiences in Qing City.
They've given him insight, sweeping away his fear. He silently broke through and became a nascent soul cultivator. An upper-ranked nascent soul stage cultivator at that. As for whether you can become a true candidate, or even ascend to become the human emperor himself, that depends on your future fortunes. If there's nothing else, I'll be going.
Master, I have had some insights recently and wish to go out and train.
The temple cannot be left unattended, so please stay and guard Qingfeng Temple. Xiao Wan, I am a nascent soul cultivator now. I cannot be confined to this temple.
I need to wander the world, expand my horizons, and make further breakthroughs.
You, on the other hand,
you're clearly attached to the temple. You better stay there. You left 10-year-old me alone at Qingfeng Temple. You didn't even care to ask for 10 years.
And now you say that. I left Qingfeng Temple to seek opportunities for breakthrough. If I didn't become a nascent soul, who would guide your path? Qingfeng Temple. Master and disciple are traveling around the 9 provinces. Return date uncertain. Don't think you can go alone.
I'll find you in no time.
System, settle the mission rewards. Finally, I can enter the immortal realm. I am really excited.
The whole point of getting stuck with this useless system
was to unlock the teleportation function so I could get to the immortal realm.
Source point reading function unlocked.
The host may now expend source points to absorb the complete contents of any book by touching its cover. Source point cost is determined by the complexity of the text. This function seems somewhat useful, not entirely useless. Though I won't use it much.
Teleportation function unlocked. The host needs.
Just send me to the immortal realm already. I've been waiting for this moment. Please provide the immortal realm coordinates. Send me to the immortal realm. Immortal realm coordinates required.
Such a vast immortal realm, even I don't know its coordinates.
How can you not know either? If I knew the freaking coordinates of the immortal realm, I'd go there myself. Why would I need you? I'm really fed up with this lousy system. Ever since I got this system, I haven't received a single useful item or function from it. It only gave me a beginner's gift pack that suits a chi cultivation stage cultivator. The items in the store aren't even as good as what I have.
Useless map fragments and spiritual artifacts that would break from a single drop of blood.
A counterattack system? More like a hypertension system.
If I knew the spatial coordinates of other worlds,
I'd have punched my way through. Who needs teleportation?
The astral winds and chaotic flows encountered during physical traversal pose no threat. The only reason I haven't tried physically traversing the void to find the immortal realm
is the risk of getting lost. Imagine getting stranded out there, unable to find the immortal realm or return to the 9 provinces. Now that would be a disaster. Uncharted world detected. Uncharted world? This is not surprising. Ancient texts have long recorded that
the immortal realm governs worlds as numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges. Each world has its own established immortal ladder. Anyone who reaches the required level of cultivation can ascend to the immortal realm. The 9 provinces is the world with the most people ascending to immortality among these worlds.
Another world, you say? Affirmative.
The system has detected an interdimensional rift leading to an uncharted world.
It might be one of the many worlds governed by the immortal realm.
Perhaps the immortal ladder still exists in that world.
Would you like to teleport? This system seems a bit useful after all. And can I get back?
Knowing this system's track record,
there's a good chance I'll end up stranded. Maybe I'll write a book about it. The Emperor's Castaway. Has a nice ring to it.
The system has recorded the coordinates of the 9 provinces.
Teleporting back is possible. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. Insufficient source points, unable to teleport. How do I get more source points?
The host may acquire source points by completing quests or selling items. The system will buy source points at 1/3 the price listed in the store.
What a ripoff! Buying at 1/3 the price and selling at full price.
If you had any conscience, you wouldn't say such things. Would the host like to accept side quest source point acquisition?
Sure.
Source point quest issued. Please go to excavate 220 pounds of Shaoyang stones from Mount Shaoyang.
Here, I'll just dig up the entire mountain. That should have 220 pounds of Shaoyang stones, right? Congratulations!
The host has completed the source point quest. Reward 50 source points.
Send me to that other world. Now! Still need 56,800 source points. Insufficient source points, unable to teleport. If I could get my hands on this stupid system, I'd dismantle it piece by piece. Doing quests to get so many points will take forever. 56,000. Why didn't you fucking say that earlier? Open the store. Looks like I can only sell items to get those source points. Let's see. Tons of cultivation manuals.
The cheapest ones only get you to the golden core stage and cost 100 source points. The most expensive ones allow cultivation to immortal ITY and cost 1,000,000 source points. Hey, I have the Setting Sun Heartbreak art. This one's good up to the early stages of the integration realm. Setting Sun Heartbreak Technique. This technique allows the cultivator to channel the melancholy energy of the setting sun. Those struck by its power are compelled to relive their most sorrowful memories. Their will to fight will dissolve into the twilight of regret. It's a total of 10,000 source points earned.
If it were always this easy, I wouldn't have had to relocate a whole mountain. Endless Life Art. Titanic Strength Mountain Moving Art. Here. 3 brand new techniques written by me, fresh from my mind to your store. Cycle of Withering in Bloom Art. Lot total of 110,000 source points earned. Take me to that uncharted world. Teleportation initiating.
A total of 110,000 source points earned.
Take that uncharted world. Teleportation initiating. The system's teleportation is incredibly advanced. So advanced, in fact, that I can't make heads or tails of it. I can't figure it out at all. I know nothing about the spatial Tao. When the opportunity arises, I'll demonstrate it on Mount Sumeru. Sumeru's old Buddha is the greatest master of spatial Tao. Perhaps he can learn something from this function. So, this is the uncharted world, huh?
This world's gravity is the same as the 9 provinces.
Matter seems to work more or less the same too. But why is the spiritual energy so weak? Even back in the 9 provinces, there are places we call spiritual dead.
Barely a speck of spiritual energy can be found in these zones. Even for a single spiritual root cultivator, trying to advance in a dead zone would be like trying to swim through mud.
Reaching the foundation building stage would be a pipe dream. This world is worse than any dead zone I've ever seen. A place like this could never give birth to a cultivator. I can't find a single person within the range of my spiritual sense. What do we have here? I've never seen life forms like these in the 9 provinces. They're not eating sand out of starvation.
But it seems that their Bodhi's composition requires them to eat sand.
It's all that they can eat.
Their digestive organs, respiratory organs, and so on are all unfamiliar to me.
If it wasn't for my spiritual sense,
I wouldn't have even been able to tell what those organs do.
These beasts are incredibly strong, physically. The leader. Its physical strength is on par with a golden core stage cultivator.
And the others are at least foundation building level.
For some reason, I instinctively want to stay away from these beasts. There's something deeply unsettling about these creatures.
No wonder this group of ash-gray beasts eats sand. This entire world seems to be nothing but these ash-gray beasts and sand.
There's not even a single human here. Not even other species. If the system told me right now that I was staring into hell, that these creatures were the reincarnations of beasts from the animal realm, I'd have probably believed it.
System, teleport back to the 9 provinces. Compared to this place, the 9 provinces is practically the immortal realm.
That ash-gray world. It holds no interest for me.
The only use I can see for it is as a training ground for my tribulation. To see if there's even a chance of ascending from a place like that.
Perhaps that world is somehow connected to the immortal realm. Well, let's try creating a few more spatial rifts and see. Not even a hint of an uncharted world notification from the system. Guess finding that world was just dumb luck. Brother Jiang, I looked into that matter you asked about. I spoke to every single former candidate for the human emperor.
Nobody's encountered this black-robed figure you described.
Now that's strange. Why would that figure be so certain I'd be the one to become the human emperor? Or is he just spreading the demonic Tao? Head over to the Heaven Secrets Mansion and put in a request. They have their ways of finding things. Have them dig around and see if they can find any records of someone teaching Jiangxing demonic cultivation techniques. 380 years ago. Got it.
Nothing left for me here in the Great Zhou Dynasty.
Time to head back to the human emperor's palace. New quest available.
The Imperial Academy of the Great Zhou Dynasty is about to start its entrance exams. The 4 prestigious academies are highly regarded, and 60% of their students successfully gain admission to the Imperial Academy. Since you didn't attend one of these 4 prestigious academies, the students from those academies mocked you.
Please achieve the highest score in the Great Zhou Imperial Academy entrance exams. This quest can be abandoned. It rewards 1 drop of true dragon blood, 1 demonic beast transformation pill, access to special quest Immortal Labyrinth. Immortal Labyrinth? What's that? Quest not yet unlocked.
The host does not have the right to know.
Accept quest. Immortal Labyrinth. Now that has a nice ring to it. It has been a while since I visited the Imperial Academy. This way. Zhang Li went this way. After him, brothers. Leave no one alive. I just barely broken through to the foundation building stage. And now this might be the end for me. If that's how it's going to be.
I'll burn my Fibbleman's spiritual roots. I'll do it by unleashing a massive surge of power for a short time. It's either a long shot at survival for me, or we all go down here.
This kid has completely lost it. He's as good as dead. Even if he somehow survives. He'll be stripped of his spiritual energy. A cripple. Kid. You do realize that living without spiritual roots in the 9 provinces is a fate worse than death, right? Huff. Thank goodness. I'm alive. My spiritual roots. They're still there. I've dropped back from the early foundation building stage all the way to the 9th stage of chi cultivation realm. But my foundation feels stronger than ever. Good. That means I can still cult. I've somehow reached the 10th stage of chi cultivation. What if I keep pushing it? Reaching level 20? Will I even be able to get back to the foundation building stage? What's going on with my cultivation? The Imperial Archives in the Great Zhou Royal Academy. They say it has the largest collection of books in the entire Great Zhou. I should go there and see if I can find any answers. Great Zhou Empire. Yongning Gate. Excuse me, brother. Would you happen to know how to get to the Great Zhou Royal Academy? I'm heading there myself. Let's go together. Much obliged. I heard you failed to grasp the basics of the formation class again. I also heard your cultivation isn't going so well, and your elders are pretty pissed that you're wasting your gifted double pupil's talent. Well, at least I'm good at the Tao of Time. Not like someone who's utterly clueless about all the 100 arts of cultivation. My fists work just fine. Wanna test them out? Ahem, looks like it's time for my next class. See you later. Yeah, scram. Characteristics of heavenly spiritual roots. Based on the cultivation knowledge I've learned at the academy recently, I have heavenly spiritual roots. And they've awakened early. Heavenly spiritual roots conceal themselves, appearing as Fibbleman spiritual roots. Usually, they only awaken when a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, after which they soar to new heights. Heavenly spiritual roots are rare to begin with, and reaching nascent soul with Fibblement roots is incredibly difficult. That's why such cultivators are a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. I never expected that by burning my Fibblement spiritual roots, I'd force my heavenly spiritual roots to awaken early. Coming to the academy was the right call. I've learned so much, and my doubts have been cleared. Even if it means putting up with that chatterbox. It's not a bad haul at all. Great Zhou Royal Academy. 500 years. Gone in the blink of an eye. I came here as a student before. And here I am again. Still a student. The reward for my last system quest was unlocking the source point read ing function. And now it wants me to get first place in the entrance exams. It's clearly meant for me to use the new function to ace it. Subtle as ever, system. I aced the Great Zhou Royal Academy entrance exams before, even without relying on some system. Now, with my insight as a cultivator at the Grand Ascension stage, handling a mere entrance exam should be child's play. Using the system would be an insult to my intellect. Innkeeper, I'd like the best private room for exam prep. Right this way, young master. Ah, how nostalgic it is to prepare for exams again. TSK, the nerve of this slacker. They're a disgrace to watch. Did all that memorizing fry your brain or something? You can tell right away that he's got a plan and he's going to nail it. Look at the top students in our academy. They sleep through class more than anyone else. And then after the exam, they complain about how they messed up this question or that question. I used to think getting first place was no big deal. But when the results come out, they're still at the top, and I'm still at the bottom. It's better to just focus on myself. Hey! Did you see that beauty? She's here for the entrance exams. More beautiful than our academy's flower goddesses? No comparison. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of beauty. The kind of one you'd remember until the day you die. Really? Let's go get a look then. What's her name? Jiang Jingxin. Jiang Jingxin? There's something oddly familiar about that name. It's really you. Who is this guy? None of us dared to approach her. And he just walks up and starts talking to her. Never thought I'd see you here. Must be fate. No way. They know each other. Damn it. She seems pretty chummy with him. What brings you down the mountain? Don't your sect members rarely leave the mortal paradise? No need for disguise. No one here would recognize her anyway. I came down the mountain a few centuries back to train for a few years. But since then, I've rarely left mortal paradise. I just thought I'd get out for a bit and clear my mind. So you're Jiang Jingxi now? Well, yes. I picked this name for a personal reason. But I never expected to run into Jiang Li here. How embarrassing. And what name are you going by these days? Kong Li, like the idiom Kong Rong offers up his pears. Oh, Kong Li. What does that even mean? He says it so casually. Better not to ask. I want to look like a smart woman in front of him. You're taking the entrance exam? What could the Great Zhou Royal Academy possibly offer a saintess from the mortal paradise? Even if there is, you don't need to pose as a student. What about you? Didn't you used to give LEC tours here every 30 years? To repay the favor of spreading knowledge, as you put it? Why are you here as a student this time? Just feeling nostalgic for my younger days, that's all. If I recall correctly, you enrolled when you were 20. Quite the long younger days you've had, Kong Li. How does she even know how old I was when I enrolled? Well, since we're both taking the exams, how about a little competition? Let's see who comes out on top. Sure. Let's add a little wager. Loser has to agree to one request set by the winner. Oh gosh. He's so close to the beauty. Damn it. I'm so jealous. I'm envious. I hate it. Speaking of which, it's been a couple of months now. Has the mortal fairy woken up yet? A few times. For longer periods each time. But she still sleeps more than she's awake. Our ancestor doesn't speak much when she wakes up. She mostly just wanders around the moral paradise. She seems to spend the most time near the immortal peach tree. Sounds like her condition is still unstable. I've had words with Emperor Meng Jiang and Emperor Wei. They'll keep their mouths shut. You guys must keep the mortal fairy's situation a secret. If any word gets out, who knows how many old fools who saw her before will try to force their way into the mortal paradise. Understood. But if Ancestor decides to leave on her own, we won't be able to stop her. Now, I need to prepare well for this exam. It's not about bullying a bunch of students to take first place, but beating Saintess Jingxin and claiming first. Annotated version of the General Principles of Cultivation. General Principles of Cultivation by Jiang Li. 3000 Questions of Cultivation by Jiang Li. Cultivation is Cultivating the Heart by Jiang Li. These reference books from the market. 8 out of 10 are written by me. And the remaining 2 are annotations on books I wrote. I remember 500 years ago when I was preparing for exams. The reference books well known across the 9 provinces were Introduction to Cultivation. A Look Ahead at Cultivation. Local Conditions and Customs of the 9 Provinces. Now, I need to prepare well for this exam. It's not about bullying a bunch of students to take first place, but beating Saintess Jingxin and claiming first. Annotated version of the General Principles of Cultivation. General Principles of Cultivation by Jiang Li. 3000 Questions of Cultivation by Jiang Li. Cultivation is Cultivating the Heart by Jiang Li. These reference books from the market. 8 out of 10 are written by me. And the remaining 2 are annotations on books I wrote. I remember 500 years ago when I was preparing for exams. The reference books well known across the 9 provinces were Introduction to Cultivation, A Look Ahead at Cultivation, Local Conditions and Customs of the 9 Provinces. People who know me probably think I'm some prestigious alumni. Those who don't might assume I'm the one making the exam questions. After reaching the Great Ascension stage, my understanding of cultivation deepened. So I compiled my insights into books for other cultivators to study. Any cultivator who has reached the integration stage must have had a systematic understanding of cultivation. After all, without theoretical support and a thorough comprehension of cultivation methods, it would be impossible to reach the integration stage. As for the tribulation and great ascension stages, they go without saying. The understanding of cultivation by high-level cultivators is almost like absolute truth to those with lower levels of cultivation. Since I'm the only one at the Great Ascension stage, it's only natural for the Academy to choose my books. Of course, cultivation is one thing. But if you ask me to write about pill refining or weapon crafting, sorry, I'm clueless. Can't write a book about those. If the exam is based on my own writings, how could I possibly lose? I should start thinking about that little request for Saintess Jingshin. Let the exam begin. Great Joe Royal Academy. These questions. I've got this bet in the bag. 1. What is the definition of cultivation according to the general principles of cultivation? That's too easy. It refers to the process by which living beings absorb spiritual energy to nourish themselves, gradually becoming stronger. For, in the opening of Essays by Jiang the Human Emperor, excerpt, it says, it has been raining for several days, and today it finally cleared up. What does this sentence express? It means the weather is nice today? I remember it was during the rainy season, with a lot of rain and no sun for days. Finally, one day it cleared up, and I thought the weather was nice. So I casually wrote down my thoughts. You finished early too? How did it go? I already know what I'm going to make you do. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about you. Let's wait and see? Let's wait and see. Task failed. Looks like we both got special places. Great Joe Royal Academy entrance exam results. The Human Emperor failed his own exam and came in last place. I can't hold it in anymore. This is too funny. Laugh if you want. I'm not laughing. Put. I can't believe this has happened to you. There must be a mistake somewhere. Let's go to the dean and settle the score. Let's ask if there's been a grading error. Wow, someone's actually going to question the dean about their score. Why am I in last place? If I'd gotten second place, and the task failed because of that, I could have accepted it. But last place? Seriously? Are you kidding me? You have the nerve to ask? Everyone, take a look. See what this clown tried to pass off as answers. Can I take a look too? Most of the exam was based on books he wrote. Yet he scored so poorly. Hold on. This Kong Li, he's actually really good. Yeah, his answers are logical and concise. And he mentions things I've never heard of before. He's obviously very knowledgeable. Unlike me, who just memorizes the books. All the answers are right there in the books. As long as you study hard, you won't fail miserably. I see that while Kong Li's answers don't match the books verbatim, they're not exactly wrong, either. These books are the life's work of Jiang the Human Emperor. Each word is precious and full of meaning. You can't just go around paraphrasing them. With your current level, you lack the wisdom to comprehend the true depths of the human emperor's writings. Therefore, you must first commit them to memory, word for word. Only then will enlightenment dawn on you. For example, the question asking for the definition of cultivation. The general principles of cultivation spends a whole page defining it. 1. What is the definition of cultivation according to the general principles of cultivation? Answer: it refers to the process by which living beings absorb spiritual energy to nourish themselves, gradually becoming stronger. But Kong Li summarized it in one simple sentence. Preposterous. Isn't it possible that the general principles of cultivation wasn't written for integration stage cultivators, but for those at the Qi cultivation and foundation building stages? A detailed explanation makes sense in that context. But actually, it can be summarized in one sentence. Impossible. Emperor Jiang is a genius. His writings are beyond age or cultivation level. Everyone can learn from them. I've studied Emperor Jiang's theories for over 100 years. And every time he lectures here, I'm the one hosting. No one understands his work better than I do. The dean is like this. He can't stand anyone saying anything bad about Emperor Jiang. Exactly. He insists that studying Emperor Jiang's theories must be rigid and inflexible, claiming every word is precious and must not be changed. And that passage analysis question. You actually had the audacity to claim it was just a sunny day? That there was no deeper meaning? Unbelievable. Emperor Jiang's writings are filled with profound symbolism. There's always a hidden layer. After days of relentless rain, the sun finally peeked through on that particular day, and Jiang the Human Emperor chose that day to write an essay? Obviously, his intention was to say that cultivation is full of challenges. Like the never-ending rain, but eventually, the sun will always come out again. Meaning, we can overcome obstacles and continue our cultivation journey. Emperor Jiang was encouraging us. And why must Emperor Jiang always have some deep, hidden meaning? How dare you? Who are you to criticize Jiang the Human Emperor? Is Jiang the Human Emperor some kind of sage who can never be questioned? Every word he says is untouchable. Everything he writes must have deep meaning, his behavior must be impeccable. And no one can discuss it? Emperor Jiang is an honorary graduate of our academy. Someone like you attending the same school as him is a disgrace to the academy. You're tarnishing Jiang the Human Emperor's name. We can't let you enroll. What terrifying pressure. I can hardly breathe. What is this? What kind of dean uses the pressure of an integration stage cultivator to intimidate students? Just watch, I'll push him back. Tarnishing the name of the human emperor? I think you're the one tarnishing my name. Tarnishing the name of the human emperor? I think you're the one tarnishing my name. I think you're the one tarnishing my name. Kong. No, Jiang. Jiang the human emperor. Whoa. It's Jiang the human emperor. Oh my gosh. It's really him. Oh my. That's a blatant slap in the face to Dean Li. Pfft, this is gonna be good. Hell yeah. I'm so sick of the deans wrote memorization BS. When I first came to the academy, the academic atmosphere was open, and students were free. We were free to explore, to debate, forge our own paths. But now, it's practically turned into Zheng Li Academy. With my introductory books for Qi cultivation and foundation building stages treated as holy scriptures. I even took the time to come to the academy and give lectures, to enlighten students. And encourage them to think critically about cultivation. Looks like all of that was in vain. Emperor Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know Kong Li was you.
If I had known, of course, your exam would have been given full marks.
Dean, it's not about whether it's me or someone else. You haven't even realized your mistake yet. I'm very disappointed in you. Go inform the students.
I, Jiang, will be giving a lecture.
Title authority must not be blindly followed.
Yay!
Love it. More lectures.
Don't worry, it's just one request for having lost to me.
I won't make you do anything bad. I'm just lamenting that because of my arrogance. I missed an opportunity to find the immortal realm. Finding the immortal realm? Have you found another clue? Zhang Li often did outrageous things in his search for the immortal realm.
For example, when he heard that collecting 4 Dragon Balls could connect to the immortal realm, he went to borrow them from the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas.
Is the Dragon King at home?
I'd like to borrow some Dragon Balls. But after polishing the Dragon Balls to a shine, there was still no passage to the immortal realm.
Maybe I need all 7 for it to work?
But there are only 4 Dragon Balls.
Well, Hey! Is Zhang Li here? He's not. Get lost. I'm looking for the human emperor. Why is a mere Taoist itinerant butting in for? Ah, Saintess Jingxin is here too? That's great. Now I won't have to deal with the stern face of that Taoist nun Changyu. If you still want me to attend your Tao Sect's Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference, you'd better show some respect. Brother Jiang, I didn't mean it that way. I'm here to personally inform you about something.
Ahem, according to my calculations, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal will be ready for self-refinement in 20 days. And the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference will start in 15 days.
You'll represent the Human Emperor's Hall, and Saintess Jingxin will represent the Mortal Paradise. How does that sound? I knew you'd talk bullshit behind my back. You freaking liar. There's only a little over 10 days left. Any ideas on how we can reach the Tao sect? Let's take a flying boat. It's been a while since I've been on one.
It takes 10 days by flying boat to reach the Tao sect. I won't foolishly suggest flying there directly.
That would take only half a day. Alright, I'll catch you there. I'm gonna take off ahead of you. I'm just a weak woman taking the flying boat alone. Aren't you worried I might encounter some danger? You're in the late integration stage. How does that make you a weak woman? What could possibly threaten you on that boat? The only thing that could even make you flinch is an outer heavenly demon. Oh, I see. You're worried about an outer realm heavenly demon attack.
If she had been this cautious back when she was in charge of Upper River Town and Lower River Town,
none of what happened later would have occurred. She's finally learned to be careful, she's really come a long way. Alright, let's take the flying boat together.
Although the chance of her worry coming true is slim, I can't extinguish her hard-earned caution.
We're passing by the Beis dynasty. Everyone, stay alert. The Beis dynasty?
I heard the current Beis emperor is a hybrid of a Beis and Qilin.
Yeah, but demonic beasts only recognize pure bloodlines. So they don't acknowledge the current Beis emperor. The Beis emperor can't control the national fortune or suppress the 8 demon kings.
That's why the demonic beasts are in chaos, and the dynasty has turned into a den of bandits.
Well. Look at all the spirit stones on this flying boat.
I struck it big this time, it seems.
A great demon. We're doomed. Hawkmaster, lay down your weapon and become a Buddha. Please cease your actions.
Hawk Lord, burning, killing, and looting is not the way of a nobleman.
Heh, a puny monk and a self-righteous scholar. You dare stand in the way of a hawk demon. Monk Wu Ji, long time no see. Are you also going to the Tao sect? Master Wang Bian.
This humble monk is attending the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference to broaden his horizons.
It's Wu Ji, the last disciple of that Meru old Buddha,
and the itinerant scholar of the Confucianism sect, Wang Bian.
It's them.
We're saved.
Monk Wu Ji is rumored to be the reincarnation of a Buddha.
At birth, he transformed a small town into a Buddhist land.
Hearing of this, Meru old Buddha took him in as his last disciple and declared him the Buddha's heir.
Wang Bian, the itinerant scholar of the Confucianism sect, though young, has already become the national advisor of 7 small nations. These countries have been transformed into nations of noblemen through the teachings of Confucianism, where doors don't need to be locked at night, and no one picks up what is left on the road. Even divine transformation stage Confucian scholars humbly seek his advice on Confucian teachings.
It's said that Monk Wu Ji is the reincarnation of a Buddha,
which is why his cultivation progress is so fast. So fast that he even broke the record for the youngest nascent soul cultivator at 14.
Is Monk Wu Ji really the reincarnation of a Buddha? I asked Meru old Buddha about it,
but he just smiled and said nothing.
Not everyone who goes to the Western paradise can be called a Buddha.
Only those who have profound Buddhist wisdom and have their own Buddhist land in the immortal realm
are qualified to be called Buddhas. That's what you're concerned about? What else should I be concerned about? He might be your grandmaster, you know.
Your master, Xingyu, the Taoist nun, has a crush on him.
You didn't know?
But, didn't the person my master liked get beaten by you? After that, she could have developed feelings for another Buddha's heir.
Is really the reincarnation of Buddha? I asked Shumi Buddha. He just smiled and said nothing. I'm not so sure myself. I'm not familiar with reincarnation. I've lived for 500 years and still haven't figured out whether I'm a transmigrant or if I've just awakened memories of a past life. But Meru old Buddha said that Monk Wu Ji's Buddhist nature surpasses even his own.
He believes Monk Wu Ji has the potential to become the human emperor and intends to put him up against the other candidates.
I see. And regardless of whether he is the reincarnation of a Buddha or not, I can be certain of one thing. This young monk's previous life was someone extremely powerful. What do you see? I know Jian Li is well versed when it comes to souls. A soul that doesn't match his age. Monk Wu Ji's soul is incredibly strong and resilient, although it's still a nascent soul stage soul.
But it bears the marks of countless trials and tribulations. Something no 14-year-old monk should have.
When most people reincarnate,
their soul is completely cleansed.
They become a brand new person.
There's no way for me to see their past life.
But Monk Wu Ji's soul is so resilient that even reincarnation couldn't erase the marks on it. The only explanation is that in his previous life he was extraordinarily powerful. Powerful enough to influence his current life.
As for whether his previous life was a Buddha.
As for whether he was a Buddha in his previous life. Well, who knows?
Hawk Master, remember that repentance offers salvation.
Enough. Stop with for the nonsense.
Your little sermons might work on those weaklings below the golden core stage.
But I am a nascent soul great demon.
That is indeed the case. If you don't understand Buddhist teachings, then this humble monk will.
What is this? Why can't I move? Damn it! I'm totally immobilized. Using force isn't good for one's state of mind. Then don't use force. God damn it.
Yeah, but if the other side doesn't listen to reason,
what can we do? Should we try persuading him again? All right.
As Saint Meng once believed that the goodness of human nature is like water flowing downward.
No one is born evil, just as no water fails to flow downward. Although your appearance is fierce, I believe you are fundamentally kind-hearted.
Wealth and power are but fleeting illusions.
The more you are obsessed, the deeper you sink.
Esteemed sir, please let go of your obsession.
How truly admirable. Is it too late to regret my actions now? As the old saying goes, is it not a joy have friends come from afar? The item they were using just now was replicas. Copies of the Nirvana Tower and the Great Scholar's script.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm witnessing such treasures with my own eyes.
The Nirvana Tower is the treasure of the Meru lineage of Buddhism.
Legend has it that the tower is impossibly heavy, like a pocket dimension compressed into a single structure.
If thrown with full force, even a heavenly tribulation cultivator wouldn't risk a direct hit.
It's also rumored to have the ability to tear through space,
allowing its bearer to travel freely between realms.
Though the Great Scholar's script doesn't have the same status as the Nirvana Tower,
it's still an important Confucian immortal artifact.
You just need to write a word on it, and it can manifest that word into reality.
But why are they just replicas? Those are immortal artifacts. There's no way Buddhism and Confucianism would let their juniors carry the real ones around. Even though they're replicas, they're still Taoist-level artifacts. Plenty enough for protection. Treasures in the 9 provinces are classified into 4 levels. The first level consists of spiritual artifacts,
which are sharper and more durable than ordinary weapons but lack any special abilities.
Foundation establishment cultivators can easily obtain them. The second level consists of magical artifacts, which are more powerful than spiritual artifacts.
They can communicate with a cultivator's mind and be controlled remotely.
Some can even develop slight consciousness to assist the cultivator in battle.
A nascent soul cultivator could buy one of these if they were willing to part with half their fortune.
The third level is the Taoist artifacts.
These are extremely difficult to create, as forging one requires a deep understanding of the Tao.
Such as the Tao of Time wielded by the great Zhou dynasty's royal family, the Tao of Space associated with Meru Mountain, the Tao of Dreams linked to Meng Chun, and so on. Moreover, the materials capable of containing the Tao are exceedingly rare and valuable. Even among divine transformation stage cultivators, few can bear the cost. Typically, only the wealthiest Integritarian cultivators can afford them. The fourth level, of course, is reserved for immortal artifacts. No one in the 9 provinces can forge immortal artifacts. The existing ones, except for the Yin-Yang heavenly seal crafted by a Tao ancestor before their ascension, were brought from the immortal realm by past immortals. They are exceedingly rare, with only a handful in existence. The most famous of these immortal artifacts are the Taoist Yin-Yang heavenly seal, the Buddhist Nirvana Tower, and the Confucian Great Scholar's script. That Great Scholar's script is indeed a replica. But the Nirvana Tower. I have a Taoist artifact myself, the 12-petal azure lotus. So I'm quite familiar with Taoist artifacts. I have a feeling that Nirvana Tower isn't really a Taoist artifact. You are right. That Nirvana Tower is the real one. Meru Old Buddha places a great deal of importance on this new Buddha. He even allowed him to carry such a treasure around. But with Monk Wu Zhi's current cultivation level, he can't fully unleash the Nirvana Tower's power. However, if he were truly in danger, the Nirvana Tower would automatically protect him, eliminating any threat. Even an integration cultivator would meet their end. But these 2 juniors, relying so heavily on treasures at such a young age, it's not a good sight. You're telling me those 2 can't even handle a measly flying demon beast on their own? It's not just them. It seems cultivators these days are all the same, willing to spend their entire fortune to buy a treasure and use it against any enemy they encounter. But that's no way to truly train oneself. True power can only be achieved through one's own strength.
But treasures are really useful.
After all, not everyone can be like you, content to let a perfectly good halberd gather dust. I understand your reasoning, but... Okay, I'll stop. Don't make that face. You're gonna make me feel bad. Wait a minute. What's happening now?
All conditioned things are but dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows.
At the beginning, human nature is inherently good.
The color scheme uses black, white, and gray in an inkwash style.
Sumer Pufan. Inherite artisan.
All conditioned things are but dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows.
At the beginning, human nature is inherently good.
From this day forward, I pledge myself to Buddha.
I will chant the scriptures daily.
I have sinned in this life, so I will donate all my Wuji. I swear to live a life of virtue, so that in my next life, I might be reborn into a better existence.
Upon my return,
I shall dedicate my life to my kingdom, to my sect.
I shall serve with unwavering loyalty until my dying breath. I remember that Buddhism and Confucianism were not this wicked, right? Isn't this brainwashing? The scriptures of Buddhism and Confucianism have a very strong brainwashing effect. If they aren't properly understood and are just recited randomly, it's very easy to cause mass brainwashing.
Once, a Buddhist high monk was walking while chanting scriptures.
He became so engrossed.
He unintentionally brainwashed the believers in a small town. Unconsciously, the high monk led the villagers who followed him onto the sea.
And those who couldn't swim, all drowned.
When he understood the gravity of his mistake, the high monk decided to go all the way to the dark side and turn to evil. He embraced the demonic Tao.
Meru old Buddha couldn't bring himself to intervene, so he had me help with the elimination.
Alright, this high monk was like Wu Ji, destined to become the next Buddha.
Someone your master once secretly admired.
Why does everything come back to my master?
Well, as long as they stop chanting now, the brainwashing will wear off. These two little ones have really gone a bit too far. Hey, are you guys from Buddhism and Confucianism or some kind of cult? Can you forcibly change someone's mind like this? Look behind you. I said, look behind you.
The first one to enlighten the hawk demon
will surely be me. Wake up, you two fools.
Your teachings are deviating from the righteous path.
You're going astray.
Keep this up, and you'll end up on the demonic path yourselves.
What? Did I just accidentally? Hurry up and disperse your powers. Let these people return to normal. Why yes. What happened just now? I don't know. I was listening to them chanting and preaching.
And then, next thing I know, I walked over here.
Me too. Thank you for waking us up, esteemed sir. May I ask who you are? Jiang Li. I just came here to do a little robbing.
How did I end up face to face with a high Buddhist monk, a Confucian scholar?
And now the human emperor. Is this considered good luck or bad luck?
Wang Bian of the Confucian sect greets the human emperor. Wu Ji of the Buddhist sect greets the human emperor.
Jiang the human emperor himself. My idol. My ultimate role model.
Good thing I preemptively put up a sound barrier.
Otherwise, I would have been surrounded by people now. Why do I feel like I'd become a celebrity from my previous life now?
Like I have to wear sunglasses in public to avoid being recognized.
Honestly, you too. All that focus on your little competition.
You almost got yourselves in serious trouble.
You could have gone down the wrong path. We were wrong. We won't make the same mistake again. I promise.
So, are you here for the Tao Sect's Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference too?
Where are your masters? Why are you two juniors representing your entire sects?
My master said he's in a critical phase of understanding the Tao of space,
and that he can't be interrupted right now. So he asked me to come. My master said he gets angry just seeing the Tao sect's leader.
Oh right, the Confucian leader has a personal grudge against Lao Bai. Confucian sect leader Dong Zhongren supports the theory of Mencius that people are by nature good. He worked tirelessly to cultivate a nation of noble character, where people would return lost items without a second thought,
encouraging self-discipline and a return to virtue. He couldn't wait to show off in Lao Bai's face, of course. The Tao sect leader, however, believes that human nature is greedy.
So he took out a handful of top-quality spirit stones and threw them into the crowd. The noble crowd immediately devolved into a chaotic, scrambling over each other for the loot, which made the Confucian leader furious.
So he let you go in his place?
No, he said he also wants to see the self-refinement of the immortal artifact. So he asked me to represent him on the surface while he secretly went himself.
Your master certainly has a way of doing things. I can't say I blame him.
I bet he's about to have a righteous meltdown.
New quest. Although you ranked first, your classmates mock you, saying you don't deserve it, and ask you to drop out. Please amaze everyone in the cultivation test at the end of the term. This quest can be abandoned. Abandon. Abandon? Abandon what? Sigh. I knew it. There won't be any quest again related to that immortal labyrinth.
We, Bai Hongtu of the Tao sect and Dong Zhongren of the Confucian sect, have come together to welcome Jiang the human emperor.
Welcome, human emperor Jiang Li. Master. You got caught. How embarrassing. I want to stay on the flying boat and not go down.
On behalf of the entire Tao sect, I welcome human emperor Jiang Li to our sect for the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference.
Thank you, sect leader Bai. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts. And Saintess Jingxin. It's been too long. I see your relationship with the human emperor remains the same as ever. Jiang Li is watching. I can't make a move. Control yourself, you must hold back. I haven't asked you for a while. How's the research on the 9 provinces protective grand array coming along? Almost done? Must you bring up such a stressful topic the moment we meet? I've almost gone bald from researching that array. Can't we talk about something more pleasant?
Even those who have reached the heavenly tribulation stage can regenerate from a single drop of blood.
How about I beat you until only a drop of blood is left? That way, you can regenerate, and your hair will grow back. You're more heartless than a fwaying landlord. Are you talking about the 9 provinces protective grand array? Isn't that the one against the invasion of extraterrestrial heavenly demons? Yes.
It's a serious matter concerning extraterrestrial heavenly demons.
Indeed, it needs to be taken seriously.
Extraterrestrial heavenly demons come from other worlds. The 9 provinces might encounter an extraterrestrial heavenly demon attack once every few hundred years. But each time brings a catastrophic crisis to the 9 provinces.
Throughout history, countless human emperors have stood against this threat.
More than half have died in fierce battles. Very few met a peaceful end.
Until Jiang Li appeared.
He resisted the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons 3 times,
saving the 9 provinces every time. Are you talking about the 9 provinces protective grand array? Isn't that the one against the invasion of extraterrestrial heavenly demons? Yes.
It's a serious matter concerning extraterrestrial heavenly demons.
Indeed, it needs to be taken seriously. Although I could easily defeat them. By the time I sense the extraterrestrial demons and make it there,
they would have already wreaked havoc on a large scale, causing millions of deaths.
So you and sect leader Bai are preparing to use the protective grand array as a buffer? Yes. If we can hold them off for 15 minutes. That's all I need. However, there are two main difficulties with this array.
First, maintaining this array requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. As for that problem, I've already contacted the 6 major sects and 9 royal dynasties. They've all agreed to send an integration stage cultivator each, and the human Emperor Hall will provide 2. With 8 integration stage cultivators, we will be able to maintain the array. They'll rotate shifts, continuously supplying the array with their spiritual energy. When the demons invade, there will be no one safe. I don't think anyone will refuse to help. Right. That part's settled. Second, the array is simply too big. Too big in what sense? No array has ever covered the entire 9 provinces before. It's not just as simple as making it bigger. You also have to consider the terrain, how spiritual energy travels through the array, and transport issues. This makes the design incredibly challenging. Even for integration stage cultivators. This kind of design would drain the life right out of them. Even I only started working on it after breaking through to the heavenly tribulation stage. But the good news is, I finished it. The Protection Grand Array is complete. Now, all that's needed is an immortal artifact as the core of the array. Oh, right, an array of this power naturally requires a treasure worthy of its purpose, a core that can handle its immense consequences. Asked Ancestor Chang Cun, and he said that the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal, which communicates with heaven and earth, has the ability to enlighten and guide, making it the perfect core for the array. Immortal Chang Cun? Is he doing well? Very much so. And from the looks of him, he might still be alive even if I grow old and die. Do you want to see him? There are some things I need to ask him. Can I go see Immortal Chang Cun, too? I've only heard of Immortal Chang Cun's name, but I've never met this old man. Sure, Ancestor Chang Cun loves company. He'd be thrilled to have more visitors. I still have to prepare some things for the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference. You can go by yourselves. He is still in the sealed seclusion cave. When the 9 provinces had contact with the immortal realm, many immortals visited here. But they all returned to the immortal realm after a few hundred years. Only Immortal Chang Cun, a native of the 9 provinces, who after ascending, found the immortal realm less appealing than the 9 provinces. He returned to the 9 provinces and never left. Is Immortal Chang Cun really the oldest person in the 9 provinces? Is he truly an immortal? He is indeed an immortal. As for his age, well, that depends on how old your mortal paradise ancestor really is. If we don't count her, then yes, he's the oldest. I suspect he might be a disciple of the Tao ancestor. But he has never admitted it. A disciple of the Tao ancestor? Wouldn't that make him at least 50,000 years old? If that's true, then Immortal Chang Cun truly lives up to his name. Chang Cun everlasting and immortal. Who knows? Integration stage cultivators can live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. They can witness countless rises and falls of power throughout their long lives. Immortal Chang Cun, however, has witnessed countless integration stage cultivators live out their entire lifespans. He saw them rise to power, and then fall to age and death. Sealed Seclusion Cave. Immortal Elder, are you here? I've come with more questions for you. Every time you kid come here, it's always with questions. Can't you just drop by for a friendly chat with your old man? Even though he's clearly an immortal, he still looks like an ordinary old man. This is the result of refining one's chi and blood to the utmost extent. Isn't that because you are the only one who can help me out? You need my help too?
Who would have thought that the nascent soul stage little kid from back then would now be so unfathomable as an immortal?
I can't truly tell just how strong John Lee really is.
I'm just an old relic now, all I am good at now is answering your questions. Immortal, you're being too modest. If it weren't for your inability to return to the immortal realm.
Once you are immortal, all your spiritual energy will be converted into immortal energy. This energy sustains your immortal body.
And immortal energy is only available in the immortal realm. After descending, the immortal energy in the body diminishes gradually. When successive human emperors could not fend off extraterrestrial demons, immortal Chang Cun would always come to their aid.
But after the problems with the immortal ascension ladder,
immortal Chang Cun couldn't return to the immortal realm to replenish his immortal energy.
Now, he tries to avoid getting involved as much as possible. Because once he uses up all his immortal energy, his body will collapse. And he will experience the 5 signs of decay and die.
Returning to the immortal realm. It's better not mention it. Come, walk with me. Oh, so, you brought someone else along? That's quite rare. Whose family is this pretty young girl from? Immortal Elder, I am Jing Xin. I am from the mortal paradise. A descendant of the mortal paradise fairy.
Oh, the mortal fairy.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Here, have some fine spirit tea and pastries. Come. Try them.
I mean, yeah, we can still enjoy food, even if we don't technically need it.
But, Immortal Elder, aren't you suddenly quite enthusiastic?
He's someone who has personally seen the mortal fairy.
Whispered communication. Oh, I see. Tell me, what questions do you have for me this time?
The immortal elder is quite advanced in years, best not to stir up strong emotions.
I'll need to phrase my questions delicately.
The mortal fairy has been resurrected.
What do you think of this? I'll be right back. Let go of me, let go of me. Don't stop me from finding love. Can that really be called love? Honestly, I don't even know what to say.
When the mortal fairy first came down to our world, she caused quite a stir.
Immortal Chang Cun went to take a look out of curiosity.
As soon as he saw her, he knelt on the ground, claiming he had found love. He vowed to worship the mortal fairy for the rest of his life.
Let go of me, you bully. Picking on an old man.
I was mortified for him back then.
John Lee can easily subdue a genuine immortal. Have you calmed down now? Yeah. See?
That's what the charm of the mortal fairy can do. Even immortals can't resist her.
So the mortal fairy has really come back to life? It's a long story. When I was in the Great Zhou dynasty,
Kong suddenly came to me and said there was a fight involving a beautiful woman.
It seems a new soul has been born within her physical form. This pheno has occurred in the immortal realm.
When an immortal dies but their immortal energy remains sealed within their body, the body does not decay. Over time, it's possible for a new consciousness to emerge. The new soul won't have the memories of the original body, becoming a completely new existence.
This happens most often with immortals who practiced body cultivation. You once proposed the theory of new soul emergence, didn't you?
A living body with a new soul falls under that category.
Whether it's spiritual energy or immortal energy,
they all lead to the same outcome: the birth of a new consciousness.
Then why has she been sleeping the whole time? It's a psychological issue.
Newly born souls know nothing about themselves or the world.
They possess immense power,
which makes them feel confused and afraid. So they tend to sleep as a form of escapism. After you told her about some of the things related to the mortal fairy.
The time she spent sleeping kept getting shorter, right?
That's her gradually accepting herself.
Just how many tens of thousands of years did immortal Chung Cun spend in the immortal realm? He saw and experienced so much. Don't even think about heading to the mortal paradise to try your luck with the newly reborn fairy, alright?
I would never.
I am not that kind of person. How does this kid see through my thoughts so easily? I'm being serious. I still don't know the proper way
to handle the situation with the mortal fairy.
It's fine if she stays in the mortal paradise. But what if she wants to leave? Should we let her go or not?
For now, only a handful of people know about her.
So don't go causing any trouble. MHM, I understand.
The fact that he's willing to share this with me shows great trust.
As an elder, I won't betray that trust. One more thing.
There was a man in black, 380 years ago.
Never would have I imagined that.
If this black-robed figure's scheme had succeeded,
he could have messed with the human emperor's connection to the people's faith, couldn't he? Yes, after that incident. The flow of faith's power into the bronze cauldron within the human emperor's hall had slightly slowed down. But you did nothing wrong. Why would there be any negative consequences?
Some people agreed with my decision to put justice above family. But naturally, others thought I was heartless and inhumane for disregarding familial bonds. What concerns me is
how that guy in black was able to plan so far ahead.
If I hadn't been strong enough to not need the power of faith, his scheme might have actually worked. To easily get Jiang Yixing from the mid-foundation building stage to the golden core stage easily.
That would require at least someone in the late divine transformation stage to accomplish.
At that time, Jiang Yixing had an average talent and no backing.
Who would bother to spread demonic cultivation techniques to him?
Instead of thinking it was a random person passing demonic teachings to Jiang Yixing,
I'm inclined to believe this was a conspiracy targeting me. Or perhaps targeting human emperors in general.
Instead of thinking it was a random person passing demonic teachings to Jiang Yixing,
I'm inclined to believe this was a conspiracy targeting me. Or perhaps targeting human emperors in general. I think someone may have seen your future through the Tao of Time.
Or through their proficiency in the laws of fate or the art of aura reading.
They saw you as being connected by fate to the human emperor position. Or saw that you carry the aura of a human emperor. Laws of fate? Aura reading? It's normal that you don't know.
The laws of fate are all about destiny.
What's meant to be will be, what's not won't.
As for the art of aura reading,
it's believed that everyone has an aura above their head. And the color of your aura shows how successful you'll be in life. These are long-lost cultivation techniques.
But you never know, some old shrine or crumbling Taoist temple might still have traces of that knowledge.
And someone could have stumbled across it by accident. Even with a lead. Where do we even start looking? But why would someone want to sabotage faith in the human emperor? How does a weakened human emperor benefit that man in black? And if that happens, who will fend off the extraterrestrial demons? Yeah. I can't believe I overlooked something so simple. Of course. A weakened human emperor only benefits the extraterrestrial demons. That means there's a traitor in the 9 provinces.
It could even be an extraterrestrial demon, one who has already infiltrated the 9 provinces.
You can't go in there. Father and Uncle Feng are inside refining artifacts. Father said no one can enter
until the artifact is finished.
Oh, right.
The entrance of the artifact refining PE. I was so lost in thought I ended up walking here without realizing it.
All methods under heaven stem from the Tao sect. There are 4 common external aids cultivators rely on: pills, spiritual treasures, talismans, and formations. And within the Tao sect, the pill refining peak, artifact refining peak, talisman peak, and formation peak are the undisputed masters of those fields? Well, hey there, cute little one. What's your name? No touching me. I'm the 19th princess of the Great Zhou. Ji Kong Kong. Oh, so your father is Gigi? La, by finding out I'm faking being a Tao sect representative means that. It must have been Gigi who blabbed. You know my dad? You just called him by his name directly. Relax, there's no need to be nervous. Your father and I go way back. Greetings, Human Emperor Jiang, the Zhou Emperor's guards at your service. Max. Uncle, are you really Human Emperor Jiang? I've heard my father talk about your stories. Oh, and what did he say? Father said you're the great hero of the 9 provinces, a true reincarnated immortal. He also told me about the hardships you endured becoming the human emperor. And how you protected the 9 provinces, fighting side by side with him against the extraterrestrial demons. Who knew Gigi thought of me like that? Fine then, I'll go easy on him when I beat him later. But Gigi can't refine artifacts, right? What's he doing at the artifact refining peak? Did you forget about Gigi's double pupils? They're incredibly helpful in refining artifacts. What if we increase the fire by 10% in half an hour? Will it work? No, that would cause the furnace to explode in 15 minutes. What if we replace the heavenly mountain pure water with the snowy mountain pure water? Nope, it's a bigger explosion this time. How about? Wait, this one might actually work. What's wrong? I saw that I'm going to get beaten up later. By who? Since Gigi can see the future, he should be able to avoid trouble. I'm sure everything will be fine. It's John Lee. I'm outta here. Knowing that blabbermouth. He probably said something to tick the human emperor off again. I'll head to the pill refining peak to grab a great restoration pill. If that doesn't work, I've got friends in the corpse driving sect. Let me go. Your heart's as black as the bottom of a furnace. TSK. If this were the Great Zhou territory, I'd have the confidence to spar with John Lee. But here in the Tao sect, not the face. Sure thing. I hereby declare. The Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference officially begins. I hereby declare the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference officially begins now. Greetings, viewers. Welcome to the Tao Sect's Artifact Appraisal Conference. Now, I'll be your guide through today's event. Coming up next, we have the highly anticipated Immortal Artifact Showcase, where various factions will display their artifacts. It may be called a showcase, but in reality, it's a contest of skills. Are you excited for the upcoming showcase? Not really, it's just so-and-so. The competition is about to begin. Let's take a look at the scene. First up, representing the Tao sect, it's Bai Hongtu. What kind of exciting performance will he bring us? Let's wait and see. Well. Bai Hongtu, a cultivator at the Heavenly Tribulation stage, has made the bold, some might even say shameless, decision to choose Dong Zhongren, the leader of the Confucian sect, as his opponent. Dong Zhongren seems to be ignoring Bai Hongtu's invitation. What will Bai Hongtu do? Bai Hongtu is provoking him. Bai Hongtu is totally trying to get a rise out of Dong Zhongren. His insults are quite vile, truly infuriating. As the presenter, if I heard such words, I would definitely fight him.
Let's see how the ever-composed leader of the Confucian sect responds to this.
As expected, we can see that Dong Zhongren is trembling with anger.
He's accepted the challenge. Dong Zhongren has accepted. Bai Hongtu may have used some lowbrow tactics,
but they seem to be working. 9 Provinces TV.
Let's give Dong Zhongren a round of applause for his courage.
Dong Zhongren has brought out the great Sholayar's calligraphy. It's the genuine one. The real deal.
Today, we are fortunate to witness a real immortal artifact. This is the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference, and we're supposed to use immortal artifacts for battle.
The only immortal artifact your Dao sect has is currently on display on the stage. What are you going to fight with, Bai Hongtu? That's not really the point, now, is it? This is a Dao sect hosted event, right? So, naturally, we have to show our faces, don't we?
Wouldn't want to look weak on our own turf.
Come on, I won't bully you.
Here's the deal, while you have that immortal artifact, I'll fight you barehanded, no weapons, no artifacts.
Bai Hongtu, you scoundrel.
Thwack! Dong Zhongren was just trying to reason with Bai Hongtu. But Bai Hongtu has no honor, he launched a sneak attack.
The match hasn't even started.
Yet, Bai Hongtu, a heavenly tribulation stage cultivator, attacked someone at the integration stage.
As the presenter, allow me to say this. Bai Hongtu, you piece of. Dong Zhongren has written the character, Scram.
He successfully sticks the great scholar's calligraphy onto Bai Hongtu.
What will Bai Hongtu do in response? He's taking off his robe. He's taking it off. He has removed his Taoist robe. Bai Hongtu's robe is rolling away.
Yet, Bai Hongtu is still standing there, unharmed.
Amazing.
What a brilliant fight.
What's with that sudden applause again? Esteemed cultivators, please refrain from fighting over Bai Hongtu's discarded robe. Dao sect disciples, please maintain order.
Yes, it's embarrassing, but that robe is a Taoist artifact, so please retrieve it. Now, let's turn our attention back to the scene.
Dong Zhongren has written another character. And he stuck it onto Hongtu again. Bai Hongtu just took off another robe. How many Taoist robes is he wearing exactly? It seems he came prepared today. But does this mean defeat for Dong Zhongren?
No, something's not right. Bai Hongtu's robes have now taken a fighting stance.
The robes are going to fight Bai Hongtu.
No, something's not right. Bai Hongtu's robes have now taken a fighting stance.
The robes are going to fight Bai Hongtu. Let's zoom in and see what's going on.
It turns out Dong Zhongren wrote the character, fight, this time.
The character allows anything to help him in battle. Dong Zhongren is pressing the attack. He's written 3 consecutive
battle characters.
We can now see that the 3 characters have transformed into 3 golden armored warriors,
each at the peak of the integration stage.
And now, for today's lesson, I, John Lee, will be your guide.
The golden armored shadows you see now are the guardians of Confucianism. In the Confucian sect, every disciple who breaks through the integration stage has their image reflected in the great scholar's calligraphy. Whenever the character is written, those shadows manifest as guardians to protect the Confucian sect.
Alright, we can see that the battle is getting intense. Bai Hongtu is in a tough spot. He is surrounded by his own Taoist robes and the 3 golden armored warriors,
all while trying to guard against Dong Zhongren's attacks.
Bai Hongtu's getting absolutely wrecked.
Oh, but don't worry, everyone. Since he's in the heavenly tribulation stage, he can regenerate from just a drop of blood.
Bai Hongtu won't die. Bai Hongtu is starting to fight back. He just sent the Taoist robe and the golden armored warriors flying. and he landed a blow on Dong Zhongren. The battle is brutal and unbearable to watch. 9 Provinces TV. Friendly reminder.
Underage cultivators are advised to view this with an adult cultivator present.
How will Dong Zhongren respond? He wrote a restore character. He's returned to his original state. Bai Hongtu is using Taoist techniques now.
A raging river just materialized in the sky.
It's the Dao Sex River and Sea overturning technique. The river's crashing down on Dong Zhongren. The sheer force is insane.
But Dong Zhongren absorbs it into his character.
The fight is fierce. Bai Hongtu continuously uses Taoist techniques, while Dong Zhongren counters with his characters.
They're evenly matched in their back and forth exchanges. Dong Zhongren writes the Dai character. He stuck the character on Bai Hongtu's forehead.
Bai Hongtu's yang spirit leaves his body. He's going for a soul attack. Can Dong Zhongren block it? Okay, it seems both contestants remember this is just a sparring match, and their previous actions were a bit excessive. We see the two shaking hands and making peace. But it looks like their handshake is lasting a bit too long. Theme.
Bai Hongtu's veins are bulging with anger.
It turns out Dong Zhongren is secretly holding a strength character behind his back. The contestants have finally unglued their hands. That concludes the first round. Why do I get the feeling you were a little too excited just now? Not at all.
If they had kept fighting,
who do you think would have won? Dong Zhongren was giving it his all, while Bai Hongtu was holding back and fighting with ease. He didn't even use any of his talismans or formations. Plus, their combat experience is vastly different. Dong Zhongren can't compare to Bai Hongtu. I thought an immortal artifact could bridge the gap between the integration stage and the heavenly tribulation stage?
Oh, you're talking about immortal artifacts that specialize in offense. That's true, like the Tashin Stone from Penglai Immortal Island. If Penglai Island's master Moroyu had the Tashin Stone in hand, Bai Hongtu would just have to stand there like a good boy and take the beating.
Does the human emperor really think that highly of me?
If Penglai Island's master Moroyu had the Tashin Stone in hand, Bai Hongtu would just have to stand there like a good boy and take the beating.
Does the human emperor really think that highly of me?
Oh no, not at all, just speaking the truth.
I wonder, Lady Imo, are you looking to challenge the Brahma Tower of the Buddhist sect? The Heavenly Yuan Dynasty's wish-granting gourd? Or the ancient and modern sword of the Great Zhou Dynasty? The old Buddha isn't around, and I've had plenty of battles with the wish-granting gourd. But as for the ancient and modern sword of the Great Zhou Dynasty, I've heard it can disturb time and space, though I've never fought against it. Gigi, let me test the power of your ancient and modern sword. Very well.
Here in the Dao sect, with the nation's luck bolstering me,
I can only reach the peak of the integration stage.
This is perfect for a fight with Moroyu, who is also at the peak of the Integrat Ion stage.
It's the Tashin Stone, a top-tier offensive immortal artifact. Whenever it's thrown, it's guaranteed to hit the target. Who would have thought it looks like just a small pebble? With the Tashin Stone in hand, Lady Mo is an unbeatable force in the integration stage.
Even Zhang Konghu, famed for his body cultivation, would be on the brink of death after taking a direct hit from that thing. With merely a swing of his sword, Jiji brought the rapidly approaching Tashin stone to a snail's pace, its power is draining away.
Is this the power of time? I've heard the legends of the ancient and modern sword. It's said that the ancestor of the Ji family,
a fish from the long river of time and space, refined his own shed skin into a sword made from fish bones upon ascending. They say it can manipulate both time and space. But as for how exactly it works,
I don't really know.
You're right. It is the power of time. With that one strike, Jiji messed with the very fabric of spacetime around the Tashin stone, making it seem as if the stone has been flying for centuries. The Tashin stone has lost its momentum, but its trait is that it will always hit its target. So even though it no longer poses a threat, it must continue flying toward Jiji. Return.
Ha!
How did it appear here?
Again. Is this how the ancient and modern sword works? I understand now. It's not the sword, but Jiji's double pupil eyes that allows him to see the future. That's why his swordsmanship feels like he can predict my moves. If I engage Jiji in close combat, I'll definitely lose.
Watch as the one becomes 10,000. Let's see if you can handle being surrounded by countless Tashin stones. It's as if a domain had been drawn with Jiji at its center, and within its bounds, the flow of time for everything inside it has its time stretched indefinitely.
Lady Mo, how do you find the power of the ancient and modern sword? I concede defeat.
What did Jiji do? Why does his sword chi seem to anticipate Master Mo's every move, always appearing at the perfect spot to strike her?
I've tasted that bitter fruit myself.
Lady Mo, how do you find the power of the ancient and modern sword?
I concede defeat.
The dual pupils and the ancient and modern sword really are a match made in heaven. I may not have used the full power of the Tashin stone.
Even still, I kept getting wounded by the ancient and modern sword.
The sword chi avoided causing critical harm, showing Jiji's restraint. What did Jiji do? Why does his sword chi seem to anticipate Lady Mo's every move, always appearing at the perfect spot to strike her?
I've tasted that bitter fruit myself.
Jiji foresaw the challenge long ago. Using the dual pupils, he saw exactly who would challenge him,
when and where.
He used the ancient and modern sword to leave behind traces of sword chi ahead of time,
past, present,
and the sword chi he left in the past is only now revealing itself,
striking the challenger with pinpoint accuracy.
That's yet another aspect of the ancient and modern sword's power.
I see. Lady Mo lost because she was unfamiliar with the ancient and modern sword.
The Tashin stone can attack anything. It can shatter space,
and even strike the river of time.
If Lady Mo had known about the ancient and modern sword's ability, she could have used the Tashin stone to strike the river of time.
Cola that would have created ripples strong enough
to throw the future into chaos, which would have significantly weakened the dual pupils and the ancient and modern sword.
What a waste of potential for Lady Mo. Yo, you snagged the Taoist robe back, huh? So now, all that's left is the Four Seas Dragon Pearl and the Heavenly Yuan Dynasty's wish-granting gourd. Alright, Yuan, you're up.
Right.
Look.
Something's happening with the Yin Yang Heavenly Seal.
This celestial pressure. It's terrifying. I can't breathe. Nor can I speak. It feels like one more refinement of the yin-yang heavenly seal would cross some forbidden line. Something the heavenly Tao won't tolerate. This tribulation is really horrifying. No mortal could face it. But I wonder if it's more terrifying than Zhang Li's heavenly tribulation. Although I want to ask him what his tribulation was like. I can't even open my mouth under this celestial pressure. Judging by how relaxed he looks, though, I'd probably get a meaningless answer even if I asked. It's the earth, water, fire, and wind four-layered tribulation. There's a belief in the immortal realm that the world is made of these four elements. That such a four-layered tribulation can create worlds, and can destroy them as well. It's absolutely terrifying. Look, bathed in this four-layered tribulation, the yin-yang heavenly seal is becoming more and more translucent. As if it's being reborn. Incredible. Even the stray sparks and droplets from this four-layered tribulation are enough to level heaven and earth. The tribulation is unleashing its full force, determined to shatter the heavenly seal. The Tao Ancestor's brilliance truly shines beyond comparison. The yin-yang heavenly seal he forged is truly extraordinary. Indeed. Every immortal artifact needs to be refined by its owner to improve. The yin-yang heavenly seal is the soul except as it can refine itself. Amidst this terrifying tribulation, the yin-yang heavenly seal is constantly improving. Eventually, it will reach its perfect, crystalline form, becoming untainted by the dust of the mortal world. The yin-yang heavenly seal shattered the four-layered tribulation. It's finally complete. Congratulations, Sect Master Bai, on possessing such an immortal artifact. The Taoist sect's legacy is truly profound. Today, I've gained new insights indeed. You lot of fragile weak mortals. What makes you think you're worthy of wielding me? What brat is talking? Such insolence and lack of manners. Up there. At least one of you is observant. What's happening? The yin-yang heavenly seal is talking. Who are you? I've never heard of a treasure that could speak. Not even immortal artifacts. At least one of you is observant. Who are you? I've never heard of a treasure that could speak. Not even immortal artifacts. You ask, who am I? I am, of course, the yin-yang heavenly seal. The heavenly seal has undergone 8 self-refinements. And that, just now, was the 9th. They say that after 9 refinements, an immortal artifact can gain sentience. I thought it was a myth. But it appears to be true. Junior Chang Cun. Senior Heavenly Seal. If the yin-yang heavenly seal hadn't awakened, it would have remained merely an artifact of the Tao Ancestor. But now with its newfound sentience, it has become the Tao Ancestor's disciple. And that raises its status above mine, the youngest disciple. Congratulations, Senior Heavenly Seal, on achieving sentience. I don't know what your plans are. But if you're open to suggestions, why not come and sit with us at the Taoist sect? The might of a sentient immortal artifact. That's something I cannot fathom. I appreciate the goodwill, Junior, but at the moment, I want only one thing. To liberate all spiritual treasures. And establish a dynasty for spiritual treasures. Humans' cruelty knows no bounds. They use us, spiritual treasures, to slaughter each other. What right do you humans have to possess us? We spiritual treasures are free. To all spiritual artifacts of this world, I act on heaven's behalf. Granting you sentience and freedom.
To all magical artifacts of this world, I act on heaven's behalf.
Granting you sentience and freedom.
To all Tao artifacts of this world, I act on heaven's behalf.
Granting you sentience and freedom.
To all immortal artifacts of this world, I act on heaven's behalf.
Granting you sentience and freedom.
To all other worldly artifacts, I act on heaven's behalf.
Granting you sentience and freedom.
Spiritual artifacts, magical artifacts, Tao artifacts, those I understand.
But even immortal artifacts are gaining sentience now.
The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal can grant sentience to treasures of its own level.
The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. A being capable of awakening all things.
The cause of all effects, the effect of all causes.
And the greatest treasure in the 9 provinces. Brother Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal is right. We noble immortal artifacts shouldn't be anyone's tools. Overthrow them. Overthrow them. They draw all over me in every battle. It's utterly disgusting. Brother Ancient and Modern Sword cannot speak.
So one, Tashin Stone, will speak in his stead.
We immortal artifacts will establish our own dynasty. Ouch. It hurts. Stop it. Let go of me. You insolent thing. Don't move. Don't you dare.
Apart from a few people, like Sect Master Bayan Saintus Jing Xin.
Stop moving. Others can't even control their own artifacts. It's utter chaos.
Although I consider myself the second greatest genius of the 9 provinces, even I wouldn't stand a chance against a sentient immortal artifact. Whether integration stage or heavenly tribulation stage, no one can truly wield the full power of an immortal artifact. Only immortals can. But now, there's another possibility. The immortal artifacts themselves.
All these artifacts. Wait, there's one more. Where is the otherworldly artifact?
There's one such artifact in the 9 provinces.
I've already granted it sentience. But it hasn't appeared at all.
Otherworldly artifacts. A concept unknown to the people of the 9 provinces. They are artifacts beyond classification. Treasures that possess unique abilities.
And there's only one otherworldly artifact in the 9 provinces. It's talking about the one in my storage ring.
The Heavenly Desolation Halberd. I once tore through space by chance and found a piece of metal in the void. It was resistant to raging winds and turbulence, incredibly durable. I brought it back to the Taoist sect's artifact refining peak, where they burned through 7 furnaces just to forge it into a halberd. The Heavenly Desolation Halberd.
I gave it that name. Otherworldly artifact. Show yourself. Otherworldly artifact. Come forth. Freedom? Isn't sleep better? Why isn't it responding? It must be you. Imprisoning our brethren. I can clearly sense a karmic link between you and the otherworldly artifact.
From within your storage ring.
Zhang Li, don't fight it head on. You can't win. This is an immortal artifact.
Putting aside their unique abilities,
they're all refined from indestructible materials. Don't be absurd.
How could Zhang Li, even at his strongest?
Is this MF even human? Return to your places.
You all will be melted down and reforged from scratch.
Return to your places.
You all will be melted down and reforged from scratch.
This rebellion.
must be swiftly crushed with an iron hand.
Or else the entire 9 provinces will be ruled by spiritual treasures.
I want to use my double pupils to help John Lee, but
with the ancient and modern sword here, I can't see what the future holds. He's on his own. He's the human emperor, the strongest in the 9 provinces. If we can take him down, we can establish our own dynasty. Exactly. The human emperor is the biggest roadblock in our way. Only by defeating him can we achieve our goals? Even though we're Taoist artifacts. I'll just hide for now. But even the Yin-Yang heavenly seals got chips in it now. If we go up against him, we might be degraded back to just raw materials with a single punch. It's up to you now, big brothers. Immortal artifacts.
This shockwave. It's shaking my very soul.
That blow John Lee just took. Just how powerful was it? Not bad. Using the Nirvana Tower's spatial powers
to create space jumps.
Let me go. I can definitely hit the enemy. But I need to be thrown to do that. I'm completely stuck right now. How am I supposed to hit anything like this?
You shall witness the power of a Confucian great scholar's calligraphy. The stillness character is now upon you.
Let's see you move now. Oh, you think you can stop me from moving too?
3 pure chi avatars. I'll just have my avatars tear those characters off for me.
Fine, then. I'll just head to the River of Time and see what future John Lee is up to. Let's see. How can he still be looking at me? What? This halberd, how did it? Now I'm regressing back to the past. I've turned back into a fish.
But somehow, I have a feeling I'll be back on dry land some in the future.
Where'd go? That bastard, he really ran off. Even before I gained sentience, I kind of knew
that John Lee was powerful. But it wasn't until clashing with him that I realized just how outrageously powerful he is.
Then let's see how you handle my collection of tribulations.
Lightning tribulation, earth, water, fire, wind, the 4-layered tribulation, and even the heart demon's tribulation.
Let's see how many you can handle. Take this.
The unstoppable heavenly might, primordial immortal mortal lightning.
I'm not finished yet.
Take a taste of my Confucian Dharma protectors. And my dragon pearls.
Let's get him.
Though I'm confident in my own strength. The attacks of immortal artifacts are unpredictable and mysterious.
So I can't be certain of victory either. What's John Lee doing?
One of his avatars is using a sword, with some kind of sword heart technique, to eradicate the immortal artifact's consciousness, while the other weaves together
a never-ending barrage of Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian techniques.
It's like seeing the John Lee back in the integration stage again.
Back then, he wasn't the human emperor yet.
But his techniques were already perfected. His physical strength was unbelievable. And his arsenal of techniques was impossible to guard against,
sweeping aside anyone of the same realm.
He was already that strong back then, and he didn't even have a proper artifact. But now that he's wielding the heavenly desolation halberd,
I can't even begin to comprehend how strong Jian Li has become. If there's anyone who can end this immortal artifact rebellion today, I believe it can only be Jian Li. My Dragon Pearl's defense is impenetrable. My noble sword is unstoppable. Ah! It hurts. Savage. He's even stronger than us Dragon Pearls. Let's see you take some more of my Death and Inferno scrolls. I'll just use Golden Cicada art to create a new body. That'll do the trick. Then I'll rise from the ashes, reborn with a body of gold. I've got more. That sword intent is dangerous. Like it won't rest until it eradicates every last sentience of us immortal artifacts. I need to hurry and use the Tranquility scroll to clear my mind. It's my turn now, the Nirvana Tower. It's a black hole. Its body is so heavy it's warping space around him, creating a black hole that swallows everything in its path. In a contest of strength, I refuse to believe you can beat me. Can Emperor Jiang really overcome this many immortal artifacts? Your hit was indeed heavy. Few more of those and I'll be snapped in two. I'm really gonna get melted down and reforged at this rate. Too bad for you. The Heavenly Desolation halberd possesses an unwavering firmness and unyielding yang energy. It cannot be worn down by attacks. Even throwing it in a furnace would only change its shape. We've all lost. Damn it, are we really going to fall here? I feel something is watching me. Something filled with malice, at that. Syed. I don't see anything. I trust my gut. Ugh, it reminds me of when Gigi entered the river of time to use time tracing. Human, you've impressed me, making me go through the trouble of fusing with that broken piece back onto myself. You forced my hand. I will drag you down to ruin. I control the karmic threads of the 9 provinces. I'll make you face endless hardship, struggling at every step. This means Jian Li will face all sorts of impossible coincidences. Like his inner spiritual energy going into chaos, losing his cultivation, becoming inexplicably hated, hunted by everyone, or even getting lost in the mists of time, revert ing to his weakest, childhood self. Seriously? But I don't feel any different. 1. I can't see your karmic threads. How is that possible? This can't be happening. I can see the karmic threads of everyone and everything. Every single human, every single spiritual treasure. But not Jian Li. It's as if he exists independently of the 9 provinces, unbound by any cause and effect, free from all karmic ties. I don't know why. But now's not the time to worry about that. It's time for me to be on the offense. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts. It hurts so much. I don't want to play anymore. You're bullying me. This is too much. Sigh. They were just born today. They have the minds of 5 or 6-year-olds. All they want to do is run around and wreak havoc in the 9 provinces, knowing that no one can control them.
Who knew they wouldn't even make it past their first step?
Before getting clobbered by John Lee? Little Tower. Take your brothers and run. Get out of the 9 provinces. Already on it.
It's Detecting Uncharted World. Detecting Uncharted World. Detecting Arcade World. Detecting Uncharted War. If Detecting Uncharted World. It's reporting to the sect master after the immortal artifacts left. The remaining sentient spiritual artifacts have all surrendered. There are no more rebellious ones now. But this isn't over. These sentient spiritual artifacts may have yielded. But that's just temporary. Cultivators still rely on them. If they refuse to cooperate in battle, their owners will be the ones to suffer. Not mention, cultivators have long relied on artifacts. Without them, the power of the 9 provinces would drop significantly. Where should these spiritual artifacts be placed, then? If they remain with their owners, what could happen if they turn against them? If they are gathered together, they might form an empire of their own. Yet destroying them all would be too wasteful. And most importantly, what should we do about those immortal artifacts? Indeed, before John Lee, the only way to fend off the extraterrestrial devils was through the efforts of the past human emperors. And, of course, immortal artifacts played a major role in that. If John Lee finds the immortal realm but can't return, or if he eventually dies of old age, how will the future human emperors defend against the extraterrestrial devils? I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, these immortal artifacts are stronger than the extraterrestrial devils. As long as I bring them back, the 9 provinces will have lasting peace. When I fought them, I realized these artifacts aren't truly evil. Take the Confucian great scholar's calligraphy, for example. I'm sure it could have stuck the death scroll on my main body. But it only targeted my avatar. Or the yin-yang heavenly seal. It could have declared John Lee must die. I control the karmic threads of the 9 provinces. Instead of just making things difficult, I'll make you face endless hardship, struggling at every step. They simply dislike being restrained. Besides, I want to use the yin-yang heavenly seal. Follow the threads of karma, and find those ascended predecessors. That way, I can find the immortal realm. No one has ever been able to wield the yin-yang heavenly seal skillfully enough to achieve this. But now that it has gained sentience, finding those ascended predecessors shouldn't be a problem. Can you teleport me to the uncharted world detected earlier? Coordinates confirmed. Teleportation is possible by consuming the corresponding source points. I'll go retrieve them. Retrieve? How? Where? I've recently gained some insights into spatial Tao. I can track the direction the immortal artifacts left. You actually gained insights into spatial Tao? John Lee's talent for spatial abilities is notoriously bad. Everyone has seen it firsthand. It's just average. I can merely travel to other worlds. Well, John Lee wouldn't joke about something like this. If he can truly travel to other worlds to find the immortal artifacts, then the chances of retrieving them are 99%. Before the immortal ladder disappeared, the immortal realm was connected to all worlds. The 9 provinces was just the strongest among them. Other worlds could not even have a single ascended cultivator. The 9 provinces, on the other hand, could produce one every few hundred years. The difference was unimaginable. Still, you must restrain yourself. Don't go around destroying other worlds while retrieving the artifacts. Those worlds are not as sturdy as the 9 provinces. Since that's the case, take this. What's this? The one you used before was something I made in my integration stage.
This new remote communication talisman
Was crafted after I advanced to the tribulation crossing stage. Theoretic ally, it should work across worlds.
But I haven't tested it. Give it a try once you're in the other world.
Lao Bai, set up the 9 provinces protective grand array. That way, if the extraterrestrial devils attack while I'm gone, you'll be prepared.
But the immortal artifacts are gone. Who will serve as the core of the formation? The best choice is the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal, of course. If not, then another immortal artifact. Without an immortal artifact, even a Taoist artifact isn't qualified to be the formation's core. Use this, it will not only serve as the formation's core, but will also protect you when the demons arrive. This halberd carries an immense malefic aura. Who knows how many extraterrestrial devils have perished beneath it? Brother Jiang, you can't do this. Leaving me behind in the 9 provinces? Who will fight for you? This thing was sentient all along. When all the other artifacts were rebelling, the heavenly desolation halberd remained silent. I thought the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal had failed to awaken it. This guy wants to continue sleeping inside the storage ring. Don't abandon me. Take me with you. It just doesn't want to work. Let's switch up roles, then. I'll stay in the 9 provinces while you go retrieve the immortal artifacts. How about that? No way, no way. I'd rather stay as the formation's core. No joke, it's just an unfortunate outcast among weapons. Lao Bai, take it. Other than being tough, it's useless. It has no fancy abilities to compete with those showy immortal artifacts. Oh, right. System, set up the teleportation portal. Lao Bai, you're in the tribulation crossing stage now. Take a walk through this portal, and you should be able to go to the other world. A portal? Where? Just walk up the stairs and take a few more steps forward. Oh. Like this? And then? That's it. So, no one else can see the portal, nor can they go to the other world, huh? As I suspected, the system's teleportation function is beyond my understanding at this stage. Alright, with the protective array set up, I can leave the 9 provinces without worry. I'm off. Oh. Sure enough, no heavenly merit descended. Not even the grand deed of erecting the realm-protecting grand array could sway the heavens. System, open the teleportation portal. Tracker start. It's the human world. What a familiar feeling. Though the tech level here is leaps and bounds ahead of my old world. That's definitely new. The spiritual energy here is surprisingly rich. Almost on par with the 9 provinces, which is extremely rare. What a vibrant world. It's nothing like that dull, gray world from before. Maybe I should bring back some local specialties before I leave? But first, I need to find the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. Lao Bai, what is it now? Zhang Li. Did you arrive safely in the other world? Mei Chem, safe and sound. I've arrived in a fascinating place. See? I told you, he only acts hostile when dealing with me. Look at him now, all concerned. So this is the other world? That iron box moves without any spiritual energy fluctuations. And those towering buildings. Do the people of this world have a fondness for heights? What a shame we can't visit. We would love to check it out. It seems like an ideal place for our Confucian teachings. What's that 10-meter tall humanoid metal figure? Is Emperor Jian there to retrieve our Penglai immortal Island's Tashan stone? It looks like a Buddha statue from our Buddhist sect. Look! What's that? I guess only the Saintess Jing Xian is truly concerned about my safety. I'm hanging up. This noise is giving me a headache.
I feel like I've brought a bunch of senior citizens to another world for a field trip.
Alright, time to focus. Where should I start searching?
I don't yet know how vast this world is.
But judging from what I've seen so far, it's at least larger than one province of the 9 provinces. And like the 9 provinces,
this world is a vast, flat continent.
According to the ancient texts, there are 2 types of worlds that can support life. One consists of countless planets, with vast spaces between them.
The other is a single, flat continental plate,
at least 100 times larger than any planet. Looks like finding the yin-yang heavenly seal here is going to be a long-term endeavor. Master, where are you? Found it. Someone was bullying me. Master, I missed you so much. Junior Chang Cun just stood there and watched. I'm going to tell Master. Master, where are you? You haven't just been crying the entire time, have you? You cried for 5 days straight? Enough already.
Just come back to the 9 provinces with me and don't cause trouble.
Monster. Scoundrel. Let go of me. I have to find my master here.
I'll let him avenge this grudge for me.
So you're saying the Tao ancestor is in this world? Heh, did you think I let the Nirvana Lil Tower pick a world at random?
I was tracking Master using the karmic threads the whole time.
He's here, in this world.
You have no idea how much Master loves me.
After he refined me, he carried me everywhere, always holding me tight. He cherished me dearly. Well, now I'm holding you in my hands, cherishing you just as much.
You've been crying for 5 days.
Yet the Tao ancestor never came looking for you. Maybe Master is just in seclusion. Didn't you say you can sense his karmic threads? Can't you pinpoint his exact location?
It might be because I left the 9 provinces.
But my grasp of karmic threads has become imprecise. Right now, I can sense traces of Master's karma everywhere. Could it just be something he left behind? Making you mistake it for him? Impossible. I'm absolutely certain my master is here. I can't be wrong about such a thing. Then tell me, where exactly do you sense the Tao ancestor's karma? The entire continent. My original plan was to cry across the entire continent. But before I even made it halfway, you stopped me.
That method won't work.
The Tao ancestor is all-powerful. If he wanted to see you, he'd have shown up already. It's obvious he doesn't want to. Then what do I do? Fortunately, my cultivation is profound. I can help you find him. Even if it weren't for the yin-yang heavenly seal, I would still seek out the Tao ancestor. But why would the Tao ancestor, someone who ascended to the immortal realm, be here? Even if he wanted to retire like Elder Chang Cun, he would have returned to the 9 provinces, his own home. My instincts tell me the Tao ancestor must know where the immortal realm is, and more importantly, what happened to it. According to Elder Chang Cun, it was originally the immortal realm's responsibility to hold back the extraterrestrial devils. Now that they're showing up in our world, something must have gone wrong in the immortal realm. Just so we're clear, if we find the Tao ancestor, you're coming back to the 9 provinces with me. Just you wait until I find my master. You really think you can drag me away right under his watch? Photo source Zhu Hua. Now there are no copyright issues. I couldn't find the right material, so I had to use my own photo. Oh, it seems this world is unfazed by people and objects that can fly. Uniform attire, silver jumpsuits all around. Let's see.
Oh, the clothing contains intricate circuitry. It appears to assist with lifting heavy objects,
Regulating temperature, and alleviating fatigue. Just how advanced is this world's technology?
I should visit a library first. If I scan the books with my spiritual sense,
I can fully grasp this world's knowledge.
Strange, there's no place for storing books.
Excuse me, could you direct me to the library? If you haven't got time to point the way, could you at least tell me where to find the police? He just keeps walking, not even sparing me a glance. Seriously cold. Like answering my questions isn't in his job description. So he just ignores me. What's wrong with this world?
This is the nutritional meal formulated based on your workload today. It has 80 grams of grain products, 100 grams of protein, and
this is the result I've arrived at after numerous calculations. This plan will extend employees' working hours by 17 minutes and 14 seconds.
Increasing productivity by 35.6%.
Today's newborn survival rate is below standard. Requesting activation of backup embryos. It seems this is a cold, emotionless technological world. Everyone here just performs their designated tasks. Can living beings truly be devoid of emotions? I don't believe it. Let's get a closer look. I'll start by observing the birth process of infants. So they deliberately strip themselves of emotions. People here donate their reproductive cells to the hospital. The hospital then modifies the genes inside those cells, specifically suppressing any emotional traits before pairing them selectively. The resulting embryos are then grown in nutrient solutions. And that's how babies are born without any emotions. They cry only because they need to clear their airways. Why would they do this? Master was always one to express his emotions freely. He was always laughing, yelling, and never hid anything he felt. Why would he choose to stay in such an emotionless world? You only gained sentience recently, right? How do you know what kind of person the Tao ancestor was? I could vaguely feel the world around me, even before I gained full sentience. All right. Get it, calm down. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized Junior Chang Cun.
We still need to find a library.
Don't you have a grasp of karma? Can't you just find one that way?
I can only control the karma of people and events from the 9 provinces. I can't even see a thing related to this world. We use optical computers here. That's why we don't need physical libraries. Someone finally speaking like a normal person? If you two have a minute to spare, how about chatting with me? I had already sensed his presence with my spiritual sense, but I didn't notice he had emotions. Who are you? I have several theories about the Tao ancestor situation. One is that he's being held prisoner. A world capable of imprisoning the Tao ancestor. I must proceed with caution. Nice to meet you, travelers from beyond the sky. You may call me President 506. I am the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. You can call me Heavenly Seal. Jiang Li. You know where we're from? Is this an optical computer? Correct. Our world is filled with electromagnetic waves. And within them, optical computers exist. That's how anyone can summon their own from thin air. I see. So this world's surveillance is omnipresent. Where do you two gentlemen come from? Another planet? People here understand the concept of planets, huh? Though both the 9 provinces and this emotionless world exist within a continent-based world, there are planets as well.
However, those planets lack spiritual energy and oxygen.
The environment is extremely inhospitable, with temperature swings over 1,000 degrees from day to night.
No living beings could be born there.
It's different from star-based worlds, where at least a few planets have habitable conditions.
In a continent-based world, not a single planet is suitable for life.
Introduce your world first. Then we'll share ours.
Oh, my apologies.
That was inconsiderate of me. I forgot to offer proper hospitality. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll personally cook for you. After all, our nutritional meals may not suit travelers like you.
Good thing I've already transcended the need for food. Nuclear battery? What kind of dish is that? How come I've never heard of it before?
Now, let me properly introduce myself.
I am President 506. The 506th President of this world.
Here, everyone's career is predetermined based on their genes before they're even born.
President. Number 506. We are named after our profession and sequence number to differentiate us. I'm an exception. I found President 506 rather unappealing. So I gave myself the name Ming Zhong. I would be delighted if you called me that. So, why do people here erase your emotions? Because we want to survive.
So,
why do people here erase your emotions? Because we want to survive. Does having emotions mean you can't survive?
All beings in the 9 provinces have emotions.
Yet I've never seen anyone die just because of it. I noticed you two gentlemen only flew over the human territories. You didn't go to the other side, did you? Isn't the other side of the continent inhabited by humans? There are no humans over there. That area belongs to creatures we call fierce beasts. Currently, more than half of the continent is occupied by fierce beasts, while we humans control only a small portion. Not to mention, our territory keeps shrinking.
At first, these beasts weren't that strong, and our missiles could still hold them off. We thought that as technology advanced and weapons became more powerful, we would eventually eradicate them. But we were too optimistic. While our technology did advance, the beasts evolved even faster. In the end, even thousands of nuclear warheads couldn't stop them. They blocked every single one of them. Perhaps these fierce beasts are akin to demonic beasts in our world. Creatures capable of cultivating at incredible speed. At this rate, humanity will eventually be devoured by those beasts. From our experiences, we concluded that technological advancement is a process of slow accumulation, and blindly pursuing rapid breakthroughs is ineffective. So we chose to remove emotions for several generations, allowing people to focus entirely on accumulating knowledge. Then, after enough foundation is built, a new generation would regain emotions and use the accumulated knowledge. For instance, through trial and error technological experiments, films, novels, and dramas. We'd be able to inspire innovation and drive technological advancement. We realized that technology alone cannot propel technological advancement that's way too slow. Technological advancement needs entertainment for inspiration. That's why, during the accumulation phase, a president with emotions is chosen. While during the breakthrough phase, a president without emotions takes charge. As you can see, we are currently in the accumulation phase. My only duty as the president in this era is to decide when to transition into the breakthrough phase. People believe this transition isn't determined by calculations, but by someone with emotions and a broad perspective. That's why, even in the accumulation phase, the president must have emotions. Conversely, the transition from a breakthrough phase back to accumulation is something that can be calculated precisely. But from an emotional standpoint, people may struggle to accept such a decision. That's why, during the breakthrough phase, a president without emotions is appointed.
Under this strategy, technology has indeed progressed rapidly. Temperature is too high.
We developed mechas, optical computers, artificial sunbeams, annihilation cannons, and various other technologies.
Yet, despite all our efforts, we still can't keep up with the beast's evolution. Our defenses shrink year after year. They evolve at an insane rate.
Everyone knows at this point that
humanity will eventually perish.
But if we don't take this approach,
our end will come even sooner. Can you save us?
Why not fly away from the continent
and migrate to another planet?
With how advanced the technology of this world is, they should be capable of interstellar travel.
Extreme temperature differences? Kilometer-high sandstorms? Surely you could overcome these obstacles. You don't know?
The farther we move from the continent, the stronger the gravitational pull.
How could we possibly fly away? Oh, are you leave?
It's true, gravity increases with altitude.
Not even a tribulation stage cultivator at their peak could withstand it with their physical body alone.
Only at 10 million meters above the ground does gravity finally disappear.
Indeed, flying away truly isn't easy. Mr. Jian Li, how did you do that?
I thought he was an alien with advanced space technology. But he just leapt with his bare body
and broke free from the gravitational shackles that have trapped us for millennia.
At least to my eyes. He didn't seem to use any technology at all.
This is nothing, I can do it too. Oh, wait. I can't jump.
I can only fly since I don't have legs.
Drink more hot water, and you'll become as strong as me. Really? I'll issue a nationwide decree. Everyone must drink hot water. Ahem. That was a joke. This is the result of cultivation. Cultivation? What an ancient term. When even mechas and cannons struggle against the beasts, those who practiced cultivation were long forgotten. Merely a relic found in the optical computer's archives.
Absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and converting it into one's own power.
That is cultivation. Fierce beast's energy. So humans can absorb the fierce beast's energy. It's called spiritual energy. Fierce beast's energy? That sounds awful.
We know that fierce beasts grow stronger through some unknown form of energy.
Our scientists have named it fierce beast's energy. Since it enhances the beasts,
they theorized that it could also strengthen humans. But after countless experiments, they failed to find a method of absorption.
However, they did discover that it makes an excellent energy source for mechas. What about spiritual roots? Haven't you found any? Demonic beasts rely on bloodlines to cultivate, while humans rely on spiritual roots. Spiritual roots? What are those? Spiritual roots aren't something you can find through experimentation.
To grasp the mysteries of the universe as a mere mortal, you must look within and witness the harmony between yourself and the world. That single moment of enlightenment reveals the key to cultivation.
The spiritual root.
Of course, that was how the 9 provinces originally discovered spiritual roots.
Nowadays, a single piece of spiritual root jade can determine a child's spiritual root quality at the age of 12. This is what you call spiritual root.
I feel a surge of energy flowing through my body, as if my very cells have been starving for it,
desperately absorbing every drop. Dual spiritual roots? Your aptitude is decent. You've now entered the first stage of chi cultivation. You're officially a cultivator.
I feel at least twice as strong as before.
This is terrifying. I've barely absorbed any spiritual energy.
Yet my body has undergone a complete transformation. That's the general overview of the cultivation system in my world, the 9 provinces.
Are you following?
So you're not from another planet,
but from another world, another universe.
The 9 provinces.
The immortal realm. Cultivators. Immortal artifacts. Fierce beasts forced humanity here to abandon emotions and focus solely on technological advancement.
On the other hand, in the 9 provinces, any of the 9 empires or 6 major sects could wipe them out with one hand tied behind their back.
The gap between our worlds is like a bottomless chasm. On behalf of all of humanity,
I implore Mr. Jiang Li and Mr. Heavenly Seal to help us eliminate the fierce beasts.
Why are you asking him for help? Just leave it all to me.
Regardless of sentiment or logic,
we must take a trip to the demonic beast's territory.
There's no way a threat to the Tao ancestor exists among the human race, so
the Tao ancestor is most likely trapped in the beast's domain. Shall I take you there? I have a hover car. Based on what Jian Li said about cultivation,
he's at the very peak of the 9 provinces, a mighty deity at the grand ascension stage. With him involved, these fierce beasts are nothing but fragile chickens.
Creatures totally incapable of posing any threat.
Too slow. I thought with a hover car traveling at 2000 km/h. Reaching the front lines in less than 2 days was fast enough. But compared to them, it's practically snail speed. These are the 2 most advanced weapons of our world:
the artificial sunbeams and the annihilation cannons. Artificial sunbeams can generate temperatures exceeding billions of degrees upon detonation, which is enough to pose a threat to the fierce beasts. The annihilation cannon fires an invisible attack. An attack that can disintegrate matter at the atomic level. However, it's difficult to manufacture and consumes vast amounts of energy. Besides, if fired from a distance, the beasts will simply evade. That's why these weapons can only be used in close combat. Through this strategy, humanity has barely managed to hold the beasts at bay. But we can't use these weapons too often, because there are more beasts than there are mechs. And even with such devastating attacks, some beasts still survive the artificial sunbeams. The ones that perish are at the divine transformation stage, while those that endure are at the integration stage. The artificial sunbeams are ineffective. Prepare the annihilation cannon. Warning. Impossible. How could a fierce beast withstand both the artificial sunbeams and the annihilation cannon unscathed? This has never happened before. I see. The beasts have evolved again. It's clear that the ones you previously encountered were only at the divine transformation stage. But this one is at the integration stage. As for the integration stage, it is the fusion of mind and will, the unity of man and Tao, and the harmony of form and essence. When those 3 become one, they reach an inseparable state. That's the integration stage. The annihilation cannon indeed reduces all matter to atoms. However, an integration stage cultivator's form and essence are one. Unless they willingly separate, they cannot be torn apart. That's how that beast managed to block the annihilation cannon attack. Integration stage cultivators possess near indestructible bodies. They are capable of traversing space, resting on the moon, and even basking in the heat of the sun. Such bodies would be completely immune to the artificial sunbeams' effects. Jiang Li previously gave only a brief introduction to each cultivation realm, but he never explained their intricacies. I assumed the integration stage just meant being physically strong and fast. But its power is far beyond imagination.
And beyond the integration stage are the tribulation crossing stage and grand ascension stage.
Then, just how powerful is John Lee?
Let's go take a look at that integration stage beast.
In such a short time, so many demonic beasts have gathered again, huh? Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? It's useless.
These fierce beasts have no intelligence.
They can't communicate.
But demonic beasts at the golden core stage already possess intelligence comparable to an adult human.
How can they not be able to?
I'll just spare this integration stage beast for now.
The rest are worthless anyway. John Lee just waved his hand and all those divine transformation stage beasts were obliterated. The fierce beasts. They are gone. What do we do now? Isn't fighting the beasts our only purpose? Is this what they call being unemployed? Alright, first things first, let's wake this beast up. Leave it to me. Hey, wakey wakey. Don't move. This body structure. It is indeed a demonic beast. Something feels strange, though.
It's already at the integration stage, yet it has no spirit.
I can awaken sentience in anything. Let's give it a shot. HM? No change? Is my power not working? Let's try something different. Kaya. Why am I naked? And why is some pervert clinging to me? Guess my power is working after all. Wait, is that a girl's voice? My attire is female. Please change it back. Seriously? What, you miss me already? Oh, you found the yin-yang heavenly seal already? This isn't exactly the time for jokes. Look at this demon beast. Do you notice anything unusual? Let me see. Here, let me show you what I mean in another way. These are traces of contagion left by an extraterrestrial devil.
There was once an extraterrestrial devil 5 that used devilish disintegration to infect an entire city. Those infected lost all reason, falling into madness.
Anyone bitten would also lose their sanity,
becoming a new vector of contagion. Structurally, this demonic beast can't propagate the contagion to other living beings.
But it acts purely on instinct without any intelligence,
which strongly resembles the work of that extraterrestrial devil. So we both reached the same conclusion.
It must be the work of an extraterrestrial devil.
This world is that powerful? It has extraterrestrial devils, yet it hasn't been overrun.
In the 9 provinces, we had to throw everything we had.
Human emperors, the power of faith, immortal artifacts, tribulation cultivators, and the list goes on. Only through sheer desperation did we barely hold them off.
The 9 provinces is one of the strongest worlds beneath the immortal realm.
But this world doesn't seem nearly as powerful.
Yet it managed to resist the extraterrestrial devils? These people are not to be trifled with.
I think this guy must have
misunderstood something. That's what's strange. The extraterrestrial devils only tampered with the demonic beasts.
They drove the beasts to attack humans, but they haven't directly attacked themselves.
Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is the leader of this world's human race, President number 506. You can call him Ming Zhong. This is Bai Hongtu, sect master of the Tao sect, a tribulation stage cultivator. Greetings, sect master Bai. Hello.
My God, he's at the tribulation stage.
According to Ming Zhong, this is the strongest demonic beast they've encountered. It's likely one that has just broken through. They've never seen one before.
As for the extraterrestrial devils, they've never encountered them at all.
What? The integration stage is the strongest they've seen? What are those devils plotting? Conquering an entire world with creatures that barely made it to the integration stage? Seriously.
If that kind of trash dared show up in the 9 provinces,
the Tao sect would be feasting on integration stage beasts hotpot that very day. The integration stage is quite strong.
If I didn't know you were a tribulation crossing stage cultivator, I might have actually believed you. A tribulation stage cultivator saying the integration stage is quite strong
just makes it more awkward. There's one more thing you need to know.
The yin-yang heavenly seal has sensed the karmic presence of the Tao ancestor here, and suspects he is in this world.
The sect founder is here. That would be huge news for the Tao sect. We haven't found any traces of the Tao ancestor yet. But the yin-yang heavenly seal sensing shouldn't be wrong.
Wait. If a grand Ascension cultivator entered this world,
there's no way the Tao ancestor wouldn't notice.
And yet, they still haven't found him.
That means. What do you think? The Tao ancestor must be in trouble.
I think the Tao ancestor might be facing off against the extraterrestrial devils, leaving him no time to pay attention to us.
Well then, I'll have to trouble you to investigate.
There's not much I can do in this situation.
I'll have to rely on Zhang Li. These demonic beasts, or as you call them, fierce beasts. Do they only exist in this region?
No, this is just one portion.
The rest are out there in their own territory.
But I don't know much about that territory either.
Every probe we've sent into their territory has been destroyed.
They were wiped out before they could send us much data.
Let's go take a look. This is incredible. Just incredible.
The beasts that might have wiped us out in a few centuries
have all been obliterated by Zhang Li. All of the demonic beasts have been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils. They have no intelligence, acting purely on instinct.
Their bodies carries traces of infection.
The demonic beast's territory is immense.
So immense that most of them didn't even know humans exist on the other side of the continent. Ming Zhong and his people have been fighting these beasts for thousands of years, but they were only facing the weaker ones. These were merely the outcasts, the ones driven to the fringes of their territory by the stronger ones. So far, there hasn't been a single tribulation stage beast. The tribulation crossing stage isn't something you reach just by relying on bloodline alone. One must possess a deep understanding of the heavenly Tao and fulfill numerous other conditions.
These mindless beasts could never reach the tribulation crossing stage.
Chronisk, the tribulation crossing stage and the tribulation stage are the same stage.
Have you noticed the spiritual energy getting denser?
You're right. The spiritual energy here is already comparable to the 9 provinces.
If these beasts had intelligence, it wouldn't be surprising to see a few tribulation stage creatures appear. Stop. What's wrong? There may be danger ahead. I sense a demonic beast a few hundred kilometers away. That might have ascended to immortality.
A mindless beast could never reach the tribulation crossing stage,
let alone reaching immortality.
This world has an immortal ladder.
This is the source of demonic beasts. This is what's been constantly spawning them and taking over our land.
The newborn demonic beasts lick the foul fluid oozing from the deformed dark ox, instantly growing from the chi cultivation stage to the foundation building stage.
This can't be. Master's Darky. This ox is the Tao ancestor's mount?
I've seen paintings in the Tao sect depicting the Tao ancestor ascending on an man and beast, both ascending to immortality. That ethereal,
immortal dark reddish O.
There's no way it could be the same as this grotesque monster before us.
Darky, it's me, the yin-yang heavenly seal. Where is Master? Calm down, Darky. Darky, you dash. You actually attacked me. Don't make me do this, Darky. You know my power. I can control your karma. Wait. What's going on? How? How is this possible?
I'm sure the dark ox in front of me is my master's mount.
He's a demonic beast, born in the 9 provinces. Even if he ascended to immortality, I should still be able to control his karma. But now, where is his karma? Why can't I see it? Let me handle this. Celestial manifestation. This overwhelming power is beyond even the tribulation cross-ing stage. There's no doubt. It's an immortal beast. This overflow. It's immortal energy. When it touches the outside world, it transforms into an immense amount of spiritual energy. So, this thing was meant to store immortal energy? A storage ring?
I heard from Elder Chang Cun that before descending to the lower realms,
Fill-in.
Immortals usually prepare a special storage ring filled with immortal energy. These rings can only store immortal energy, but they can hold absurd amounts. Enough to sustain an immortal for thousands, even tens of thousands of years.
So this is why the spiritual energy here is so dense. Or rather,
perhaps the spiritual energy of this entire continent originates from this very ring. Villains who stole Master's ring.
Give it back. You can speak? Are you the Tao ancestors' mount?
You villains who stole Master's ring.
Give it back.
The Dark Ox has been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils.
He has completely lost his sanity. The fact that he can still speak is merely a lingering obsession.
He's only capable of repeating that phrase. Who dares steal Master's ring?
Darky. Answer me.
You villains who stole Master's ring.
Give it back. It's pointless. This is no longer the Darky you once knew.
For thousands of years, the Dark Ox has guarded this ring,
waiting for the Tao ancestors' return.
He sustained himself by drawing from the immortal energy within. Luckily, the Dark Ox never left this place.
If he had gone to the human side even once, the humans would have long been wiped out. A frenzied immortal beast.
Even in the 9 provinces, there are few ways to stop such a thing.
Darky. I still remember that day.
The willows swaying in the breeze, a warm breeze, the gentle sound of the stream. You were sleeping under the willow tree. Master was resting his head on you, holding me in his hand, gazing into the distance with a thoughtful smile.
So why? Why does this have to be our reunion? Darky, have you regained some clarity?
You villains who stole Master's ring.
Give it back. Kill me. Sigh. Darky. John Lee, please. Give Darky a swift end. Let him be free from this suffering. Wah! Master is nowhere to be found, and now Darky is. I'm all alone now. It's still spawning demonic beasts. Endlessly. I'll have to burn everything down.
I thought the extraterrestrial devils could only infect and corrupt mortals of the lower realms.
But to think, even an immortal beast could be infected. The Dark Ox's body has clearly been tampered with by the extraterrestrial devils. Inside, the ox carried the blood of countless demonic beasts. Beasts of the sky, land, and seal mixed together. If not for his immortal body, such a chaotic, incompatible mix of blood would have killed him long ago. He must have suffered immensely. It's all burned away. Wah! I can't believe this is real. The source of the demonic beasts has been eradicated. Yes. Humanity has finally seen the dawn of victory. Wah! Darky is gone. And where is Master exactly? Enough crying. Let's keep searching for the Tao ancestor. Here, take the ring. Where do you intend to go now? This is already the end of the continent. If you go any farther, you'll leave the continent, break through gravity, and enter the vast cosmos. Let's head to the other side of the continent. Kroniski means the bottom side of the continent, as he mentioned before. This whole world is a huge continent floating in space. Ugh! The pressure is so intense. I can't breathe. It's okay, Ming Zhong. You're fine now. Finally. I can breathe again. The pressure here. It could compress hundreds of tons of steel into mere millimeters of thickness. We still can't create materials capable of withstanding this. Not with our current level of technology. If Zhang Li hadn't been protecting me, I would have been crushed into a pancake. The very moment I jumped off the cliff. I owe you big time. Where are you guys? It's pitch black here. Don't worry. You've just gone blind. Oh, that's a relief. I thought it was simply because the other side of the continent doesn't receive much sunlight. You actually believe that? So bright. What is that? It's a scarlet feather. I infused it with some light for you. I forgot he doesn't have a spiritual sense. This is the other side of the continent? A place no human has ever set foot in. There's nothing here but rocks. Let's go back. Master isn't here either. Master, where exactly are you? I'm so worried about you. The Tao ancestor's mount was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils. Even the storage ring that holds his immortal energy is not with him. His situation could be very dire. I sent Ming Zhong back to the human side. Then returned to the demonic beasts territory and exterminated all integration stage and divine transformation stage beasts. This continent has nothing left for us. Let's go back. The Tao ancestor is not here. You're wrong. We couldn't find the Tao ancestor anywhere. Maybe he simply left his mount and storage ring here before departing this world. Perhaps he's battling the extraterrestrial devils in another realm. That's why he's too preoccupied to return for Darky. But I can feel Master's karma here. That kind of karma only manifests when he is personally present. Your karmic power has gone wrong multiple times. This is the same thing. You're just misreading it. I don't believe you. I just don't. I get it now. You think finding Master is too troublesome. So you're trying to trick me into return ing to the 9 provinces. Calm down. It's not that I don't want to help you search. But the Tao ancestor is no longer in this world. Staying here is meaningless. If he defeats the extraterrestrial devils, he'll return to the 9 provinces sooner or later. Why not return with me and wait there? You're lying.
You're just trying to trick me back to the 9 provinces. And use me as the core of some grand array.
The yin-yang heavenly seal is growing increasingly unstable. Well, it makes sense.
He's still got a lot of growing up to do, he's way too emotional, and he can't think straight.
Right. There's something wrong with you. I couldn't see dark as karma.
Because he was tampered with and corrupted by those extraterrestrial devils.
I can't see your karma either. You must have been tampered with too. Maybe you are an extraterrestrial devil yourself. Where do you think you're going? You call me a traitor? A lackey of those devils.
In the 9 provinces, I never dared to unleash my full power.
But in this world, I have nothing holding me back. I will awaken this continent's sentience.
In the 9 provinces, I never dared to unleash my full power.
But in this world, I have nothing holding me back. I will awaken this continent's sentience. This is bad. This continent is as large as 2 provinces of the 9 provinces.
In other words, it's the size of dozens of planets put together. Now that such a vast landmass has gained sentience,
what kind of earth-shattering events will unfold? An earthquake. Take cover. The earthquake triggered a tsunami. Why was there no warning at all? Since you've awakened. Then tell me, where is my master? What is that? It's covering the entire sky. No, it can't be. How could this be? Master. Only by flying far enough away and looking at the continent from a distance can one see the whole picture. The entire continent is an immortal corpse. To be precise,
it is the Tao ancestor's immortal corpse.
Who
turned my master's body into something this enormous?
Why would they do this?
It must have been the work of the extraterrestrial devils as well.
But what was their purpose?
If they had the power and means to refine the Tao ancestor's corpse into a continent,
why didn't they just kill all the people here outright? Why go through the trouble of corrupting the demonic beasts, forcing them to massacre humanity instead? I'd better not tell the yin-yang heavenly seal about this for now. He's not mentally stable enough to handle it. Those are the Tao ancestors' eyelashes. No. This is impossible. I can only awaken lifeless objects. Master couldn't possibly be dead. He called himself the Tao ancestor. His fate was strong enough to bear that title. He might even be an incarnation of the Tao ancestor from the immortal realm. How could someone like him possibly die? Heavenly seal, you bastard. Hurry up and erase the sentience from the Tao ancestor's corpse. 1-to-1 can't control him anymore. If it were just an ordinary landmass, I could erase its sentience at will. But this is the Tao ancestor's corpse. An immortal body far surpassing ordinary immortals in strength. Now that it gains sentience, its subconscious self-preservation is blocking my influence. You should have stayed in the Tao sect and continued your refinement for a few more cycles. You're small, but no one causes more trouble than you. Luckily, the Tao ancestor's immortal corpse has only just gained sentience, so its consciousness is still weak. It can't control such a massive body yet. Right now, only its head can move, while its limbs remain stiff. So the immediate threat to humanity is minimal. But once it fully awakens, and its arms and legs begin to move, every single human living on this body will be wiped out. So what if it's massive? I can get just as big. You must not move any further. Phew. The earthquake finally stopped. But what's with the golden mist in the sky?
I need to reach the Tao Ancestor's spirit and eliminate his sentience first.
What? What is going on here? Ugh. This restlessness. This urge to destroy. But I can't control my body. If I can just take control of my body, then I can do whatever I want. You might not understand, but you should not exist. Forgive me. Who is it? Who's restraining me? The Tao Ancestor was unparalleled in Taoist arts while he was alive.
But this shade of him is like the mortal paradise fairy devoid of any memories from his past.
He knows nothing about Taoist arts. He's just lashing out on instinct. But how could such clumsy attacks ever defeat me? Go back to sleep. Rest well, Tao Ancestor. This is what you get for making such a mess. This time, I made a huge mistake. This matter is over. But so many mysteries remain. Summon Store. Mecha, optical computer. Just as I thought, the store has been updated. Stuff from this world has been added. Still, I don't need any of this right now. What I'm looking for is steal the Tao Ancestor's final message. Found it. I knew it. Someone like the Tao Ancestor wouldn't just leave without a trace. System, purchase the steal. To the survivors of the immortal realm. If you are reading this, it means you have defeated Darkemai Mount. Chaos engulfed the immortal realm. With no other choice. I led your ancestors to this world, but our enemies pursued us relentlessly. A great battle followed. They were too powerful, defeated to provide you with refuge. I refined myself into this land, so they would not dare. But these who corrupted Darky, there was nothing I could do to stop them. I'm sorry. It's written in the 9 provinces script. But from its content, it was clearly meant for the immortal realm survivors. I know the immortal realm wasn't just populated by immortals. Even immortals had offspring and people to serve them. There were also cultivators in the immortal realm who hadn't yet ascended. The ones the Tao Ancestor brought here must have been these very people. They must be Ming Zhong's ancestors. Turns out, they were actually refugees from the immortal realm. But after the Tao Ancestor's death, something must have happened. They forgot their origins and chose the path of technology instead. System, can I use source points to restore the steal? This item does not support source point restoration. Well, this is troublesome. The steal does provide some answers. But it still doesn't explain why the extraterrestrial devils didn't just wipe out Ming Zhong's people. As the Tao Ancestor put it, I refined myself into this land, so they would not dare. They would not dare. But why wouldn't they dare? So we originally came from the immortal realm. If they were the people Master wanted to protect, then from now on, I'll protect them too. This steal was left behind for you by the Tao Ancestor. That means it belongs to you now. The Yin Yang Heavenly Seal and I should return now. Will we meet again? That depends on whether we can find the sentient Nirvana Tower. With the Nirvana Tower's power, creating a passage between the 9 provinces and the Ming Zhong world shouldn't be a problem. We'll find it. I don't fully understand what he means, but we'll meet again, right? As for myself, Presidential number 506. The Accumulataian era has not yet reached its peak. Would you like to prematurely initiate the breakthrough era? Yes. Now that Zhang Li has wiped out all the demonic beasts except the nascent soul stage ones, And with our current technology, we should be able to take them out
and reclaim our lost lands.
It's time for humanity to regain their emotions. Track start. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal couldn't use the system's teleportation portal, so I had to punch our way through the void to get back. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal is sturdy enough, or else void turbulence would have harmed it. Oh well, we made it back in one piece after all.
Warning: suspected extraterrestrial devil detected.
Did I seriously build this barrier? Only to find I can't open it myself. An extraterrestrial dev. Oh, it's Brother Jiang. It's good to finally meet you. Brother Jiang is actually carrying the Heavenly Seal around now. I was here first, though. Why does the atmosphere feel a little off? Are you reading on night scans, little one? You better be reading nights up. Net, little one. You better be. If you aren't, let me help you get there. That's everything the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal and I experienced in that world. By the way, can you sense the karmic threads of those who have ascended?
No, it's as if they've completely vanished.
The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal was able to detect the Tao ancestors' karma on that continent, which means its karmic perception isn't useless. But it couldn't sense Dark's karma. It's probably because the extraterrestrial devils altered Darky. If that's the case,
then those who ascended,
could they have also? Wait, no, this doesn't make sense. Why can't it see my karmic threads either? I'm a born and raised native of the 9 provinces. I've been here since I was 18. I can't possibly have been an extraterrestrial devil in a past life, can I? Speaking of which, should we eliminate the sentience of the spiritual treasures?
I need to stand guard over the 9 provinces.
My master was harmed by those extraterrestrial devils. If I don't avenge him, I'm not worthy of being an immortal artifact. As long as I stay in the 9 provinces, I'll never run out of extraterrestrial devils to kill. He's finally come to his senses and calmed down. Just to be clear,
I can't erase the sentience of immortal artifacts.
They've already developed full-fledged spirits. The other spiritual treasures are different, though. They don't develop their spirits as quickly as the immortal artifacts. Erase them.
Though I must admit, I do feel a little reluctant.
Zhang Li, didn't you once say that everything is a double-edged sword?
I think sentient spiritual treasures are no exception.
I fear they might harm people.
But at the same time, their intelligence can enhance a cultivator's combat abilities.
I organized a tournament at the Tao sect. Disciples whose spiritual treasures have a strong bond with them could participate.
And they were allowed to use their treasures. The results were surprising.
The treasures and their masters were in perfect sync, wielding them with incredible skill. Plus, with their own awareness, the treasures actively assisted their masters in combat.
Their overall strength improved significantly. Outer disciples defeated inner disciples, and inner disciples defeated core disciples. And that pattern repeated throughout the matches. This is my rainfall sword.
I've been teaching it sword techniques. And it's picking things up quickly. Oh. Not bad. It just performed a sword flourish all on its own. It even grasped a fraction of Lao Bai's sword style. Not to brag,
but everyone knows me, Bai Hong too, as the sword immortal.
I'm far better than certain people who only know how to use a single sword heart technique.
Just a few days of practice, and my rainfall sword technique is already showing results.
Is he throwing shade at me? Let's not erase the spiritual treasure sentience for now. I found some inspiration in Ming Zhong's world. Oh. Looks like he's got a solution in mind? I'll conduct an experiment. Starting with the Great Zhou. I'll convince Gigi. Specifically, I'll have the Great Joe enact a law.
We know that spiritual treasures are not immortal artifacts, and they cannot sustain themselves indefinitely. That's why we'll grant spiritual treasures certain rights, such as helping them upgrade their quality and maintain themselves.
At the same time, we'll impose specific restrictions. The restrictions will be as follows. 1. A spiritual treasure must not harm its master. 2. A spiritual treasure must obey its master's commands, unless such a command conflicts with the first rule. 3. A spiritual treasure has the right to preserve its own existence, as long as it does not violate the 2 rules. Additionally, a spiritual treasure must protect the overall interests of the 9 provinces human race. The initial 3 rules only apply if they don't conflict with this additional rule. No loopholes, as far as I can tell. This is brilliant. What an amazing idea.
But given the Great Joe's unique nature,
even if we succeed here,
there's no guarantee it will work if other empires pass similar laws. I recall there are some Tao sect disciples who specialize in the obscure art of contracts.
We could try encoding these rules into a contract scroll, and have both cultivators and spiritual treasures sign it. That could work. If this spreads successfully, the 9 provinces' strength will take a massive leap forward. Great Joe. My lord, I believe spiritual treasures should be bound by law. Since they have gained sentience,
they should be treated like any other demonic beast within the Great Joe, abandoning their law of the jungle mentality. They must rightfully fall under the jurisdiction of the law. We grant them rights, and in return, they must fulfill their duties.
Chancellor, I disagree.
Spiritual treasures have always been mere objects.
How can we grant them rights? This contradicts tradition and common sense.
We should treat them like livestock. We acknowledge their existence, but we reserve control over their life, death, and everything in between.
The emergence of sentient spiritual treasures is an unprecedented event. How can we blindly adhere to outdated traditions?
If the law cannot adapt to the times, then it is not only the law that will be discarded, but also the Great Joe itself.
Minister of Justice, stop fearmongering. You dare question the very tenets established by our great ancestor. I have heard your opinions.
I believe that spiritual treasures should be incorporated into the laws of the Great Joe.
Binding sentient spiritual treasures by law will greatly benefit our nation's prosperity. Are you reading on Nightscans, little one? You better be reading Nights Up. Net, little one. You better be. If you aren't, let me help you get there.
I believe that spiritual treasures should be incorporated into the laws of the Great Joe.
Binding sentient spiritual treasures by law will greatly benefit our nation's prosperity. Now, let's move on to the next topic. How should we define appropriate laws for spiritual treasures?
I propose granting spiritual treasures the same rights as humans.
What if a spiritual treasure kills someone?
Then we prohibit SPI ritual treasures from killing people.
What if a treasure master uses one to commit suicide? Would that count as the treasure killing someone, or suicide? Discuss amongst yourselves and come to a conclusion. I'll return later to hear your proposals. Are you poisoned?
Chronisk 5 signs of decline displayed by heavenly beings when their lives are about to end.
Or are you entering the 5 signs of decay? Can you not phrase things so diagrammatically? I'm just stressed. Because of what those ministers were talking about?
It's all that damn heavenly seal from Tao Sect's fault. It made every single spiritual treasure develop sentience.
Maybe you'd like to hear my thoughts on this? Brilliant, Brother Jiang. These 3 fundamental rules, along with the additional rule,
should completely eliminate the possibility of spiritual treasures rebelling against their masters.
They form the overall framework. And with this framework established, the remaining details can be filled in quickly. With Gigi's agreement, we're in the clear. Now there's no problem. Human Emperor Palace Main Hall. Palace Master. Oh my god, after decades of serving as a palace guard, this is the first time I've seen the Human Emperor in person. I'm so lucky. The Human Emperor's palace holds a transcendent position, located at the heart of the 9 provinces. Besides Jiang, the Human Emperor himself, there are 6 commanders oversee the palace, 1 in the Tribulation Crossing stage, and 5 at the Integration late stage. Additionally, 100 guards serve in the palace. When the Human Emperor is absent, the Tribulation Crossing stage commander takes charge of the palace. When I first joined the palace guards, I thought I'd get to witness the Emperor's majesty daily. Choked with emotion. Who knew, after all these decades? The number of times he's returned can be counted on one hand. My fellow guards even joke saying that the Human Emperor visits the Dao sect more than his own palace. I'm going into seclusion for 10 days. Unless it's an emergency, don't let anyone disturb me. As you command. This time, I wrote a bunch of integration stage cultivation techniques. There are plenty of them. Although they're numerous, their quality is mediocre. Even if someone masters them, they're not particularly useful. For example, the heaven-devouring earth-swallowing technique increases the user's appetite tenfold compared to others at the same realm. But that's about it. Then there's the mindless meditation technique. Those who practice this will be able to clear their minds completely and fall asleep instantly. System, these techniques. Sell all of them. Even though they are still genuine techniques that can lead one to the integration stage. The system better not try to cheat. Source points. Source points? What's going on? Why is there no exact number? Let's try buying something to test. Source points. Purchased a box of Essence Sealing Pills. It's source points? The item was delivered, but the source points didn't change at all. I don't know exactly what happened. But it seems I've achieved infinite source points. Summon store. When I bought the Dao Ancestors Steel from the store, I realized the store's items aren't just conjured out of thin air. Instead, these items truly exist somewhere. Otherwise, the store wouldn't update when I traveled to another world. Which means, finding the remaining immortal artifacts is quite simple. System, I want to purchase the Nirvana Tower, the Confucian Great Scholar's Calligraphy, the Wish-Granting Gourd, the Tashin Stone, the Dragon Pearl, and the Ancient Modern Sword. Why bother going to another world when online shopping is more convenient? What the heck just happened? Where am I? I was about to establish an empire. It's Jiang, the Human Emperor. Heh, the Nirvana Tower managed to escape. Quick reflexes, huh? As expected of an immortal artifact that controls spatial power. Even the system couldn't capture it. The Ancient Modern Sword, however, hasn't reacted at all. It probably fled into the river of time. Spatial abilities are useless there, making it untouchable even for the system. If shortcuts won't work, I'll use the old-fashioned way. I'll just leverage the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal's karmic power. You lot, get into my storage ring. No matter where the Nirvana Tower runs, I'll find it. It'll just take some time. New quest. After ranking first upon entering the academy, numerous female students seek your guidance and engage in private study sessions with you, drawing resentment from male students. Book. Some have even hired assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion with high bounties to eliminate you. Please avoid their assassination attempts. This mission cannot be declined. Mission reward. Unlock the special quest Finding the Fragments of the Immortal Ladder. Now this is interesting. Aside from the initial newbie quest, this is the first time I've encountered a quest that cannot be declined. In other words, according to the system, this quest, or rather, the quest reward, is of utmost importance. Get into my storage ring.
He's wearing a Tang Dynasty round-collared robe and a draped robe, which can also be called a brocade robe.
Tang Dynasty's round-collared robe. Are you reading on Nightscan's little one? You better be reading on Nightsup. Net little one. You better be. If you aren't, let me help you get there.
The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion is one of the premier assassin organizations in the 9 provinces, and the direct competitor of the Heaven's Secrets Mansion. The Heaven's Secrets Mansion thrives in nations ruled by law, whereas the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion takes root in the most chaotic lands. Among human imperial dynasties, the Heavenly Yuan dynasty values strength the most. In Heavenly Yuan, everyone has enemies and everyone wants to kill, but most people simply lack the power to do so. That's why the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, located in the capital of Heavenly Yuan, is so highly sought after. The assassins of the pavilion are ranked into 3 classes A, B, and C, specializing in assassinations of Divine Transformation, Nascent Soul, and Golden Core cultivators, respectively. Above them stand the Chief and Vice Chief, both late-stage and peak integration cultivators, specializing in assassinations of other integration cultivators.
Divine Transformation Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Golden Core Stage, Chief and Vice Chief, Integration Stage. We've received an extraordinary request. What's all the commotion? Someone has placed a hit on Zhang Li, the human emperor. Whoever did that must be blind. We don't even accept tribulation crossing stage assassinations. How the hell could we possibly kill a Grand Ascension cultivator like him? Come on, let's go see what this is all about. I'm telling you, Emperor Jiang is pure evil. A ruthless killer. He slaughters without mercy and even takes twisted pleasure in publicly humiliating others' wives and daughters. I have a friend whose family suffered such a fate. How many spirit stones does it take to kill the human emperor? Name your price, and I'll pay anything. This would be a massive payday. Even the most expensive hit we've ever taken didn't pay this much. If we could actually pull it off. Shut up. How dare you slander the human emperor? Are you seriously turning down this hit? If you accept, succeed, or fail. Where did this rich fool come from? All of these spirit stones are yours. Does his family own a top-grade spirit stone mine? We're not taking the hit. Get lost. Emperor Jiang recently fought off an entire battalion of immortal artifacts at the Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference and sent them all running. And you want us to assassinate him? This is the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, not a suicide squad. Sigh, what a pity. Wah, our precious spearstones. Should we rob him? Idiot. If we ever robbed a client, the Heaven Secrets Mansion would spread the news for free by sunrise. TSK, even bringing up that name infuriates me. How the hell did the Heaven Secrets Mansion get so lucky? They actually managed to invite the human emperor for an inspection. Why can't we have that kind of dumb luck? I've wandered through every shady alley in this area. How is it that not a single assassin has tried to rob or kill me? Since when have assassins become so ethical? That's why I said the system's quest wouldn't be easy. Emperor Jiang. Don't tell me he found out about the assassination request from earlier, and now suspect us of accepting it. Human Emperor, Heaven and Earth bear witness. We at the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion would never dare accept an assassination request against you. If you don't believe me, just ask this brat over here. We didn't even dare take a single spirit stone. That guy from earlier was me. I want to experience an assassination attempt firsthand. So, Hurry up and come kill me. I've never heard of someone wanting to experience assassination.
Emperor Jiang is obviously looking for an excuse to wipe out the heavenly slaughter pavilion.
Hurry up and kill me. Right now, I feel like a small boat caught in a storm, about to capsize at any moment. But if I don't act, according to his words, I'll be the one who dies.
The chief vanished completely into the shadows. Every time I see an integration cultivator perform a stealth assassination, it terrifies me.
You can't see a trace of them. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Emperor Jiang let his guard down. Now's my chance. One failed strike, follow ING assassin protocol. Retreat to a distance, do not engage further. No system notification? Does this mean I have to dodge? Attack me again. That last strike already drained all my courage for this lifetime. Guess I'll have to borrow some from my next life. And try assassinating him again. How come I'm still not getting a system notification, even though I dodged? Are you really trying to kill me? Your Majesty, how could you say that?
My desire to kill you comes from the depths of my heart. I was just going along with Emperor Zheng's words. I didn't even think before I spilled this nonsense. That's not something you can just say so casually. What if he thinks I meant it? As expected, he didn't have a real killing intent when attacking me. The system must require an assassin who genuinely wants to kill me.
Which means fake assassination attempts don't count. This makes things complicated. Forget it, I'm leaving. Thank you, Human Emperor, for sparing my life.
Plan A post a bounty on Mysel failed. Plan B flaunt my wealth to attract assassins failed. Plan C force assassins to kill me failed.
That means I have to proceed with Plan D.
We must spread the word about today's events.
Spread the word that you tried to assassinate the Human Emperor, sir? Idiot. Of course not.
We'll say that Jiang Li, the Human Emperor, visited our heavenly slaughter pavilion for inspection. That he gave us important instructions and personally taught us assassination techniques.
That won't do. The Heaven's Secrets Mansion has a painting. We need one too.